What is goody, my snoozing little sleep club? I'm glad you're here. The rain is sliding steadily through the dark, soft enough to hush even the loudest thoughts. Tonight, we're easing into what nobody tells you about living in ancient Greece, the everyday realities behind the statues and stories, the parts that don't make it into neat summaries. So if this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let your head settle into the pillow, lengthen your breath, and turn on that fan for some steady white noise. So you think you'd like to live in ancient Greece? You've seen the white marble columns, the gleaming statues, the philosophers strolling through sunlit gardens with their robes flowing behind them like they've got nowhere to be and all the time in the world. It looks peaceful. It looks civilized. It looks like the kind of place where you'd spend your afternoon sipping wine, discussing the meaning of life, and gazing out at a turquoise sea. And honestly, some of that is true, but the rest of it, the parts they leave out of the textbooks and the museum exhibits, would catch you completely off guard. Because daily life in ancient Greece was messy, strange, occasionally brilliant and full of details that would make your modern brain do a slow, confused blink. Tonight we're going to walk through what it actually felt like to live there. Not the version with the epic battles and the marble-jawed heroes. The real version. The one with the questionable hygiene, the noisy neighbours, the bread that could crack a tooth, and the genuine everyday weirdness of being a regular person in one of the most celebrated civilizations in human history. Settle in, get comfortable. This is going to be a long, slow wander through the streets, homes and habits of a world that shaped almost everything you know, even though you'd barely recognise it if you saw it up close. Let's start with the morning, because that's where everything begins, and in ancient Greece the morning began early, really early. There were no alarm clocks, obviously, but there was a rooster somewhere in your neighbourhood, and that rooster had absolutely no respect for your sleep schedule. The moment the sky started shifting from black to that thin, pale grey before dawn, the rooster would lose its mind, and so would every other rooster within earshot. They'd set each other off like a chain of small, feathered emergencies. You'd wake up on something that, by modern standards, barely qualifies as a bed. If you were reasonably comfortable, not wealthy, just getting by, you'd have a wooden frame with a lattice of rope or leather straps across it, and on top of that, a stuffed mattress. Stuffed with what, you ask? Wool, if you were lucky. Dried grass or leaves if you weren't. The pillow situation was similar. It was a cloth sack filled with whatever soft material was available, and by soft, we're using that word generously. Your bedroom, if you could call it that, was small and dark. Greek houses weren't designed around the idea of large, airy bedrooms with good lighting. They were designed around a central courtyard, and everything else sort of clustered around it like baby ducks following their mother. The rooms along the edges were often windowless, or had only tiny openings near the ceiling. Privacy was a luxury, and most families slept in close quarters. You'd hear your family members breathing, turning over, and occasionally mumbling in their sleep, and that was just the background noise of your life. The first thing you'd do after dragging yourself upright was wash your face. Water came from a basin, filled the night before, and it was cold. There was no plumbing in the way you'd understand it. Wealthy homes might have a simple water channel that fed from a nearby spring or aqueduct, but most people relied on public fountains, so your morning wash was brisk, functional. Not the kind of thing you'd linger over. Getting water, in fact, was one of those chores that structured the entire rhythm of the household. Someone had to go to the public fountain every day, sometimes more than once, carrying large clay vessels called hydrii that were heavy even when empty and significantly heavier when full. This task usually fell to the women and enslaved members of the household, and it was physically demanding work. The fountains were also social hubs, places where people gathered, exchanged news and kept an eye on one another's business. So fetching water was never just fetching water, it was also catching up on everything that had happened since yesterday. Now, breakfast. This is where ancient Greece starts to diverge sharply from what you're used to. Breakfast wasn't really a meal. It was more of an afterthought. You'd have a piece of bread, and we need to talk about that bread, because it was nothing like the soft, pillowy loaves, you know. Greek bread was dense, heavy, often made from barley rather than wheat, because wheat was more expensive. Barley bread had the texture of something that had already given up on being food. It was coarse, flat, and about as exciting as chewing a sandal. But it kept you going, and that was the point. You might dip that bread in some wine. Not the kind of wine you're imagining. Nobody was pouring a nice Merlot at sunrise. This was a rough young wine, often diluted heavily with water. Drinking undiluted wine was considered barbaric, which is one of those fascinating little cultural details that tells you a lot about how the Greeks saw themselves. They believed that mixing wine with water was what separated civilized people from everyone else. So you'd have your bread, your watered-down wine, maybe a few olives or a handful of figs, and that was breakfast. The whole affair took about 5 minutes. The Greeks didn't believe in lingering over the morning meal. There was too much to do. Speaking of things to do, let's talk about what your actual day looked like. And this depended enormously on who you were, because ancient Greece, for all its talk about democracy and philosophy and the pursuit of the good life, was not what you'd call an equal opportunity society. If you were a free male citizen, and that's a very specific category, your day had a certain shape to it. You might head to the Agora, which was the central marketplace and public gathering space. Think of it as the town square, the shopping mall, the courthouse, and the coffee shop, all rolled into one dusty, noisy, open-air space. The Agora was where business happened, where gossip travelled, where deals were struck, and where you could bump into a philosopher who would corner you with a question about whether justice is real or just a word people use when they want something. The Agora smelled like 100 things at once. Fresh fish from the morning's catch, laid out on stone slabs with flies already circling, leather from the tanner's stall, which had a sharp, chemical bite to it, garlic and onions from the vegetable sellers, olive oil, always olive oil, because olive oil was to ancient Greece what electricity is to the modern world. It was everywhere, in everything, and life without it was nearly unthinkable. You cooked with it, cleaned with it, rubbed it on your skin, used it in your lamps, offered it to the gods and traded it for just about anything you needed. If ancient Greece had a smell, it would be olive oil, wood smoke, and the faintly sour tang of bodies that hadn't seen a proper bath in a while. You'd do your shopping, catch up with people you knew, and hear the latest news, which travelled slowly and got more distorted with every retelling, like a game of telephone played across an entire city. Someone might mention that a fleet of ships had been spotted near the coast, and by the time that information reached the other side of the Agora, the fleet had tripled in size and was carrying an army of giants. Information in the ancient world was unreliable at best, and people knew it, but they repeated things anyway because that's what people do. If you had a trade, potter, blacksmith, cobbler, merchant, you'd spend your working hours at it. Greek craftsmen were skilled, and many of them took genuine pride in their work. A good potter might spend years mastering the techniques needed to produce the elegant, thin-walled vessels that we now see behind glass in museums. What you don't see behind that glass is the potter's workshop, a cramped, hot space near the kiln, clay dust coating every surface, the potter's hands cracked and stained from years of contact with wet earth and fire. Beautiful things came from unglamorous places. Other trades were equally demanding. The blacksmith worked near an open forge, shaping bronze and iron in heat that made the surrounding air shimmer. Tanners soaked animal hides in vats of urine and plant-derived chemicals, a process that smelled exactly as bad as you're imagining and possibly worse. Their workshops were typically located on the outskirts of the city, downwind from everything else, because nobody wanted to live next to a tannery. Weavers, mostly women working at home, spent hours at upright looms, producing the cloth that dressed the entire household. A single garment represented days of labour, from spinning the raw wool or flax into thread to the final weaving. When you put on a chiton, you were wearing someone's patient, repetitive, physically tiring work. Now, here's where we need to address something that a lot of people gloss over. If you were a woman in ancient Greece, particularly in Athens, which was supposedly the cradle of democracy, your daily life was dramatically different, and not in ways that would make you feel good about it. Athenian women, at least those from respectable families, were expected to stay home, not in the casual, comfortable way that implies a choice, in the structured, enforced way that meant your world was largely bounded by the walls of your house. You managed the household, which was a significant job, overseeing food preparation, textile production, the care of children, and the management of any enslaved workers the household owned. You were, in practical terms, the engine that kept the domestic world running. But your contributions were largely invisible to the public world outside. You rarely went to the agora yourself. Shopping for food was usually done by enslaved members of the household or by your husband. If you did leave the house, it was typically for religious festivals or to visit other women, and even then, you were expected to be accompanied. The idea of a respectable Athenian woman walking alone through the city streets would have raised eyebrows and set tongues wagging. Marriage was arranged, usually by the girl's father, and typically happened when she was around 14 or 15. Her husband was often significantly older. A man in his 30s was a common match for a teenage bride. The marriage was, in legal terms, a transaction between the bride's father and the groom. The bride's consent, while perhaps desired, was not required. She brought a dowry with her, which remained technically her property but was managed by her husband. If the marriage dissolved, the dowry went back to her family. Childbirth was one of the most dangerous events in a woman's life. Without modern medicine, complications that are now routine emergencies were often fatal. Women gave birth at home, attended by midwives and female relatives, with limited recourse if something went wrong. Infant mortality was high, and the grief of losing a child was a familiar, recurring presence in many women's lives. The emotional weight of this, the constant awareness that pregnancy could take your life or your baby's, is something that rarely makes it into the glamorous versions of Greek history. But it was as much a part of daily reality as the sunshine and the olive groves. This wasn't universal across all of Greece, though. In Sparta, things were remarkably different. Spartan women had more freedom, more physical training, and more public presence than their Athenian counterparts. They exercised outdoors, owned property, and were generally expected to be strong, outspoken, and capable of managing estates while the men were away, which, given Sparta's military obsession, was most of the time. Spartan women could inherit land, and by some estimates, they eventually controlled a significant portion of Sparta's wealth. The contrast between Athens and Sparta on this point is one of those reminders that ancient Greece wasn't a single, monolithic culture. It was a patchwork of city-states, each with its own customs, laws, and ideas about how life should be lived. Let's talk about the house itself, because the Greek home was a fascinating, strange little world. If you were somewhere in the middle class, and using that term loosely, because the economic structures were quite different from what we'd recognise. Your house was built from mud brick and timber, with a tile or thatched roof. From the outside, it wasn't much to look at. Greek homes didn't advertise their interiors. The exterior walls were plain, often windowless at street level, and the front door opened into a narrow hallway that led to the courtyard. The courtyard was the heart of the home. Open to the sky, it let in light and air, and it served as the main gathering space. You might have a small altar there for household religious observances. The Greeks were remarkably devout in their domestic lives, making regular offerings to household gods and spirits. A little splash of wine poured on the altar, a pinch of incense, a murmured prayer. These weren't grand ceremonial occasions. They were woven into the fabric of daily routine, as habitual and unremarkable as brushing your teeth is to you. The floors were usually packed earth, though wealthier homes might have stone or even simple mosaics. Furniture was minimal by your standards. A few wooden chairs or stools, a table, storage chests, and the beds we've already discussed. There were no closets. Your clothes, and you didn't own many, were kept in chests or hung on pegs. The kitchen, if you could call it that, was often just a corner of the courtyard with a portable clay brazier for cooking. Chimneys didn't exist in most homes, so smoke just drifted up and out through the open courtyard or seeped through gaps in the roof. On still days, the interior could get hazy and your eyes would sting. One thing that might surprise you is how dark the interior rooms were. Without glass windows, they used wooden shutters or oiled cloth coverings at best. The rooms off the courtyard were dim even during the day. At night, the only light came from oil lamps, which were small ceramic dishes with a wick floating in olive oil. They gave off a soft, warm glow, but not much of it. The corners of rooms stayed in shadow. Reading by lamplight was possible, but not comfortable, and it's worth noting that most people didn't read anyway. Literacy wasn't as widespread as we sometimes imagine. A working-class Greek might recognise some letters and manage basic inscriptions, but sitting down with the scroll of Homer was a pleasure reserved for the educated few. The bathroom situation deserves its own moment, and you should probably brace yourself. Indoor plumbing, in any meaningful sense, didn't exist for ordinary people. If your home had a latrine, it was usually a simple pit in a corner of the property, sometimes screened by a low wall. There was no flushing mechanism. Waste was dealt with manually, often carried out and dumped. Public latrines existed in some cities and were communal affairs, long stone benches with holes cut into them, lined up side by side with no partitions. You'd sit there, doing your business, right next to your neighbour, who might be doing the same while carrying on a perfectly casual conversation about the olive harvest. Privacy, as a concept attached to bodily functions, simply wasn't part of the cultural vocabulary. And speaking of hygiene more broadly, bathing was valued, but the infrastructure for it was limited for most of Greek history. Public bathhouses became more common over time, but for much of the classical period, a bath meant heating water over a fire and pouring it into a tub or simply washing at a basin. The wealthy might have a dedicated bathing room, everyone else made do. Soap, as you know it, didn't exist. The Greeks cleaned themselves with olive oil and the strigil, that curved scraping tool we'll talk about more later, which was effective but not exactly luxurious. The result was that people smelled like people, and the ambient scent of any crowded space was earthier and more human than anything you'd encounter in a modern city, unless you wandered into a packed subway car in August. Now let's step outside your home and into the streets, because the Greek city was its own sensory experience. The streets were narrow and unpaved in most neighbourhoods. After a rain, they turned to mud. In the dry months, they were dusty and baked hard by the sun. There were no streetlights, no sidewalks, and no traffic laws. Donkeys, carts, pedestrians, and the occasional herd of goats all shared the same cramped lanes, and the negotiation of right-of-way was an informal, sometimes loud affair. The smell of the streets is something the history books tend to skip over. Animal dung was everywhere. Household waste sometimes ended up in the street too, despite regulations that tried to prevent it. Tanneries, dye works, and fish curing operations added their own pungent contributions to the air. On a hot afternoon, walking through certain neighbourhoods required a strong stomach and a short memory, but the streets were also alive in a way that's hard to capture in writing. People called out to each other from doorways, vendors shouted about their wares, children darted between legs playing games with stones or hoops. Music drifted from somewhere, a lyre being plucked, someone practicing a melody. Dogs. There were always dogs. Trotted along looking opportunistic and slightly underfed. The Greek city was loud, chaotic and deeply human. If you needed to get somewhere in a hurry, you walked. There was no public transportation. Wealthy people might ride a horse or use a donkey, but most movement was on foot, and the distances within a Greek city were manageable. Athens, at its peak, was a city of perhaps 250,000 people, large by ancient standards but compact by ours. You could walk from one end to the other in under an hour, and most people's daily lives played out within a much smaller radius. The city also had its quieter corners. Gardens and sacred groves provided patches of green within the urban landscape. The area around a temple might be planted with trees and maintained as a kind of park. The academy, where Plato taught, was set in a grove of olive and plane trees outside the city walls, a shady, pleasant spot where the conversation could unfold at its own pace, away from the noise of the agora. There was something about the combination of shade, moving air, and the scent of warm earth that seemed to loosen people's tongues and sharpen their minds, or at least the Greeks thought so. Let's circle back to food, because meals are one of those things where you really feel the distance between then and now. The Greek diet was simple, and by simple, I mean that most people ate the same handful of things day after day with relatively little variation. Bread was the foundation. Barley bread for ordinary folks, wheat bread for those who could afford it. On top of that, you'd have what the Greeks called opson, the stuff you ate with your bread. This was usually something like cheese, olives, onions, garlic, or beans. If you lived near the coast, you might get fish, which was a treat. Meat was rare in the daily diet. It was expensive, and most of the meat that ordinary people ate came from religious sacrifices. Animals were killed at temples. The choice parts were offered to the gods, burned on the altar with the smoke rising up to heaven, and the rest was distributed to the community. So eating meat was often a communal, semi-religious experience, rather than a Tuesday night dinner. Lentil soup was a staple, thick, hearty, flavoured with herbs and olive oil. It was the kind of food that stuck to your ribs and didn't ask much of your wallet. The Greeks ate a lot of figs, both fresh and dried. Grapes, obviously, apples, pears and pomegranates when they were in season. Honey was the primary sweetener. Sugar wouldn't arrive in the Mediterranean for centuries, and the Greeks used it in everything from cakes to medicine. Cheese was important too, particularly goat and sheep cheese, which was sharper and tangier than the mild cow's milk cheeses most people eat today. Cheese could be stored, transported and eaten without much preparation, making it an ideal food for travellers, soldiers, and anyone who didn't have time to cook. A chunk of cheese, a fistful of olives, and a piece of barley bread. That was a meal you could eat with one hand while walking to the next town. One thing that might strike you about the Greek diet is what was missing. No tomatoes. Those came from the Americas thousands of years later. No potatoes, no corn, no peppers, no citrus fruits, which wouldn't become common in the Mediterranean until the Arab expansion centuries after the classical period. No rice, no pasta in its modern form, no chocolate, no coffee, no tea. The flavour palette was narrower than what you're used to, built from olive oil, vinegar, honey, garlic, herbs like oregano and thyme, and a fermented fish sauce called gyros that was pungent, salty, and apparently addictive once you acquired the taste. Think of it as the Greek equivalent of ketchup. It showed up on everything, and people had strong opinions about which version was best. Dinner was the main meal, eaten in the evening after the day's work was done. For men, this could mean a symposium, a drinking party that was part social gathering, part intellectual salon, and part excuse to get thoroughly drunk. The symposium had rules and rituals. Guests reclined on couches arranged around the room. Food was served on small tables, and wine was mixed in a large communal bowl called a crater. A symposiarch, essentially a master of ceremonies, decided the ratio of water to wine and set the pace of drinking. The conversation could range from philosophy to poetry to gossip to absolutely nothing of substance, depending on how far into the evening things had gotten. Women, with a few notable exceptions, were not part of the symposium. Their dinner was eaten separately in the domestic quarters. This separation of social space was one of the defining features of Greek household life, and it shaped the way men and women experienced the world in fundamentally different ways. Now, religion. This is an area where modern assumptions can really lead you astray. The Greeks didn't experience religion the way most people do today. There was no holy book, no central church, no weekly service where everyone gathered to hear a sermon about proper behaviour. Greek religion was woven into every corner of daily life in ways that were both more casual and more pervasive than what you're probably used to. The gods were everywhere. Not metaphorically, the Greeks genuinely believed that divine beings inhabited the landscape. Every spring had its nymph. Every grove might shelter a god. The sea belonged to Poseidon, the sky to Zeus, and the underworld to Hades. When you poured a little wine on the ground before drinking, you were offering a libation to the gods. When you sneezed and someone said the equivalent of "bless you," there was a real sense that something spiritual had happened. When a thunderstorm rolled in, that wasn't just weather. That was Zeus making a point. Temples were the most visible expression of religious life, and they were genuinely impressive. But here's something that surprises a lot of people. You didn't go inside the temple to worship. The temple was the god's house, literally. The statue of the deity lived inside, and ordinary people generally stayed outside. Sacrifices and prayers happened at altars in front of the temple, in the open air. The temple interior was off limits to most people most of the time, tended by priests and priestesses who managed the god's property and affairs, and those statues, the ones we picture as elegant white marble, were actually painted, brightly painted. The austere, pale sculptures we see in museums have simply lost their colour over the centuries. In their original state, they were vivid, sometimes almost garish, with painted eyes, reddened lips, gilded accessories, and coloured garments. Walking into a Greek temple wouldn't have felt like walking into a minimalist art gallery. It would have felt more like stepping into a space that was deliberately overwhelming, designed to make you feel the presence of something far larger and more powerful than yourself. And the gods themselves, this is important, were not moral exemplars. They didn't represent goodness or virtue in any straightforward sense. They were powerful, capricious, jealous, lustful, petty, and occasionally generous. They played favourites. They held grudges. They fell in love with mortals and then abandoned them. The relationship between humans and gods in Greek religion was less about faith and obedience, and more about negotiation and appeasement. You made sacrifices and offerings because you wanted the gods to look kindly on you, or at least to leave you alone. It was, in its own way, a very practical arrangement. Superstition ran deep, and it went far beyond the official Olympic gods. People wore amulets and charms to ward off the evil eye. They consulted oracles before making important decisions. They paid attention to omens, the flight of birds, the behaviour of animals and unusual weather patterns, and interpreted them as messages from the divine. Before a journey, you might sacrifice a small animal and examine its entrails for signs of favourable or unfavourable outcomes. This wasn't considered strange or backward. It was just how you gathered information about the future, the way you might check a weather forecast before a road trip. Festivals were the high points of the religious calendar, and they were also the closest thing the Greeks had to holidays. Every city had its own cycle of festivals. Athens alone had over 120 days of religious observance each year. These ranged from solemn processions to boisterous, wine-soaked celebrations that went on for days. The Dionysia, honouring the god Dionysus, included theatrical performances, which is how Greek drama was born, not as entertainment for its own sake, but as a form of worship. When you went to see a play by Sophocles or Euripides, you weren't just going to the theatre, you were participating in a religious act. The two things were inseparable, and that blend of the sacred and the artistic was one of the most distinctive qualities of Greek culture. The Panathenaea, the great festival of Athens honouring the goddess Athena, was an especially grand affair. Held every 4 years in its most elaborate form, it featured athletic competitions, musical contests, and a magnificent procession that wound through the city and up to the Acropolis. Citizens, foreign residents, and even freed enslaved people all participated. Animals were sacrificed on a massive scale, and the meat was distributed to the entire city. It was, in the truest sense, a community event, one of the rare occasions when the divisions of class and status were, if not erased, at least temporarily softened by the shared experience of celebration. Let's talk about something that made the ancient Greek world go round in ways that are deeply uncomfortable to think about: slavery. It's impossible to paint an honest picture of daily life in Greece without confronting this, and it needs to be said plainly. The Greek economy, the Greek household, and Greek society as a whole depended on the labour of enslaved people. Estimates vary, but in Athens during its golden age, somewhere between a quarter and a third of the population may have been enslaved. They worked in homes, in workshops, in mines, on farms, and in public services. Some were prisoners captured through conflict. Others were born into enslavement. Some were purchased from traders who moved human beings around the Mediterranean the way other merchants moved pottery or grain. The conditions of enslavement varied enormously. A household worker in a wealthy Athenian home might live in reasonable physical comfort, while a labourer in the silver mines at Lorient worked in brutal, life-shortening conditions underground. Some enslaved people in Athens were given a degree of autonomy. They might run a shop or workshop on their master's behalf, keep a portion of their earnings, and eventually purchase their freedom. Others had no such opportunity. What makes this particularly difficult to reconcile is that the same society that produced democracy, philosophy, and some of the most enduring ideas about human freedom and dignity also ran on the labour of people who were denied all of those things. The philosophers knew about this tension. Aristotle famously tried to justify slavery by arguing that some people were naturally suited to it, an argument that tells you more about the limits of even brilliant minds than it does about the nature of human beings. Others, to their credit, questioned the practice, but questioning didn't lead to abolition. The institution persisted throughout the entire span of Greek civilization. It's worth sitting with that discomfort, because it tells you something true about how complex and contradictory human societies can be. The Greeks gave the world extraordinary gifts of thought and art and governance. They also kept human beings in chains. Both things are true, and neither one cancels out the other. Now, let's shift to something lighter. Let's talk about how people spent their leisure time, because the Greeks absolutely valued leisure. In fact, the Greek word for leisure, schol, is where we get the English word school, which tells you something about how the Greeks understood the purpose of free time. It wasn't about relaxation in the way you might think of it. It was about using your unoccupied hours for activities that developed the mind and body. Leisure was supposed to make you a better person. Physical exercise was a central part of Greek life, especially for men. The gymnasium, gymnos, meaning naked, because that's exactly how they exercised, was a public institution found in every city of any size. Men and boys went there to run, wrestle, throw the discus and javelin, and practice various other athletic activities. They did all of this without clothing, which was simply the norm and carried none of the awkwardness it would in a modern gym. They oiled their bodies before exercise and scraped the oil, sweat and dirt off afterward, using a curved metal tool called a strigil. The scrapings, interestingly, were sometimes collected and sold as a folk remedy for various ailments. Whether it actually cured anything is another question entirely, but people bought it, which tells you something about the state of ancient medicine. The gymnasium was also a place for intellectual activity. Philosophers often held their discussions in or near gymnasia. Plato's Academy and Aristotle's Lyceum were both associated with gymnasia, so the space where you went to get sweaty and wrestle someone to the ground was also the space where someone might ask you whether the soul is immortal. The Greeks didn't draw a sharp line between physical and mental cultivation, the way modern culture sometimes does. A well-rounded person was expected to train both. The great athletic festivals, the Olympics, the Pythian Games, the Nemean Games, and the Isthmian Games were highlights of the Greek calendar. The Olympics, held every 4 years at Olympia, drew competitors and spectators from across the Greek world. During the Games, a sacred truce was declared, and participating city-states were expected to cease any ongoing conflicts. Athletes competed for honour and glory, not cash prizes. The reward was an olive wreath, and the knowledge that your name would be remembered. And it was remembered. Victors became celebrities, celebrated in poetry and song, sometimes granted free meals for life by their home cities. Athletic glory in ancient Greece wasn't just personal achievement, It was civic pride made flesh. Board games were popular too. The Greeks played various games with dice, counters, and boards, though the exact rules of most of these games have been lost. They also played a game that involved flicking wine dregs at a target, a symposium party game called Kottabos that combined drinking with competitive aim. It was messy, loud, and apparently endlessly entertaining after several cups of mixed wine. The stains on the walls and furniture afterward were considered an acceptable cost. Music was deeply embedded in Greek life. The lyre and the aulos, a double-reeded pipe that produced a rich, sometimes haunting sound, were the most common instruments. Music accompanied religious ceremonies, drinking parties, athletic events, and theatrical performances. Children learned music as part of their education, and the ability to sing or play was considered an essential social skill, not a specialised talent. Imagine a world where being unable to carry a tune was roughly as embarrassing as being unable to read an email is today, and you'll get the idea. Education, since we've touched on it, deserves a closer look. If you were a boy from a family with even modest resources, you'd begin some form of schooling around age 7. You'd learn reading, writing, arithmetic, music, and physical training. Your teacher, the grammatistas for reading and writing, was usually not well paid or highly respected. Teaching was not a prestigious profession. It was, in fact, sometimes viewed as the kind of job you ended up in when you couldn't do anything more impressive. Writing meant learning to form letters on wax tablets using a pointed stylus. You'd scratch your letters into the soft wax surface, and when the tablet was full, you'd smooth the wax flat and start over. It was the ancient equivalent of an erasable whiteboard, and it worked well enough. For more permanent writing, you'd use ink on papyrus, but papyrus was expensive and not wasted on a child's homework. Mathematics education covered basic arithmetic and some geometry. The Greeks had a complex relationship with mathematics. On one hand, they revered it as a path to understanding the fundamental structure of reality. Plato reportedly had a sign over the door of his academy, reading something to the effect of, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter." On the other hand, practical mathematics, accounting, measurement, the kind of math used in daily commerce, was considered beneath the dignity of a true intellectual. The Greeks loved the beauty of abstract mathematical proof, but weren't always interested in using math to build things or count money. That distinction between the theoretical and the practical ran through a lot of Greek thought, and it explains why a civilization that could produce brilliant geometers also struggled with basic engineering problems that the more practically minded Romans would later solve without breaking a sweat. Girls, in most Greek cities, received little or no formal education outside the home. They learned domestic skills from their mothers, weaving, cooking, and household management, and any literacy they acquired was usually informal. Sparta once again was the exception, where girls received physical training alongside boys, though the specifics of their intellectual education are less clear. Higher education, for those who pursued it, was a matter of attaching yourself to a philosopher or a school of rhetoric. If you wanted to learn to argue persuasively, an essential skill in democratic Athens, where citizens had to speak for themselves in court and in the assembly, you'd study with a rhetorician. If you wanted to explore deeper questions about the nature of reality, knowledge, and the good life, you might seek out a philosopher. These weren't formal institutions with admissions offices and graduation ceremonies. They were more like apprenticeships, built on personal relationships between teacher and student, and the quality of what you got depended entirely on who you studied with. Medicine in ancient Greece was a peculiar mix of genuine insight and spectacular wrongness. On one hand, the Greeks produced Hippocrates, who is justly credited with helping to move medical thinking away from purely supernatural explanations toward observation-based practice. The Hippocratic tradition emphasized careful examination of the patient, detailed record-keeping, and a recognition that diseases had natural causes rather than being punishments from angry gods. On the other hand, the dominant medical theory for centuries was the idea of the four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Health depended on keeping these four substances in balance, and illness was the result of an imbalance. The treatments that flowed from this theory included bleeding, purging, special diets, and various herbal remedies, some of which were helpful and many of which were not. If you went to a Greek doctor with a headache, you might receive sensible advice about rest and diet, or you might be told that your black bile was dominant and that the cure involved drinking a mixture that would make the headache seem like a minor inconvenience compared to what happened next. Surgery existed but was limited. Greek surgeons could set broken bones, drain abscesses, and perform basic wound care. They understood the importance of cleanliness to some degree, though the germ theory of disease was millennia in the future. Anesthesia was a cup of strong wine and a leather strap to bite on. Pain management was, to put it gently, underdeveloped. Dentistry was rudimentary. Toothaches were treated with herbal pastes, and extraction was a last resort performed with iron forceps. The Greek diet, which was relatively low in refined sugar, meant that tooth decay was less common than it would become in later centuries, but it still happened, and when it did, the options were limited. Mental health was understood in terms of the same humoral framework. Depression was attributed to an excess of black bile. The word melancholy literally comes from the Greek words for black bile. Treatment might include changes in diet, exercise, music therapy, which was actually quite a sophisticated idea, or travel. The Greeks recognised that environment and lifestyle affected mental well-being, which was genuine insight, even if their explanations for why were built on a foundation that wouldn't survive modern scrutiny. There was also a tradition of healing temples, most notably those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of medicine. People who were ill would travel to these sanctuaries and undergo a ritual called incubation, sleeping overnight in the temple in the hope that the god would visit them in a dream and reveal a cure. Whether the cures worked is debatable, but the placebo effect is powerful, and the combination of rest, clean air, a change of scenery, and the genuine belief that divine help was at hand probably did more good than some of the medications being prescribed elsewhere. Sometimes the best medicine is simply being in a place that makes you feel like things might get better. Let's talk about something the Greeks excelled at in ways that still reverberate today: the life of the mind. Because whatever else you can say about ancient Greece, and you can say plenty, both good and bad, the intellectual culture was extraordinary. Athens, in particular, during the 5th and 4th centuries before the Common Era, produced a concentration of brilliant thinkers that is almost impossible to explain. Socrates, who never wrote a word but changed philosophy forever through the simple, relentless act of asking questions. Plato, his student, wrote dialogues that are still read and argued about today. Aristotle, Plato's student, who turned his attention to everything: biology, logic, ethics, politics, physics, and poetry, and produced a body of work so vast and so influential that it dominated Western thought for nearly 2,000 years. But philosophy wasn't just an activity for professionals, it was part of the cultural air. Ordinary Athenians were exposed to philosophical ideas through the theatre, through public speeches, and through conversations in the agora. The big questions: what is justice? What is the good life? What do we owe each other? How should a city be governed? Weren't confined to the lecture hall. They were topics of public debate, discussed by citizens who had a direct stake in the answers because they were the ones making the decisions. Athenian democracy, for all its limitations, gave ordinary men, and only citizens, which was a small fraction of the total population, a reason to think carefully about political and ethical questions, because those questions had immediate, practical consequences. The theatre was another arena for intellectual and emotional exploration. Greek tragedies tackled the biggest themes imaginable: fate, duty, love, suffering, the relationship between humans and gods, and they did so with a power and complexity that still resonates. When you watched a tragedy by Aeschylus or Sophocles, you weren't just being entertained. You were being asked to sit with difficult, unresolvable questions about what it means to be human, and you were doing this alongside thousands of your fellow citizens, all of you experiencing the same emotions together, in the same space, under the same open sky. Comedy, meanwhile, was the release valve. Aristophanes wrote plays that were rude, political, absurd, and absolutely hilarious. Nothing and nobody was off limits. Politicians, philosophers, gods, the audience themselves. If tragedy asked you to feel deeply, comedy asked you to laugh at everything, including yourself. The combination of the two, the serious and the ridiculous, the profound and the profane, was quintessentially Greek. Let's slow down for a moment and think about what it felt like to experience the natural world as an ancient Greek. Because this is one of those areas where the gap between then and now is both enormous and quietly beautiful. You lived in a world without artificial light pollution. When the sun went down and the oil lamps were extinguished, the darkness was complete. And in that darkness, the sky put on a show that almost no living person in the developed world has ever truly seen. The Milky Way wasn't a faint smudge you could barely make out from a dark campsite. It was a river of light pouring across the sky, so bright and dense that it looked almost solid. The Greeks called it Galaxias Kyklos, the Milky Circle, and from that word we get galaxy. Every night, if the sky was clear, you could look up and see thousands of stars with your naked eye, each one sharp and distinct. The constellations so vivid that it was no wonder people saw figures and stories written in them. The Greeks mapped those stars. They named the constellations. They tracked the movements of the planets, which they called wandering stars because they moved against the fixed background of the night sky in ways that seemed purposeful and mysterious. They built sophisticated models of celestial motion, some of which were remarkably accurate. Aristarchus of Samos even proposed that the Earth orbited the Sun, nearly 2,000 years before Copernicus. He was largely ignored because the idea seemed counterintuitive and the available evidence wasn't strong enough to overcome common sense. But the fact that someone arrived at that conclusion through observation and reasoning alone is quietly astonishing. The seasons mattered in a way that's hard to appreciate if you live in a climate-controlled world. Summer in Greece was hot, genuinely, aggressively hot, and the pace of life adjusted accordingly. People rose earlier, rested during the hottest part of the afternoon, and did their socialising in the cooler evening hours. Winter brought cold rain, shorter days, and the occasional frost, particularly in the northern and mountainous regions. The agricultural calendar dictated the rhythm of the year, ploughing in autumn, sowing in late fall, the anxious wait through winter, and the harvest in late spring and summer. A good harvest meant comfort and security. A bad one meant hunger and worry. The margin between plenty and scarcity was thinner than most modern people can easily imagine. The relationship with the sea was another defining feature of Greek life. Greece is a country of coastlines, islands, and harbours. The sea was a highway, a food source, a boundary, and a source of constant low-level anxiety. Sailing in the ancient world was dangerous. Ships were small, navigation was imprecise, and storms could appear with little warning. Every family with ties to the sea knew someone who hadn't come home. The sea gave generously and took without warning, and the Greeks respected it accordingly. Poseidon wasn't just a character in a myth. He was the force that decided whether your husband, your father, or your son made it back alive. The landscape itself, rocky, mountainous, dotted with olive groves and vineyards, cut through with narrow valleys, shaped everything about Greek civilization. The mountains made overland travel difficult, which is why the city-states developed as independent entities rather than uniting into a single nation. Each valley, each coastal plain, each island became its own small world, with its own government, its own customs, and its own fierce sense of identity. When an Athenian met a Corinthian, they weren't compatriots. They were foreigners, with different accents, different calendars, and different opinions about nearly everything. Let's talk about clothing, because this is one of those areas where simplicity doesn't mean what you think it means. Greek clothing was, on the surface, uncomplicated. The basic garment was the chiton, a rectangular piece of cloth, usually linen or wool, draped around the body and fastened at the shoulders with pins or brooches. Over this you might wear a himation, a larger piece of cloth that served as an outer wrap, something like a cloak. That was essentially it. No buttons, no zippers, no tailored seams, just fabric, folded and pinned. But within this simplicity there was enormous variation. The quality of the cloth mattered immensely. Fine linen, soft and light, dyed in rich colours. Saffron yellow, deep crimson, Tyrian purple announced wealth and status as clearly as any modern designer label. Ordinary people wore undyed or simply dyed cloth in muted tones. The way you draped your himation communicated something about your character and social position. A carefully arranged drape suggested refinement. A carelessly thrown himation suggested either poverty or deliberate indifference to social convention, which in certain philosophical circles was actually a point of pride. Shoes were leather sandals for outdoor wear, and many people went barefoot indoors. Socrates famously went barefoot everywhere, in all weather, which his contemporaries found eccentric but also somewhat admirable, in the way that people sometimes admire discomforts they themselves would never volunteer for. Laundry was a genuine labour. Clothing was washed by hand, often by trampling it in water mixed with a cleaning agent. That cleaning agent was sometimes lye, sometimes a type of clay called fuller's earth, and sometimes, and this is one of those details that makes you pause, aged urine, which was an effective source of ammonia. Urine was collected for this purpose, and if you think that sounds unpleasant, you'd be right, but it worked, and practicality has always been more persuasive than squeamishness. Jewellery was worn by both men and women, though women wore more of it. Rings, bracelets, earrings, necklaces and brooches were made from gold, silver, bronze and semi-precious stones. Greek goldsmiths were remarkably skilled, producing delicate filigree work, tiny animal figurines and intricate patterns that still look impressive under a magnifying glass today. Jewellery served as personal adornment, as a marker of status, and as portable wealth. In a world without banks, wearing your savings had a practical logic to it. Let's ease into the evening now, because the way a Greek day wound down had its own particular rhythm. As the sun dropped toward the horizon, the pace of the city began to slow. Shops closed, the agora emptied. The heat of the afternoon, and Greek summers could be brutally hot, the kind of heat that pressed down on you like a wool blanket, began to loosen its grip. This was the time for the main meal of the day. In a modest household, dinner might be that lentil soup we mentioned, or bread with cheese and olives, eaten around a low table in the courtyard as the sky turned from gold to deep blue. The family ate together, though the social dynamics of who sat where and who was served first reflected the hierarchies that structured Greek domestic life. If you were a man of some means and social standing, the evening might bring an invitation to a symposium. You'd head to the host's home, where the andron, the men's dining room, typically the most decorated room in the house, would be prepared with couches, low tables and garlands of flowers. You'd remove your sandals at the door, wash your hands and recline on a couch, leaning on your left elbow. The first part of the evening was devoted to food, not a lavish feast usually, but something more than the daily fare. Fish perhaps, or roasted meat, accompanied by bread, vegetables and sauces. Then the tables were cleared and the drinking began. The crater was filled. The symposiarch set the water-to-wine ratio, and the evening unfolded at its own pace. There might be entertainment, a musician, a poet reciting verses, a guest who had a good story to tell. There might be intellectual discussion, the kind that started with an interesting question and ended up somewhere nobody expected. There might also be competitive drinking, increasingly loud singing, and the sort of behaviour that, in the clear light of morning, you'd prefer not to remember in detail. The symposium was, in its best form, one of the great social institutions of the ancient world, a space where ideas circulated freely, where friendships were formed and tested, and where the Greek love of conversation and argument found its fullest expression. In its less elevated form, it was a bunch of men getting drunk and making a mess. Both versions happened regularly, sometimes in the same evening. Now, let's think about what it was like to grow old in ancient Greece. Because aging, like so many aspects of Greek life, was a complicated experience shaped by factors that were partly universal and partly specific to the culture. Life expectancy was shorter than what we're used to, though the numbers can be misleading. The average life expectancy was somewhere around 35 to 40 years, but that figure is heavily skewed by infant and child mortality. If you survived childhood, and that was a significant if, you had a reasonable chance of living into your 60s or even 70s. The Greeks recognised old age as a distinct phase of life and had mixed feelings about it. On one hand, age brought experience, wisdom, and a certain authority within the family and community. Elders were respected. Their opinions carried weight. On the other hand, the Greeks were keenly aware of the physical toll of aging, and they didn't romanticize it. Greek poetry is full of laments about the loss of youth, beauty, and strength. The culture placed enormous value on the physical body, on beauty, on athletic prowess, on the vitality of youth, and watching those things fade was experienced as a genuine loss, not just a minor inconvenience. Growing old in a culture that worshipped youth and beauty required a certain kind of resilience, a willingness to find meaning and purpose in qualities that didn't depend on strong legs and smooth skin. Family was the primary safety net for the elderly. There were no pensions, no retirement homes, and no social security system. If you could no longer work, you depended on your children, particularly your sons, to support you. This was both a social expectation and, in Athens at least, a legal obligation. Children were required by law to care for their aging parents. In return, parents had the satisfaction of knowing that the family they'd built and maintained would carry them through their final years. Death, when it came, was met with elaborate ritual. The body was washed and dressed, usually by the women of the household, and laid out on a bier for a period of mourning called the prothesis. Friends and family came to pay their respects, and there was wailing and lamentation, public expressions of grief that were both genuine and formalised. The funeral procession, or ekphora, carried the body to the burial site before dawn. Burial and cremation were both practised, depending on the period and the region. Grave goods, pottery, jewellery and personal items were placed with the deceased, intended to accompany them into the afterlife. The Greek afterlife, it should be said, was not an especially cheerful prospect. The underworld, ruled by Hades, was imagined as a dim, shadowy place where the dead existed as pale reflections of their former selves. The great hero Achilles, speaking from the underworld in Homer's Odyssey, reportedly said he'd rather be a living labourer than the king of all the dead. It wasn't punishment exactly. The Greeks reserved true punishment for exceptional wrongdoers, but it wasn't paradise either. It was just a diminished version of existence, going on and on in the half-light. The Greeks faced death not with the promise of eternal reward, but with the understanding that life, for all its difficulties, was the main event, and everything after was an afterthought. Before we begin to wind down, there's one more thing worth talking about, and that's the Greek relationship with the concept of xenia, hospitality. Because this was more than just good manners. It was a sacred obligation, enforced by Zeus himself in his role as the protector of guests and travellers. If a stranger showed up at your door, dusty, tired, hungry, you were expected to welcome them in, feed them, give them a place to wash and rest, and only then, once they were comfortable, ask who they were and where they were going. Asking too soon was rude. Turning someone away was worse than rude. It was an offence against the gods. The logic behind this was partly practical. In a world without hotels or reliable inns, travellers depended on the hospitality of strangers, and partly moral. The Greeks believed that how you treated the powerless said something fundamental about your character. In return, guests were expected to behave with gratitude and restraint. Don't overstay your welcome. Don't make a mess. Don't try to seduce your host's spouse. These expectations were codified not in law but in custom, and violating them could bring serious social consequences and supposedly divine retribution. The whole system only worked because both parties held up their end of the arrangement, and for the most part, they did. Xenia was one of the invisible threads that held Greek society together, a shared understanding that human beings owed each other something simply by virtue of being human. It's a lovely idea, and it worked about as well as any system based on trust and goodwill ever does, which is to say, imperfectly, but better than having nothing at all. Let's take a final walk through the city as the night deepens. The streets are quiet now, or nearly so. Most of the oil lamps have been extinguished and the city has settled into darkness. A dog barks somewhere, probably at nothing. The sound of the sea, if you're near the coast, provides a low, steady pulse beneath everything else. Up above, the stars are doing their ancient, unhurried thing. The same constellations that you can see from your bedroom window, or could, if the streetlights weren't in the way, are hanging there in the Greek sky, impossibly bright. Orion is striding across the heavens. The Pleiades are clustered together like a handful of scattered seeds. The Greeks looked at these same stars and saw hunters, bears, heroes and gods. They told stories about them that have survived for nearly 3,000 years, which is a kind of immortality that even Achilles might have envied. In the house, the family is settling in for the night. The children have been put to bed, their small bodies curled on the simple mattresses. The fire in the courtyard has burned down to embers, giving off a faint warmth and a soft reddish glow. Someone has placed a blanket over the old clay brazier to bank the coals for morning. The house smells like wood smoke, olive oil, and the faintly sweet scent of dried figs stored in a basket near the kitchen. You lie down on your bed, the rope frame bed with the wool-stuffed mattress, and pull a woolen blanket over yourself. It's not the most comfortable arrangement you can imagine, but it's warm enough, and after a long day of work and conversation and walking through the dusty streets, your body is ready for rest. The wool is slightly scratchy against your skin, but in a familiar way, the kind of minor discomfort that you stopped noticing years ago, the way you stop hearing the ticking of a clock that's been on your wall long enough. The house creaks once, the wood contracting as the night air cools, and then it's quiet. Tomorrow will look a lot like today. The rooster will crow, the bread will be dense, the agora will hum with commerce and gossip. The philosophers will ask their unanswerable questions. The gods will watch from their high places, inscrutable and unpredictable as ever. The sea will sparkle in the morning light, beautiful and dangerous in equal measure, and you'll get up and do it all over again, because that's what life is, not the grand, dramatic version that gets carved into marble and preserved for posterity, but the small, daily version that's made up of meals and conversations and tired feet and familiar faces, the version that nobody writes epic poems about, but that matters more than anything else because it's the version that's actually real. The Greeks understood this, even if they didn't always say it out loud. For all their love of heroes and gods and grand ambitions, they also knew that the good life, the truly good life, was built from ordinary materials. A well-tended household, a conversation with a friend, a cup of wine at the end of a long day, the sound of your children sleeping in the next room, the smell of bread baking in the early morning, even if that bread was going to be dense enough to use as a doorstop. These are not the things that make it into the history books, but they are the things that made ancient Greece a real place, inhabited by real people who worried about the same things you worry about, whether the harvest would be good, whether their children would be all right, whether they were living the way they were supposed to be living. And on that quiet note, with the stars turning slowly overhead and the Mediterranean breeze moving through the courtyard, the ancient Greek day comes to its end. The oil lamp flickers once, twice, and then goes dark. You close your eyes. The world is old and strange and full of things you'll never fully understand. But for now, in this small house, in this small city, in this brief window of time between one mystery and the next, everything is exactly as it should be. Sleep well, and there you have it. A day in the life of someone who actually lived in ancient Greece. Not the polished museum display version, but the real one, with all its dust and oil and noise and beauty. A world that was alien in so many ways, and yet, in the ways that matter most, not so different from your own. The bread was terrible, the beds were hard, the streets smelled like exactly what you'd expect streets without a sanitation department to smell like. But the sky was magnificent, the conversations were worth having, and the olive oil was exceptional. The Greeks built something remarkable, not just the temples and the theatres and the philosophical traditions, but a way of being in the world that took the raw material of human experience and tried, with genuine effort and imperfect results, to make something meaningful out of it. They didn't always succeed. They were wrong about a lot of things, and some of the things they were wrong about caused real harm to real people. But they tried. They asked the big questions. They looked up at the stars and wondered. And thousands of years later, under the same stars, you're still wondering too. Which is, when you think about it, one of the nicest things anyone has ever inherited. Good night. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds. But her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Korea walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Carrier to the caravan's unspoken rules. Trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Korea's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Korea took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Korea found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Korea couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Korea to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Korea that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Korea remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Korea lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Carrier wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Courier noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Courier noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Courier finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Courier's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through this group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Courier gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Courier trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Courier drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Karia nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear, someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Koresh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Goresh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Korea braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Korea found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices. Their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Carrier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Korea conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps. Yet beyond every precarious turn, a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Korea's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, straw altars, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Korea, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Korea shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varash as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time. The first thing you notice about waking up in old Kyoto is the quality of light. You're lying on tatami mats in a room where the morning sun filters through shoji screens, those ingenious paper windows that transform harsh daylight into something soft and golden, like honey being poured through cheesecloth. The light doesn't burst into your room demanding attention. Instead, it seeps in gradually, encouraging you to wake up slowly and naturally, the way humans did for thousands of years before alarm clocks came along to jolt us into consciousness. Your bed isn't really a bed at all, but a collection of thick cotton mattresses called futon that you spread out each night and fold away each morning. It's surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, though you might find yourself missing your box spring for the first few nights. The Japanese have this wonderful philosophy that your living space should be flexible, transforming from bedroom to sitting room to dining room as needed throughout the day. It's like living in a very zen Swiss army knife, where every surface serves multiple purposes and nothing is wasted. The tatami mats beneath your futon feel cool and slightly springy under your feet, woven from rush grass that still carries the faintest scent of the countryside where it grew. These mats are works of art in their own right, each one precisely measured and fitted to create perfect geometric patterns on the floor. They're also natural air purifiers, absorbing humidity in summer and releasing it in winter, helping to regulate the temperature and air quality in your room without any mechanical systems at all. As you fold your bedding and store it in the built-in closets, another marvel of efficient design, you can hear your neighbours beginning their day. The sound of wooden shutters sliding open echoes down the street like a gentle percussion section warming up, followed by the soft splash of water as people wash their faces in wooden basins. There's no turning on a faucet here. Water has to be drawn from wells or carried from nearby streams in wooden buckets that have been worn smooth by countless hands over the years. The morning air carries the scent of charcoal fires being lit in clay braziers throughout the neighbourhood. You'll need to light your own soon, because there's no central heating in old Kyoto, just small hibachi heaters that provide concentrated warmth exactly where you need it. In winter, people become connoisseurs of charcoal, learning to distinguish between different types, and how to arrange them for maximum heat with minimum smoke. It's cosy in the way that camping can be cosy, except this is your everyday life, and you've gotten quite good at the delicate art of fire management. The ritual of lighting your hibachi becomes a meditation in itself. First, you arrange the charcoal pieces like a small architectural project, creating channels for airflow and heat distribution. Then comes the careful application of flame, watching as the charcoal catches and begins to glow with that distinctive red-orange colour that means warmth and comfort. The whole process requires patience and attention, qualities that modern life doesn't often demand but which were essential skills in old Kyoto. Your clothing for the day is laid out in neat piles, layers upon layers that would make an onion jealous. In old Kyoto, fashion was all about layering, partly for warmth and partly to show off your taste and wealth, through the subtle interplay of colours peeking out at the sleeves and hem. If you're a woman, you might wear up to 12 layers of silk robes, each one carefully chosen to complement the others, in combinations that have poetic names like Evening Cherry Blossoms, Autumn Mountain, or First Snow on Pine. The art of layering these robes is incredibly sophisticated, requiring not just an understanding of colour theory, but also knowledge of seasonal appropriateness and social context. You wouldn't wear spring combinations in autumn any more than you'd wear summer colours in winter. And the way the layers are arranged, which colours show at the wrists, how much of each layer is visible at the hem, communicates subtle messages about your education, your family background, and your understanding of aesthetic principles that were as complex as any modern dress code. If you're a man, your outfit is somewhat simpler, but no less thoughtful. You'll wear a kasode, a simple robe that's the ancestor of the modern kimono, under a hakama, wide-leg trousers that look remarkably like a very sophisticated skirt, and perhaps a hairy jacket over the top. The whole ensemble is held together with various cords and sashes, and getting dressed feels a bit like wrapping yourself in a very elegant origami project that somehow manages to be both formal and comfortable at the same time. But here's the thing about all these layers. They're not just for show or tradition's sake. Old Kyoto can be brutally cold in winter, with temperatures that drop below freezing and swelteringly humid in summer, when the heat seems to press down on the city like a wet blanket. These loose layered garments are actually brilliant at helping you regulate your body temperature throughout the day. You can add or remove layers as needed, open or close various gaps to let air flow through, and the natural fibres breathe in a way that makes even the summer heat bearable. Well, mostly bearable. The fabrics themselves are marvels of traditional technology. The silk is so fine it feels like liquid between your fingers, dyed with colours that seem to glow from within. The cotton is woven so tightly it's almost windproof, yet it still allows moisture to pass through. And the hemp used for everyday clothing is surprisingly soft and durable, getting better with each washing until it develops a texture that's almost sensual against your skin. Once you're dressed, it's time for breakfast, which in old Kyoto was a much simpler affair than you might expect, but no less satisfying. Rice, of course, forms the foundation of every meal, but not the fluffy white rice you might be thinking of. This is a hearty, slightly sticky variety that fills you up and gives you energy for the physical demands of the day ahead. The rice is cooked in wooden steamers over charcoal fires, and the process fills your house with a warm, nutty aroma that's better than any breakfast advertisement you've ever smelled. Alongside the rice, you might have some pickled vegetables, cucumbers or radishes that have been sitting in salt and rice bran for days or even weeks, until they've developed that perfect sour crunch that wakes up your taste buds better than any cup of coffee. These pickles aren't just condiments, they're essential sources of probiotics and vitamins, especially during the winter months when fresh vegetables are scarce. Each family has their own pickle recipes, passed down through generations and guarded as carefully as any trade secret. There might be some miso soup made from fermented soybean paste that tastes nothing like what you'd expect from its rather unpromising description. It's deeply savoury and warming, with bits of seaweed or tofu floating in the broth like tiny islands of flavour. The miso itself is aged in wooden barrels for months or even years, developing complex flavours that range from sweet and mild to rich and almost cheese-like. A good miso soup is like a warm hug in a bowl, providing both comfort and nourishment as you prepare for the day ahead. And if you're lucky, there might be some grilled fish, probably caught from Lake Biwa about an hour's walk to the east, or from the rivers that wind through the surrounding mountains. The fish is grilled over charcoal until the skin is crispy, and the flesh flakes apart with your chopsticks, releasing delicate flavours that speak of clean water and careful preparation. The interesting thing about meals in old Kyoto is that they're eaten sitting on the floor around a low table called a shabudai, with everyone using chopsticks that feel surprisingly natural in your hands after a few days of practice. There's something meditative about eating this way, something that makes you slow down and actually taste your food instead of mindlessly consuming it while distracted by other activities. The low table creates an intimate atmosphere where conversations flow naturally and everyone feels equally included in the meal. The chopsticks themselves are works of art, carved from bamboo or fine wood, perfectly balanced in your hand, and surprisingly versatile once you learn how to use them properly. They can pick up a single grain of rice, or grasp a slippery piece of fish with equal ease, and using them becomes almost automatic after a while, like any well-designed tool that eventually feels like an extension of your own body. After breakfast, you step outside into the maze of Kyoto's streets, and this is where the real adventure begins. The city is laid out in a grid pattern, borrowed from the Chinese capital of Chang'an. But unlike modern cities with their wide boulevards and traffic lights, these streets are narrow and intimate. The main thoroughfares are wide enough for ox-drawn carts and the occasional procession of nobles, but many of the residential streets are barely wide enough for two people to pass comfortably, creating a sense of coziness that's both welcoming and slightly mysterious. The houses line up along these streets like books on a shelf, each one sharing walls with its neighbours but maintaining its own distinct character through subtle differences in roofline, entrance design, or the arrangement of small gardens. Privacy isn't achieved through distance, as it might be in more spread out places, but through clever architecture and an intricate social code that allows people to live cheek by jowl without driving each other crazy. You'll notice that most houses present a fairly modest face to the street, wooden facades with small windows and simple doorways that give little hint of what lies within. This isn't because the residents are unfriendly, but because in Japanese aesthetics, true beauty is often hidden, revealed only to those who are invited in. It's like the city is full of people who understand the difference between being mysterious and being standoffish, between privacy and secrecy. The wooden walls of these houses have weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the natural ageing process has given them a patina that no amount of artificial treatment could replicate. The wood itself comes from ancient forests in the surrounding mountains, cedar, cypress and pine that grew slowly in the mountain air, developing the tight grain and natural oils that make them resistant to weather and insects. The sounds of the city begin to build as the day progresses, creating a symphony that's completely different from any modern urban environment. You'll hear the rhythmic thock-thock-thock of someone splitting bamboo for baskets or screens, the scrape of wooden sandals on stone paths worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic, and the melodic calls of merchants advertising their wares as they make their rounds through the neighbourhoods. "Fresh fish from Lake Biwa," calls one merchant, his voice rising and falling in a musical pattern that carries clearly through the morning air. "Tofu still warm from the press," calls another, pushing a wooden cart loaded with blocks of fresh soybean curd wrapped in clean white cloth. These merchants don't have storefronts as you might expect. Instead, they carry their goods through the streets on their backs or in carts, bringing the market directly to people's doorsteps in a system that's both efficient and personal. The merchant calls are almost like folk songs, each one with its own rhythm and melody that identifies not just what's being sold but who's selling it. Regular customers learn to recognise their favourite vendors by sound alone, the way you might recognise a friend's laugh in a crowded room. There's something wonderfully personal about this mobile marketplace, where commerce is conducted face-to-face and reputation matters more than advertising. Some merchants specialise in just one or two items, becoming true experts in their narrow fields. The vegetable seller knows which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice. The fish merchant can tell you not just where each fish was caught, but what the weather was like that day and how it might affect the flavour. This kind of specialised knowledge creates relationships between buyers and sellers that go far beyond simple transactions. As you make your way through the streets, you might decide to visit one of Kyoto's many temples or shrines. This isn't necessarily because you're feeling particularly religious, but because these sacred spaces serve as community centres, meeting places, and peaceful retreats from the bustle of daily life. The temples are scattered throughout the city like jewels on velvet, each one occupying a small oasis of carefully tended gardens and ancient trees that provide cool shade in summer and shelter from wind in winter. Approaching a temple, you'll notice how the very act of entering requires you to slow down and become more mindful of your surroundings. There's often a stone path that winds slightly, forcing you to meander rather than rush straight to your destination. The path might lead you past a small waterfall or a grove of bamboo, creating a sense of journey and discovery even in the heart of the city. You'll pass under a torii gate or through a temple entrance that frames your view of what lies ahead like a living painting. The architecture designed to create specific visual experiences as you move through the space. The transition from the bustling street to the quiet temple grounds happens gradually, like sinking slowly into a warm bath, allowing your mind to adjust to the different pace and atmosphere of the sacred space. The temple buildings themselves are marvels of wooden architecture, held together without a single nail through an intricate system of interlocking joints that allows the structures to flex during earthquakes rather than breaking apart. This building technique, developed over centuries of trial and error in a seismically active region, creates structures that can last for hundreds of years while remaining beautiful and functional. The wood has weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the curved roof lines create graceful silhouettes against the sky that change dramatically depending on the time of day and season. Everything is designed to work with nature rather than against it, from the way rainwater is channeled through decorative chains instead of being hidden in gutters, to the way buildings are positioned to catch cooling breezes in summer and shelter from cold winds in winter. The roofs themselves are architectural poetry, covered with clay tiles that were fired in kilns heated with pine wood, giving them subtle colour variations that create beautiful patterns when seen from above. The tiles are arranged in overlapping rows that shed rain efficiently while creating interesting plays of light and shadow that change throughout the day. In winter, when snow accumulates on these roofs, they look like something from a fairy tale, with white caps that emphasise every curve and angle. Inside the temple grounds, you might encounter monks going about their daily routines with a particular kind of purposeful calm, as if they have all the time in the world and yet never waste a moment. Their robes rustle softly as they walk, and their wooden sandals make gentle clicking sounds on the stone paths that seem to echo in harmony with the natural sounds of the garden. The trickle of water over stones, the whisper of wind through leaves, the distant chime of temple bells. Some monks might be tending gardens with the kind of focused attention that makes even weeding seem like a form of meditation. Others might be copying sutras with brushes and ink, their movements flowing and rhythmic as they create characters that are both spiritual practice and visual art. And still others might be sitting in meditation with a stillness that makes them seem like part of the temple architecture itself, as permanent and peaceful as the wooden pillars and stone lanterns around them. The gardens within these temple complexes are works of art in their own right, but they're not the kind of art you hang on a wall and forget about. These are living compositions that change with the seasons, with the weather, even with the time of day. A garden might feature a perfectly placed stone that catches the morning light in winter and provides a shady resting spot for a bird in summer, or a grove of bamboo positioned so that the sound of wind through the leaves masks the noise from the street, creating a pocket of tranquility in the heart of the city. These gardens follow principles that seem almost magical in their simplicity and effectiveness. Empty spaces are as important as filled ones, creating areas for the eye and mind to rest. Asymmetrical arrangements feel more natural and interesting than perfectly balanced designs, and everything is scaled to human proportions, so that even the smallest garden feels spacious and complete, rather than cramped or incomplete. You might spend some time sitting on a wooden bench or stone seat in these gardens, watching koi fish lazy their way around a pond or following the path of a single leaf as it falls from a maple tree. Time moves differently in these spaces, expanding and contracting in ways that seem to have nothing to do with clocks or schedules. Minutes can feel like hours, but somehow you never feel bored or restless. It's as if the garden teaches you how to simply be present, something that's increasingly difficult in our modern world of constant notifications and endless to-do lists. The water features in these gardens are particularly mesmerising. A small stream might wind through the space, sometimes disappearing underground only to emerge again in a different location, creating the illusion of a much larger water system than actually exists. The sound of water moving over carefully placed stones creates a natural soundtrack that masks urban noise while providing the kind of white noise that helps the mind relax and focus. When you eventually leave the temple and return to the streets, the contrast helps you notice details you might have missed before. The way sunlight filters through the wooden slats of a shop front, creating patterns that shift and dance as the day progresses. The careful arrangement of stones around a tree planted in the street, each one placed not just to protect the roots, but to create a small moment of beauty for anyone who happens to notice. The shop fronts themselves are studies in understated elegance. Instead of bright signs and flashy displays, most shops are identified by simple wooden signs with elegant calligraphy, or by the goods displayed in their front windows. A sake brewery might be marked by a ball of cedar branches hanging from the eaves, while a textile shop might display bolts of silk in subtle gradations of colour that catch the light like captured rainbows. By now, it's probably time to think about lunch, and this is where you'll discover one of the great pleasures of life in old Kyoto, the neighbourhood soba shop. These small restaurants are tucked into buildings that might once have been someone's home, with low ceilings blackened by decades of cooking smoke, wooden floors worn smooth by countless feet, and the kind of atmosphere that makes you want to settle in and stay a while. The soba noodles are made fresh daily by the shop owner, who starts work before dawn to have everything ready for the lunch rush. The process begins with grinding buckwheat flour in a stone mill, creating a coarse meal that is then mixed with just enough water to hold together. The dough is rolled out thin and cut by hand with a knife that's been sharpened to razor precision, creating noodles that have the perfect thickness and texture to hold onto the broth without becoming mushy. The broth itself is a masterpiece of subtlety, made from kombu seaweed that's been dried until it's almost black, and bonito flakes that have been shaved so thin they look like wood shavings from a master carpenter's plane. When hot water hits these flakes, they dance and curl in the pot like tiny sea creatures before settling into the depths to release their smoky, oceanic flavour. The art is in knowing exactly how long to steep these ingredients. Too little, and the broth lacks depth. Too much, and it becomes bitter. The shop might also serve tempura, made from vegetables or prawns that are dipped in the lightest possible batter and fried in oil that's been heated to exactly the right temperature. The result is crispy and light, almost ethereal, with the natural flavours of the ingredients enhanced rather than masked by the cooking process. The oil used for frying is often sesame oil, which adds its own subtle, nutty flavour to the finished dish. You sit at a low table, probably sharing the space with a few other customers, maybe a merchant taking a break from his rounds, his wooden cart parked outside loaded with bolts of fabric, or a craftsman grabbing a quick meal between projects, his hands still bearing traces of the materials he works with. The conversations are quiet and comfortable, the kind you might overhear in any neighbourhood restaurant anywhere in the world, full of local gossip, gentle complaints about the weather, and discussions of family news. The soba arrives in a simple ceramic bowl, handmade by a local potter whose family has been making dishes for generations. The noodles are nestled in clear, fragrant broth, with perhaps a few slices of green onion floating on top like tiny lily pads, or a piece of kamaboko processed fish cake, cut into decorative shapes that add both flavour and visual interest to the dish. You lift the noodles with chopsticks and slurp them enthusiastically, and yes, slurping is not just acceptable here, it's encouraged and practically required. The sound helps cool the noodles as they enter your mouth and actually enhances the flavour by drawing air across your taste buds as you eat. It's like having a built-in cooling system and flavour amplifier all in one, and once you get over any initial self-consciousness, it becomes a natural part of enjoying the meal. The broth that remains after you finish the noodles is often mixed with the hot water that was used to cook the soba, called sobayu, creating a lighter, more delicate soup that helps you digest the meal and provides additional nutrients from the buckwheat. It's the kind of practical wisdom that makes perfect sense once you understand it, turning what might seem like waste into an additional course that's both healthy and satisfying. After lunch, you might take a stroll through one of Kyoto's markets, and this is where you really begin to understand how different commerce was in old Japan. These aren't the sprawling supermarkets you might be used to, with their fluorescent lights and endless aisles of packaged goods. Instead, they're intimate collections of small stalls and shops, each one specialising in just a few items but doing them exceptionally well. The fishmonger knows every fish in his display case like old friends, able to tell you not only where each one was caught and when, but how best to prepare it for your family's dinner. He might recommend grilling the small river fish whole over charcoal, or suggest that the larger sea bass would be perfect for making a clear soup with just a few drops of soy sauce and some fresh herbs. The vegetable seller can tell you which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice, which persimmons are sweet enough to eat out of hand, and which need to be dried first to concentrate their flavours. Her knowledge comes from years of handling these products, but also from close relationships with the farmers who grow them, often in small plots just outside the city. The market is a feast for all your senses, but in a gentle way that doesn't overwhelm. The colours are incredible. Deep purple eggplants that seem to glow from within, bright orange persimmons hanging like lanterns from wooden stands, and greens in more shades than you knew existed, from the pale silver green of young bamboo shoots to the deep forest green of mature vegetables that have absorbed summer sunshine. The sounds blend together into a gentle symphony of commerce. Vendors calling their wares in musical voices, customers asking questions about preparation methods or seasonal availability, wooden crates being moved and stacked with hollow thuds that echo off the covered walkways, and underneath it all, the constant soft shuffling of feet in wooden sandals or cloth-soled shoes, creating a rhythm that seems to match the heartbeat of the city itself. The smells are something else entirely, a complex layering of aromas that would be impossible to replicate artificially. Fresh fish mingles with fermented soybeans, flowering herbs blend with wood smoke from cooking fires, and underneath it all is the clean scent of well-swept wooden floors and bamboo baskets that have been scrubbed until they're almost white. You might stop to watch a craftsman at work, perhaps someone making traditional brushes, binding together animal hairs with silk thread in combinations that have been perfected over centuries of experimentation. His hands move with the kind of automatic precision that only comes from years of repetition, but his eyes stay focused and alert, checking each brush for balance and spring. There's something deeply satisfying about watching someone who has mastered their craft, who can create something both beautiful and functional with nothing but simple tools and practice skill. Or you might encounter a potter working at a wheel, his hands covered in clay as he shapes a bowl or vase with movements that seem almost like dancing. The clay responds to his touch, growing taller or wider as he guides it, and you can see how the final form emerges not from a predetermined plan, but from a conversation between the craftsman and his material. Each piece he creates is unique, bearing the subtle marks of his hands and the particular qualities of the clay he's working with. The textile workers are equally fascinating to watch, whether they're spinning thread on wooden wheels, weaving fabric on looms that click and clatter in rhythmic patterns, or dyeing cloth in vats of indigo that turn the water almost black. The colours they achieve are subtle and complex, created using natural materials like plants, minerals and even insects, and the results have a depth and richness that synthetic dyes can't match. As the afternoon wears on, the light begins to change, taking on that golden quality that photographers love and painters try their whole lives to capture. This is when Kyoto reveals some of its most magical moments, as the low-angled sun transforms ordinary scenes into something that looks like a woodblock print come to life. Shadows grow longer and more dramatic, turning narrow alleys into mysterious corridors, and making even the simplest buildings look like subjects for poetry. The paper windows of houses begin to glow from within, as people light their oil lamps and candles, creating warm rectangles of light that seem to float in the gathering dusk. These windows don't provide the harsh illumination of electric lights, but rather a soft, honey-coloured glow that makes every building look welcoming and mysterious at the same time. This is also when many of the city's craftsmen and artisans emerge from their workshops, either heading home for the day or making deliveries of finished goods to their customers. You might encounter a potter carrying a wooden box of freshly fired tea bowls, each one wrapped in silk and nestled in rice husks for protection. Or a textile worker heading home with arms full of silk that catches the afternoon light like captured rainbows, the fabric so fine it seems to float rather than hang from her arms. These aren't people producing goods for some distant market or anonymous consumers. They're creating things that will be used by their neighbours, their friends, people they see every day at the market or the temple or in the narrow streets of their neighbourhood. There's something profoundly satisfying about living in a place where so many of the things you use daily are made by people you know, or at least people you could know if you wanted to. Your rice bowls were shaped by someone who lives 3 streets over, a potter whose family has been working with clay for 6 generations. Your wooden sandals were carved by a craftsman who buys his vegetables from the same vendor you do, and who knows your preferences well enough to adjust the fit without being asked. The silk obi that holds your robes in place was woven by a woman who sits in the sun, outside her shop in the afternoons, working on pieces that will take months to complete. There's also something deeply reassuring about the continuity of these traditions, the way knowledge and skills are passed down from parent to child, from master to apprentice, in an unbroken chain that stretches back centuries. The wooden comb you use each morning was carved using the same techniques that were perfected hundreds of years ago, by craftsmen whose names are forgotten, but whose innovations live on in every tool that's made today. As evening approaches, you begin to think about dinner, which in old Kyoto is often a more elaborate affair than breakfast or lunch. This is when families gather to share the day's news and enjoy more complex dishes that require longer preparation and more careful attention to detail. The rice is still the foundation of the meal, but now it might be accompanied by simmered vegetables in delicate broths, grilled fish seasoned with just enough salt to enhance their natural flavours, delicate egg custards that are more like savoury puddings, and an array of small dishes that turn the meal into a kind of edible landscape. The preparation of dinner is often a community activity, with family members working together in the kitchen, each taking responsibility for different dishes according to their skills and preferences. There's something meditative about the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, the gentle bubbling of simmering broths, and the careful arrangement of food in serving dishes that are chosen as much for their beauty as their functionality. No one is rushing to get dinner on the table by a certain time. Instead, the meal develops organically, with dishes appearing when they're ready, and people gathering as they finish their day's work. Children might help by washing vegetables or setting out the dishes, learning the rhythms of meal preparation that they'll carry with them into their own adult lives. The kitchen itself is a model of efficiency, with everything designed to make the most of limited space and simple equipment. Knives are kept razor sharp and are treated with the respect due to precision tools. Cutting boards are made from single pieces of wood and are scrubbed clean after each use. Pots and pans are made from clay or iron, materials that heat evenly and retain warmth long after they're removed from the fire. The clay pots used for cooking rice are particularly ingenious. They create steam pressure that cooks the grains perfectly, while the clay itself adds subtle mineral flavours that enhance the taste of the finished dish. These pots often develop a patina over years of use that makes them more effective and gives each family's rice a slightly different character. When you finally sit down to eat, the low table is covered with small dishes, each one containing just a few bites of different foods. There might be tiny whole fish grilled until their skin is crispy, and their flesh sweet and flaky. Vegetables simmered in dashi until they're tender but still retain their shape and bright colour. Pickles that provide sharp, acidic notes to balance the gentler flavours of the other dishes. And always, somewhere on the table, a small dish of grated daikon radish mixed with a dot of fiery wasabi that will clear your sinuses and wake up every taste bud in your mouth. The meal proceeds slowly, with conversation flowing between bites and pauses for appreciation of particularly well-prepared dishes. People take turns serving each other, and there's a complex etiquette around who pours whose tea and when to offer the choicest morsels to others at the table. It's not stuffy etiquette, though. It's the kind of gracious behaviour that makes everyone feel cared for and included. The social lubrication that allows groups of people to share food harmoniously. Tea is served throughout the meal, not the strong black tea you might be expecting, but delicate green tea that cleanses the palate and aids digestion. The tea ceremony, while not always formal, follows certain principles of mindfulness and respect that turn even casual tea drinking into a meditative practice. The teapot is warmed before the leaves are added, the water is heated to exactly the right temperature for the type of tea being served, and the first pour is discarded to awaken the leaves before the actual tea is prepared. After dinner, As the last light fades from the sky, the city begins to transform once again. Paper lanterns are lit and hung outside shops and houses, creating pools of warm light along the dark streets. The lanterns don't provide much illumination by modern standards. You certainly couldn't read by their light, but they're not really meant to. They're more like beacons, marking human presence and activity in the darkness, creating a sense of community and safety without banishing the night entirely. The lanterns themselves are works of art, made from bamboo frames covered with handmade paper that's often decorated with painted designs or calligraphy. The light from the candles or oil lamps inside creates beautiful patterns on the paper, and the gentle flicker of the flames makes the whole neighbourhood seem alive and breathing in the darkness. This is when you might take an evening stroll, something that's both practical and pleasant in old Kyoto. The narrow streets that seemed intimate during the day become mysterious and almost magical in the lantern light. Shadows deepen and shift as you walk past them, and you can hear the sounds of family life filtering out through the paper windows, the clink of dishes being washed, children's voices raised in play or protest, and the soft murmur of adult conversation punctuated by occasional laughter. The night air carries different scents than the day. The lingering aromas of dinner preparation, the clean smell of water being used for washing, and the faint incense smoke that drifts from household shrines where families make their evening offerings. There's also the earthy smell of the city settling down for the night, a mixture of wood, stone, and the indefinable scent of human habitation that's somehow comforting rather than unpleasant. You might pass a tea house where the sound of a shamisen drifts out into the night, its three strings creating melodies that seem to capture something essential about Japanese aesthetics: spare, elegant, and somehow both melancholy and hopeful at the same time. The music doesn't dominate the night sounds, but weaves through them, adding another layer to the evening's gentle symphony of human activity and natural sounds. The shamisen music is often accompanied by singing, voices that rise and fall in patterns that mirror the inflections of spoken Japanese, creating a form of musical storytelling that doesn't require understanding the words to appreciate the emotions being conveyed. The songs might tell of separated lovers, changing seasons, or the simple pleasures of daily life, themes that are universal even when the musical traditions that carry them are specifically Japanese. Or you might encounter a group of people returning from a festival at one of the local shrines, still dressed in their festival clothes and carrying small souvenirs or treats, perhaps paper fans decorated with the shrine's emblem, or small clay figurines that are supposed to bring good luck in the coming year. Their voices carry the particular happiness that comes from shared celebration, and they move through the streets with the loose, relaxed gait of people who have spent the day among friends and neighbours. Festival days in old Kyoto are community events that break the normal rhythms of daily life, bringing people together for shared rituals that connect them to their history, their neighbours, and the changing seasons. Even if you don't participate directly in the religious aspects of these festivals, they provide a sense of belonging to something larger than your individual life, a reminder that you're part of a community that has been celebrating these same events for hundreds of years. The festival foods are special too, treats that are only made on certain occasions, using recipes that require skills and ingredients that aren't part of everyday cooking. There might be mochi, rice cakes, pounded by hand in wooden mortars, their texture completely different from anything made by machine, or special sweets made from beans and sugar, moulded into shapes that represent seasonal themes like cherry blossoms in spring or maple leaves in autumn. As you make your way home through the quiet streets, you begin to notice how different night feels in a place without electric lights. The darkness is deeper and more complete than anything you experience in the modern world, but it's not frightening or uncomfortable. Instead, it feels natural and restful, like a soft blanket settling over the city after a day of activity and productivity. The stars, when they're visible between the roof lines, seem brighter and closer than they do in our modern world of light pollution. You can actually see the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a river of light, and the moon, when it's visible, provides enough light to navigate by, casting everything in silver and black that makes even familiar streets seem mysterious and beautiful. Back in your house, you light a small oil lamp that provides just enough light to see by without destroying the peaceful atmosphere of evening. The flame flickers slightly in whatever breeze manages to find its way through the building's gaps and joints, creating dancing shadows on the wooden walls that seem almost alive in their constant motion. The lamp itself is a simple clay vessel filled with vegetable oil and fitted with a cotton wick, but in its simplicity lies a kind of perfection. it does exactly what it needs to do without waste or complication, you begin the process of preparing for sleep, which involves spreading out your futon again and arranging your clothes for the next day. But this isn't the rushed routine of modern bedtimes, where you're already thinking about tomorrow's obligations while going through the motions of getting ready for bed. Instead, it's a deliberate winding down, a conscious transition from the active energy of day to the restorative quiet of night. The ritual of laying out your futon becomes a meditation in itself. You smooth the tatami mats, checking for any irregularities that might make sleeping uncomfortable. You arrange the cotton mattresses in exactly the right configuration for your body and the season, more layers in winter for warmth, fewer in summer for cooling. You position your wooden pillow filled with buckwheat hulls that conform to the shape of your head, while providing firm support for your neck. Your clothes for tomorrow are folded and arranged according to a system that makes perfect sense once you understand it. The innermost layers go on the bottom, the outer layers on top, so you can dress efficiently in the morning without having to sort through everything. The colours are chosen not just for their aesthetic appeal, but for their appropriateness to the season, the weather you expect and the activities you have planned. But before you settle in for the night, you might spend a few minutes sitting quietly in your room, perhaps looking out through your paper windows at the gentle glow of your neighbours' lamps, creating warm rectangles of light in the darkness. There's something profoundly peaceful about this time of day in old Kyoto, when the busyness of daily life gives way to quieter rhythms, and the mind naturally begins to slow down and reflect on the day's experiences. You can hear the settling sounds of wooden houses cooling after the day's warmth, creaks and sighs that speak of natural materials responding to changes in temperature and humidity. There's the distant splash of someone washing dishes in a wooden basin, the sound carrying clearly through the still night air, and occasionally the soft rustle of fabric as people move about their evening routines, preparing for sleep in dozens of households throughout your neighbourhood. This is when you really begin to understand what life was like in old Kyoto, not just the external details of clothing and food and architecture, but the internal rhythm that governed people's days and gave structure to their lives. Without electric lights extending the day artificially, people's activities had natural boundaries that modern life has largely erased. Work began with sunrise and wound down with sunset. Energy levels followed these natural cycles, rising and falling with the light in ways that probably made people feel more connected to the natural world and more attuned to their own biological rhythms. The absence of artificial lighting also meant that sleep came more naturally and was probably deeper and more restorative than what many people experience today. Without the stimulation of bright lights and electronic screens, the body's production of melatonin followed its natural patterns, preparing the mind and body for rest as darkness fell. Without television or radio or internet, entertainment was more participatory and social than the passive consumption that characterises much of modern leisure time. People told stories, played games, made music, and talked to each other in ways that required active engagement and creativity. Children learned traditional songs and stories from their parents and grandparents, creating links between generations that helped preserve cultural knowledge and values. The games people played were often simple but surprisingly sophisticated, requiring skill, strategy, and social awareness. Go, the ancient board game that's still popular today, was a favourite among adults, its complex strategies providing hours of mental challenge. Children played with tops, stilts, and various ball games that developed coordination and social skills while providing physical exercise and fun. Music was an integral part of daily life, not something that happened only at special events or in dedicated venues. People sang while they worked, played instruments in their homes, and gathered informally to share songs and stories. The shamisen, koto, and various flutes and drums were common household instruments, and learning to play them was considered an important part of a well-rounded education. Without automobiles or other mechanised transportation, the physical scale of life was more human and intimate than what we experience today. People walked everywhere, which meant they knew their neighbourhoods intimately. Every shop, every house, every tree along their regular routes. They ran into the same people regularly, creating a web of casual relationships and daily interactions that gave texture and meaning to ordinary activities. This walking-based lifestyle also meant that people were generally in better physical condition than many modern urbanites. Daily activities like fetching water, chopping wood, and walking to markets provided natural exercise that kept bodies strong and healthy. The physical demands of daily life were integrated into normal routines rather than requiring separate time and facilities for exercise. The pace of information and communication was also fundamentally different from our modern experience. News travelled slowly, allowing time for reflection and consideration before forming opinions or making decisions. Rumours and gossip spread through personal networks rather than mass media, which meant that information often came with context and interpretation from people you knew and trusted. This slower pace of information flow had both advantages and disadvantages. People were less likely to be overwhelmed by distant crises they could do nothing about, but they were also less aware of events and opportunities beyond their immediate community. The trade-off was between depth and breadth, between knowing your local world intimately and being connected to a global network of information and relationships. Perhaps most importantly, without the constant pressure to optimize and improve and achieve that characterizes much of modern life, people could find satisfaction and dignity in simple competence and consistent contribution to their communities. The soba maker who could produce consistently excellent noodles, the carpenter who could join wood without nails, the gardener who could coax beauty from a tiny plot of land. These people had a kind of purpose and fulfillment that came from mastering their chosen crafts and serving their neighbours' daily needs. The social structure of old Kyoto, while not without its problems and limitations, provided a kind of security and belonging that many modern people struggle to find. Everyone had a place in the community hierarchy. Everyone had roles and responsibilities that were recognised and valued, and everyone was connected to networks of mutual obligation and support that helped them through difficult times. As you finally settle into your futon for the night, pulling the cotton covers up to your chin, you might reflect on how different this life feels from our modern existence. It's slower, certainly, and in many ways more physically demanding and less convenient. But it's also more connected, to neighbours, to seasons, to the simple rhythms of sleeping and waking, working and resting, eating and sharing food with others. The bedding itself tells a story about this different way of life. The cotton has been grown, processed and woven by hand, probably by people who lived within a day's walk of where you're sleeping. The dyes used to colour the fabric came from plants that grew in local gardens or were gathered from wild places in the surrounding mountains. Even the threads used to sew the bedding together were spun from fibres that were produced locally, using traditional methods that had been refined over centuries. Your wooden pillow, while it might seem uncomfortable to someone used to modern foam and springs, is actually perfectly designed for the climate and sleeping style of old Japan. The buckwheat hulls inside provide firm support that keeps your neck aligned while allowing air to circulate, preventing the build-up of heat and moisture that could make sleep uncomfortable in the humid summers. The hulls also conform to the shape of your head and neck, creating a custom fit that's more supportive than it initially appears. The sounds of the night in old Kyoto are gentle and reassuring, creating a soundscape that promotes rather than disturbs sleep. No traffic noise, no air conditioners humming, no electronics buzzing in the background. Just the soft sounds of a community settling in for the night, the rustle of bedclothes, the creak of wooden floors, and occasionally the distant sound of someone's wooden sandals on stone as they make their way home from some late errand. You might hear a temple bell in the distance marking one of the traditional divisions of the night with its bronze voice rolling across the city's tiled roofs before settling into silence. These bells serve not just as timepieces but as reminders of the spiritual dimension of daily life, marking the passage of hours with sounds that have been heard in this place for centuries. Or you might hear the call of a night bird, perhaps an owl hunting in one of the temple groves, or a nighthawk diving through the air above the rooftops. These sounds connect you to the natural world that still exists within and around the city, reminding you that human habitation is just one part of a larger ecological community that includes plants and animals, streams and mountains, changing weather and cycling seasons. The air in your room is fresh and clean, flowing freely through the gaps in the wooden construction that modern builders would consider flaws, but which actually help regulate temperature and humidity naturally. In summer, these gaps allow cooling breezes to flow through the house, while in winter they prevent the build-up of stale, humid air that could lead to mould or other problems. Your cotton futon is surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, moulding to your body in a way that feels supportive without being too soft. The tatami mats beneath provide just the right amount of cushioning, and their faint grassy scent is oddly soothing, like sleeping in a meadow that's been perfectly prepared for human comfort. The natural materials breathe and adjust to your body temperature, keeping you comfortable throughout the night without the need for mechanical climate control. As you drift towards sleep, Your mind might wander over the day's small pleasures and encounters, each one taking on a particular sweetness in the peaceful darkness of your room. The perfect temperature of your morning tea, served in a ceramic cup that was warm to the touch and perfectly shaped for your hands. The way sunlight fell across a temple garden, creating patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift and dance with each passing cloud. The smile of the tofu seller when you complimented his product, a moment of human connection that brightened both your days and created the kind of small social bond that makes communities feel friendly and welcoming. The satisfaction of a simple but perfectly prepared meal shared with others, where every ingredient was fresh and carefully chosen. Every dish was prepared with attention to both flavour and appearance. These aren't the dramatic highs and lows of modern entertainment, the artificial excitement of movies and television and video games. Instead, they have a different kind of richness, the deep satisfaction that comes from a life lived at a human pace, in harmony with natural rhythms and in connection with a community of people who know and care about each other. In old Kyoto, you were never anonymous, never just another face in the crowd or another customer in a long line. You were someone's neighbour, someone's customer, someone's fellow worshipper at the local shrine. Your daily choices, what to buy, how to dress, how to treat others, mattered not just to you, but to the web of relationships that made up your community. It was a kind of accountability that modern life has largely lost, but also a kind of support and meaning that many of us are still searching for. The craftsmen who made your household goods knew their work would be used by real people, not sold to anonymous consumers in distant markets. The farmers who grew your food lived close enough that you might know their names, their families, their challenges and successes. The merchants who brought goods to your neighbourhood had reputations to maintain and relationships to preserve, which meant that quality and honesty were essential to their long-term success. This interconnectedness created a kind of economic system that was both more personal and more sustainable than what we know today. Goods were built to last, because the people who made them had to stand behind their quality. Waste was minimised because resources were precious and had to be used efficiently. And economic relationships were embedded in social relationships, which meant that commerce was conducted with attention to fairness and community welfare, not just individual profit. The last thing you might notice before sleep takes you completely is how quiet your mind has become in this peaceful environment. Without the constant input of news and entertainment and advertising, without the pressure of endless choices and opportunities, your thoughts have space to settle and clarify like sediment settling to the bottom of a still pond. Problems that seemed overwhelming in our modern context of information overload and constant stimulation become manageable when viewed from the perspective of a life lived one day at a time, one task at a time, one season at a time. The human mind, it turns out, is much better at dealing with immediate concrete challenges than with abstract worries about distant possibilities or complex global issues that are beyond individual control. And so you fall asleep in old Kyoto, surrounded by the gentle sounds of a community at rest, breathing air scented with wood smoke and temple incense, your body relaxed on simple bedding that has served countless generations before you. The darkness is complete and restful, broken only by the occasional flicker of a neighbour's lamp or the distant glow of a temple lantern marking a sacred space in the sleeping city. Tomorrow will bring its own rhythms and pleasures, the morning tea ceremony that starts each day with mindfulness and gratitude, the friendly merchants making their rounds through neighbourhoods where everyone knows everyone else, the beautiful temples with their peaceful gardens providing refuge from the world's demands, the satisfying work that connects you directly to your community's needs, and the shared meals that turn eating from mere consumption into social ritual and cultural expression. It will bring the evening walk home through lantern-lit streets where every house glows with warm light and human activity, where the sounds of family life create a gentle symphony of community, where the darkness is welcoming rather than threatening because it's populated with neighbours and friends rather than strangers and threats. It's a life that might seem simple by our standards, limited by lack of technology and modern conveniences, constrained by social expectations and traditional roles. But in that simplicity lies a richness that our complicated modern world sometimes struggles to provide. The richness of knowing your place in a community, of mastering skills that serve real human needs, of living in harmony with natural cycles, and of finding joy and meaning in the small daily encounters that make up a truly human existence. And perhaps, as you settle into sleep in this imagined past, You carry some of that wisdom with you back to whatever time and place you call home. The understanding that happiness often comes not from having more choices or more stimulation, but from paying closer attention to the choices you have, from finding beauty in simple things, and from creating meaningful connections with the people and places that surround you every day. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. You're living 5,000 years ago and the sun is setting. But this isn't the sunset, you know, where you simply flip a light switch and continue your evening as though nothing happened. This sunset is changing everything. The world around you is transforming from a place of activity and relative safety into something else entirely. A realm of shadows, unknown sounds, and mysteries that your rational modern mind can barely comprehend. For ancient peoples, night wasn't just the absence of day. It was a completely separate dimension of existence, as different from daytime as water is from air. When darkness fell, you weren't just losing light. You were entering sacred territory, where the rules of ordinary life no longer fully applied. The ancient Egyptians believed that each sunset marked the beginning of Ra's perilous journey through the underworld. Your evening wasn't just about getting sleepy and tucking in. It was about witnessing a cosmic drama where the sun god battled chaos itself to ensure morning would come again. Imagine trying to fall asleep while genuinely worried that sunrise wasn't guaranteed. That night might actually win this time. In ancient Greece, night was personified as Nyx, a goddess so powerful that even Zeus, king of the gods, was said to avoid angering her. Night wasn't something you controlled with lamps and electronics. It was a force that controlled you, and you needed to approach it with the kind of respect you might reserve for a powerful but unpredictable neighbour. This relationship with darkness shaped everything about how ancient people prepared for sleep. You didn't just brush your teeth and set an alarm. You performed rituals, said prayers, arranged protective symbols, and essentially prepared for a journey into the unknown. Because that's what sleep was, a journey where your conscious self departed and something else took over. The Romans had a saying, in nocte consilium, which means the night brings counsel. They believed that darkness had its own wisdom, that problems unsolvable in daylight could find solutions in the mysterious hours after sunset. Your evening wasn't wasted time before the real day began. It was a valuable period when different kinds of thinking became possible. Ancient peoples understood something we've largely forgotten in our artificially lit world. Darkness does something to human consciousness. Without electric lights, your eyes would begin producing melatonin much earlier in the evening, triggered by the gradual dimming of natural light. Your body would start its shutdown sequence naturally, guided by the same rhythms that had governed human biology for hundreds of thousands of years. Picture yourself in a Bronze Age village as twilight deepens. The temperature drops noticeably. You can feel it on your skin like a gentle exhale from the earth itself. Birds shift from daytime songs to nighttime calls, their evening chorus marking the transition. Cooking fires around the settlement glow brighter as the ambient light fades, creating islands of warmth and safety in the gathering darkness. The sounds change too. Daytime noises, people working, animals moving, children playing, gradually give way to a different acoustic landscape. Night insects begin their rhythmic chirping, creating a natural white noise that's both comforting and slightly eerie. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks, the sound carrying farther in the cooler, stiller air. Your sense of smell becomes more acute in the darkness. You notice the smoke from the fires more intensely, mixed with the scent of whatever was cooked for the evening meal. There's the earthy smell of the ground cooling, releasing the day's absorbed heat. If you're near water, you might detect the mineral scent of moisture rising as dew begins to form. Ancient peoples created elaborate threshold rituals to mark this transition from day to night. In many cultures, you would never go to sleep without some form of protection ritual. This wasn't superstition in the way we might dismiss it today. It was practical psychology, a way of creating mental security in a world that offered very little physical security once darkness fell. A Babylonian family might recite prayers to their household gods before sleeping, touching small clay figurines that represented divine protection. An ancient Celtic household would bank their fire carefully, believing that keeping a small flame alive through the night would ensure the family's continuity and protect against malevolent spirits. In ancient China, the evening routine involved specific attention to the directions. Your sleeping position mattered because different orientations aligned you with different cosmic forces. Sleeping with your head pointing north was generally avoided because that was the direction associated with death. The dead were laid out that way, and you didn't want to accidentally signal to the universe that you were ready to join them permanently. The sacredness of night also meant that certain activities were forbidden after dark. Many ancient cultures believed that cutting your nails at night would bring bad luck, that sweeping after sunset would sweep away your prosperity, or that looking into mirrors in darkness might reveal things you weren't meant to see. These weren't random superstitions. They were ways of acknowledging that nighttime operated under different rules. For ancient peoples, the act of lying down to sleep was spiritually significant. You were voluntarily making yourself vulnerable, surrendering consciousness, and trusting that you'd wake up again in the morning. In a world without modern security, without emergency services, without the extensive safety nets we take for granted, this was a genuine act of faith. The darkness itself was populated with entities that modern people no longer acknowledge. Depending on your culture, the night might contain helpful spirits, harmful demons, the wandering souls of the dead, or divine messengers. Your bedtime rituals weren't just about relaxation. They were about negotiating safe passage through a landscape that was simultaneously physical and supernatural. Ancient peoples also understood that night was when healing happened, when the body repaired itself, and when dreams brought messages from gods or the deep unconscious. Sleep wasn't empty time, it was when important work occurred, work that couldn't happen during the busy daylight hours when your conscious mind was in control. Here's something that might blow your mind as you lie there in your comfortable bed, planning to sleep straight through until morning. Your ancestors didn't sleep that way. For most of human history, sleeping through the night in one continuous stretch would have seemed as weird as eating one meal a day or speaking in rhyme all the time. Welcome to the world of biphasic sleep, or as historians call it, first sleep and second sleep. This pattern was so universal across pre-industrial societies that it's almost certainly how humans naturally slept for thousands of years before electric lighting fundamentally rewired our relationship with darkness. Imagine your typical winter night in medieval Europe, though similar patterns existed in ancient Rome, medieval China, and virtually everywhere humans lived before industrialization. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, when darkness had fully settled, and there was really nothing productive you could do by the dim light of candles or oil lamps, you'd go to bed. But you wouldn't call it going to bed for the night. You'd be starting your first sleep. You'd sleep deeply for about 4 hours, which would take you to around midnight or 1 in the morning. Then something natural and expected would happen. You'd wake up. But here's the crucial part. This wasn't insomnia. This wasn't a sleep disorder. This wasn't you doing something wrong. This was normal, anticipated, and even valued. The hours between first sleep and second sleep, usually lasting 1 to 2 hours, were considered special. These midnight hours had a particular quality, a liminal feeling that made them different from any other time of day. The world was at its quietest, its darkest, its most intimate. And ancient peoples used this time in ways that might surprise you. Some people would lie quietly in bed, thinking and reflecting. Historical records suggest this was considered an excellent time for contemplation, for processing the day's events, and for working through problems. Your mind was rested from the first sleep, but hadn't yet been pulled into the busyness of daytime consciousness. Medieval prayer books actually specified prayers meant to be said during these wakeful midnight hours. Others would engage in quiet activities. You might tend the fire, check on children, have a small snack, or visit the privy. Some people would use this time for intimate relations with their partners. Medical texts from the medieval period suggest this timing was considered particularly good for conception, as the body was rested but not yet depleted by a full night's sleep. In communities where people lived in close quarters, and that was most communities throughout history, These midnight hours might involve quiet conversations. Historical documents mention people visiting neighbours during these wakeful hours, knowing that others would also be awake between their two sleeps. It was like a secret society of night wakeful people, all observing a rhythm that felt as natural as breathing. The ancient Romans had a term, concubia nocte, which referred to the time when people go to bed, acknowledging that this was an extended process rather than a single moment. Their sleeping arrangements and social patterns suggest they, too, experienced this divided sleep, though they left fewer specific records about it than medieval Europeans did. What's fascinating is that when you look at descriptions of sleep from ancient and medieval sources, they almost always talk about sleeps, plural. After the first sleep appears in everything from Homer to medieval court documents. It wasn't a figure of speech. It was simply describing how sleep actually worked. This pattern makes biological sense when you understand human sleep architecture. In darkness, without artificial light suppressing melatonin production, your body produces this sleep hormone in two waves. The first wave creates sleepiness in the early evening, then there's a natural dip in the middle of the night. This is when ancient peoples would wake between sleeps. The second wave of melatonin would then carry you through your second sleep, until natural morning light suppressed melatonin production and you'd wake for the day. The end of biphasic sleep coincided with the introduction of street lighting and later domestic electric lighting. When you could extend the useful day beyond sunset, when you could read and work and socialise long after dark, the first sleep gradually shifted later and later. Eventually it merged with the second sleep into one continuous block. Within just a few generations, humans forgot that we'd ever slept any other way. But your body hasn't entirely forgotten. Ever wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and lie there feeling alert? Not really tired, just awake. You might be experiencing the echo of this ancient pattern, your biology expecting you to be up for a while before returning to second sleep. Instead of treating this as insomnia and getting frustrated, ancient peoples would have simply accepted it, perhaps even welcomed it as quiet time for thought or intimacy. The quality of sleep in this pattern was apparently quite good. When researchers have studied people sleeping without artificial light, allowing their natural rhythms to emerge, they often spontaneously develop biphasic sleep and report feeling more rested, less groggy, and more mentally clear than they do with continuous sleep. Ancient peoples also noticed something interesting about dreams in this pattern. The dreams during first sleep often felt different from those during second sleep. First sleep dreams might be more about processing the day's events and working through immediate concerns. Second sleep dreams coming after the wakeful interlude often felt more vivid, more symbolic, and more like the kinds of dreams that carried meaning or messages. In some cultures, the time between sleeps was specifically devoted to dream interpretation. You might wake from first sleep, reflect on whatever you dreamed, perhaps discuss it quietly with your partner, and then return to second sleep with the dream's meaning as the last thing in your conscious mind before slipping back under. The practical aspects of biphasic sleep also suited pre-industrial life. Fires needed tending through the night. They were your heat source, your protection against predators, and your breakfast cooking method. Waking naturally in the middle of the night meant someone could add fuel to the fire without disrupting the group's sleep with deliberate watches or shifts. Security concerns also made the wakeful period useful. In a world without alarm systems or police forces, having a period when most adults naturally woke up meant better protection for sleeping communities. It's hard to sneak up on a village when half the population is lying quietly awake in the dark listening to the night sounds. Picture this. You've spent your entire day outdoors because that's where everything happens. Work, cooking, socialising. As evening approaches when it's time to sleep, would you really want to confine yourself to a dark, stuffy interior? For many ancient peoples, the answer was a resounding no. They slept outside under the sky in ways that might make your modern camping trip look overly complicated. In ancient Mesopotamia, during the brutal summer heat when temperatures could easily exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, wealthy city dwellers would carry their beds up to their flat rooftops as evening fell. This wasn't roughing it. This was practical climate control combined with cosmic entertainment. You'd lie there on your reed mat or wooden bed frame, looking up at stars so bright and numerous they seemed close enough to touch, while the day's heat gradually radiated from the rooftop beneath you, and whatever breeze existed could reach your cooling skin. The rooftop bedroom was a feature of urban design across the ancient Near East. Houses were specifically built with flat roofs strong enough to support sleeping families. These weren't emergency measures for unusually hot nights. They were primary sleeping locations for months at a time. You'd carry up your bedding at sunset, sleep through the relatively cooler night hours, and bring everything back down at dawn before the sun turned your rooftop into a skillet. Ancient Egyptians took outdoor sleeping even further. The wealthy might have sleeping porches or pavilions designed to catch the evening breeze from the Nile. These structures were essentially architectural solutions to the climate, with open sides allowing air circulation while protecting sleepers from the more intense sun during daytime hours when someone might want to nap. But even ordinary Egyptians often slept outdoors during warmer months. Your typical farmer or labourer might simply spread a mat on the ground outside their small home, using the house itself as a windbreak if needed. The earth beneath you would still be warm from the day's sun, creating a natural heated pad, while the open sky allowed body heat to dissipate. The sensory experience of sleeping outdoors in ancient times was entirely different from modern camping. There was no distant hum of highways, no airplane contrails overhead, and no light pollution washing out the stars. The darkness was profound, textured, and alive. Your ears would attune to night sounds, wind moving through crops or palm fronds, the distant calls of night birds or jackals, and the close rustling of small nocturnal creatures going about their business. Ancient peoples developed sophisticated knowledge of how to sleep safely outdoors. Location mattered enormously. You'd avoid low spots where cold air settled and morning dew would be heaviest. You'd position yourself to catch any breeze, but also avoid being too exposed to wind that might chill you before dawn. You'd sleep on slightly elevated ground where water wouldn't pool if unexpected rain came. In ancient Greece and Rome, summer sleeping arrangements often involved the garden or courtyard. Wealthy Romans would have slaves set up couches in their peristyle gardens, those lovely colonnaded spaces that were half indoors and half outdoors. You'd fall asleep to the sound of a fountain, surrounded by night-blooming flowers and herbs whose scents became more intense in the cooler evening air. The Greek philosopher Diogenes famously slept in a large ceramic jar in the marketplace of Athens, taking the outdoor sleeping concept to an extreme that probably seemed eccentric even then. But his choice reflected a widespread understanding that sleeping outdoors wasn't a hardship. It was often more comfortable than being inside. Ancient Chinese culture developed the concept of sleeping porches and pavilions in gardens, particularly for summer months. These structures were carefully positioned to maximize evening breezes and morning light, while providing some protection from sudden rain. The philosophy behind them wasn't just practical, it included ideas about connecting with natural energy flows during sleep's vulnerable hours. In ancient India, sleeping outdoors under mosquito nets was common practice. These nets were marvels of practical engineering, light enough to allow air circulation, fine enough to keep out insects, and often beautiful enough to serve as decorative elements during the day. You'd sleep under a canopy of cotton or silk, the fabric moving gently with any breeze, creating a private cocoon under the open sky. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia had perhaps the most sophisticated outdoor sleeping practices, refined over tens of thousands of years. They understood how to read the land for the best sleeping spots, how to position themselves relative to fires for warmth without smoke inhalation, how to use windbreaks effectively, and how to stay comfortable in climates ranging from tropical to desert. Australian Aboriginal sleeping positions even had a temperature unit named after them, the 3-dog night. On cold nights you'd sleep with dogs, dingoes in their case, for warmth. A 1-dog night was chilly but manageable. A 3-dog night meant it was seriously cold, requiring 3 dogs to maintain a comfortable sleeping temperature. These weren't pets in the modern sense. They were living, breathing sleeping bags. For nomadic peoples across the ancient world, sleeping under the stars wasn't a choice but a way of life. Bedouin tribes in the Arabian desert perfected perfected the art of sleeping outdoors in extremely challenging conditions. They understood how to find ground that would radiate warmth through the cold desert night, how to position camps to avoid flash floods in wadis, and how to create efficient shelter from the intense sun while maintaining ventilation. The Bedouin knew that sleeping directly on sand was usually uncomfortable. It provided no insulation and lost heat rapidly after sunset. Instead, they'd use multiple layers of woven goat hair blankets, creating a system that insulated from below while providing warmth above. The goat hair naturally repelled some moisture and provided better insulation than plant fibre textiles. Ancient peoples sleeping outdoors developed intimate knowledge of the night sky that served both practical and spiritual purposes. You'd mark time by constellations' positions, predict weather by the appearance of the sky and the behaviour of animals, and navigate by stars when necessary. The sky wasn't just scenery, it was your clock, calendar, and weather forecast combined. Seasonal changes determined sleeping arrangements in most ancient cultures. Summer meant sleeping outdoors or in the most ventilated spaces possible. Winter meant retreating to whatever interior spaces existed, often shared with animals whose body heat contributed to warming small dwellings. But even in winter, many ancient peoples preferred sleeping near open doorways or windows when weather permitted, valuing fresh air over sealed warmth. The spiritual dimension of sleeping under the open sky was significant for many cultures. Some believed that sleeping outdoors made you more accessible to divine messages in dreams, that the unobstructed connection between your sleeping mind and the cosmos allowed for clearer communication with whatever gods or spirits you recognized. Native American tribes across North America often preferred sleeping under the stars even when other options existed. The practice wasn't just about comfort, it reflected a philosophical position about humanity's place in the natural world. Being enclosed in solid structures for sleeping seemed almost insulting to the earth and sky. A rejection of the world that provided everything you needed. Get ready for this one. Privacy while sleeping is a modern luxury that your ancestors would have found bizarre and possibly even disturbing. For most of human history, sleeping alone wasn't just unusual. It was actually considered unhealthy, potentially dangerous, and maybe even a sign of social failure. Picture a typical medieval English household, though similar arrangements existed in ancient Rome, Tang Dynasty China, and indigenous cultures worldwide. The entire family, parents, children, possibly grandparents, maybe apprentices or servants, would sleep in the same room, not because they had no other choice, but because sleeping together was the expected, normal, healthy way to do it. This communal sleeping wasn't just about body heat conservation, though in drafty ancient buildings that was certainly a practical benefit. It was about security, social bonding, and a fundamental understanding of human nature that we've largely abandoned in modern Western culture. In ancient Japan, the concept of separate bedrooms didn't really exist in most households until remarkably recently. Families would spread futons across their main living space each evening and sleep together in the same room. The act of laying out sleeping mats and tucking them away in the morning was part of the daily rhythm, a ritual that marked the transition between waking and sleeping life. Ancient Roman sleeping arrangements varied by class but shared this communal aspect. A wealthy Roman household might have sleeping cubicles, cubicula, off the atrium, but these small rooms often contained multiple beds. Parents and young children would share space, while older children and household servants might sleep in other grouped arrangements. Sleeping alone was so unusual that when it happened, writers mentioned it specifically as noteworthy. The ancient Greeks had a similar approach. Their homes were designed around a central courtyard with sleeping rooms radiating off it. But privacy as we understand it, individual rooms for individual sleepers, wasn't the goal. The word alone in ancient Greek could carry connotations of exile or punishment. Why would anyone voluntarily endure that condition for the vulnerable hours of sleep? In medieval Europe, the Great Hall of castles and manor houses often served as the communal bedroom for most of the household. The lord and lady might have a slightly more private space, though private still often meant sharing with children and trusted servants. But everyone else would bed down in the main hall. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of other people breathing, shifting, occasionally snoring, maybe talking in their sleep. This arrangement had practical security benefits. In a world before alarm systems and police forces, having many people sleeping in the same space meant better protection against intruders. If someone unusual entered during the night, multiple people would likely wake and raise the alarm. But the communal sleeping went deeper than mere practicality. Ancient peoples understood something about human psychology that we're only now rediscovering through research. Humans regulate their nervous systems through proximity to other humans. Sleeping near people you trust actually helps you achieve deeper, more restful sleep because your subconscious doesn't need to maintain high alert levels. Babies and young children slept with their parents as a matter of course in virtually all ancient cultures. The modern Western practice of putting infants in separate rooms would have struck ancient peoples as negligent, potentially cruel and dangerous. How could you protect your child, respond to their needs, or ensure they survived the night if they were in another room? The ancient practice of communal sleeping included elaborate social rules about positioning and hierarchy. In a Roman household, where you slept relative to others reflected your status. In a Japanese household, the specific location of each person's futon followed careful protocols. These weren't arbitrary rules, they were ways of maintaining social harmony even during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Medieval inns took communal sleeping to levels that would horrify modern travellers. You didn't rent a room, you rented a space in a bed, and that bed would likely contain several other travellers, complete strangers who had also paid for their spot. The large beds at inns weren't romantic. They were an efficient use of space, allowing innkeepers to accommodate many travellers in limited rooms. These shared inn beds had their own etiquette. You'd sleep in your day clothes, though perhaps removing outer layers. You'd position yourself carefully to minimise disturbing your bed partners. You'd accept that someone else's cold feet might touch your leg during the night, and that was just part of travelling. Complaints about sharing beds with strangers don't appear in historical records. It was simply how inns worked. Ancient peoples also understood that sleeping near others provided warmth in ways that made survival possible in cold climates without modern heating. In Norse longhouses, the entire extended family clan might sleep in one large communal space, with the warmth from many bodies and the central fire making the structure habitable through brutal winters. The social bonding that occurred through communal sleeping was significant. You developed deep familiarity with your household's rhythms, who snored, who rose for the privy multiple times, who talked in their sleep, and whose babies woke for feeding. This intimate knowledge of each other's patterns created social cohesion that's hard to replicate when everyone sleeps in isolation. In ancient China, the kang, a heated platform bed large enough for entire families, served as the centre of household life during winter months. The family would sleep together on this warm surface, and during waking hours, it might serve as a workspace or dining surface. The kang wasn't just furniture, it was the heart of the household, and sleeping on it together reinforced family bonds. Monastic communities took communal sleeping to an institutional level. Medieval monks would sleep in dormitories, rows of simple beds or sleeping platforms in one large room. This arrangement served religious purposes. It promoted humility, discouraged private vice, and created an atmosphere of communal spiritual discipline. But it also reflected the same deep human preference for sleeping in groups that existed in secular life. You might have a glass of water on your nightstand, maybe your phone charging, perhaps a book. Now imagine if your bedside was crowded with amulets, talismans, herbs, magical symbols and various objects designed to protect you from the very specific dangers that lurked in the dark. Welcome to bedtime rituals across ancient cultures, where going to sleep was as much spiritual preparation as physical settling. Ancient Egyptians took nighttime protection seriously. A typical household might have small figurines of protective deities positioned around sleeping areas. Bes, a dwarf god with a lion's mane and a rather comical appearance, was particularly popular for bedroom protection. He looked fierce enough to scare off harmful spirits, but friendly enough that you wouldn't mind having him watch over you all night. These protective figures weren't mere decoration. Families would address them directly during evening rituals, essentially asking for security through the vulnerable night hours. You might touch the amulet while reciting a brief prayer or formula, creating a small ceremony that marked the transition from waking concern to sleeping trust. The ancient Romans had their lares, household protective spirits that watched over the family's well-being. Before sleep, you might leave a small offering at the lararium, the household shrine, perhaps a bit of food or a pinch of incense. This wasn't superstition. It was relationship maintenance with the supernatural forces that shared your home. Many ancient cultures believed that specific plants had nighttime protective properties. Medieval Europeans might stuff pillows or mattresses with herbs like mugwort, believed to prevent nightmares and promote prophetic dreams. The strong, slightly bitter scent would be the last thing you smelled before sleep, and possibly the first thing you noticed if you woke during the night. Lavender, chamomile and vervain found their way into sleeping spaces across ancient Mediterranean cultures. These weren't just pleasant scents, they were considered spiritually significant. Lavender was associated with purity and protection. Chamomile was connected to solar deities, and thus provided a link to light even during darkness. Vervain was believed to prevent evil spirits from approaching sleepers. Ancient Chinese sleeping rituals involved careful attention to placement and direction. You might hang specific talismans on the wall facing your bed, images of protective deities, coins arranged in auspicious patterns, or written charms with prayers or formulas designed to ward off nightmare-bringing spirits. The bedroom became a carefully curated space where every object had a protective purpose. The placement of mirrors was particularly important in many cultures. Ancient peoples generally avoided having mirrors in sleeping areas, or if mirrors were present, they'd be covered at night. The reasoning varied. Some believed mirrors could trap souls, others thought they provided portways for spirits to enter the physical world, and still others worried that catching your reflection while in the vulnerable state between sleeping and waking could bring bad luck. In ancient India, the practice of placing sacred items near sleeping spaces was highly developed. You might have a small oil lamp burning through the night, not just for light, but as a symbolic presence of divine awareness. The flickering flame represented the eternal, unchanging reality, beyond the illusions of both waking and sleeping consciousness. Many ancient cultures prescribed specific prayers or recitations to be performed while lying down to sleep. These weren't quick mumbles, they were substantial verbal formulas that served multiple purposes. They calmed the mind, marked the transition to sleep, invoked protection, and sometimes asked for specific kinds of dreams or messages during the night. Ancient Mesopotamians used clay tablets inscribed with protective spells, positioned around sleeping areas to create a perimeter of safety. These tablets contained elaborate formulas addressing various nighttime dangers, demons of disease, spirits of chaos, and the ghosts of those who died untimely deaths and might be angry about it. Reading these tablets today, you realize how many specific threats ancient peoples worried about during sleep's vulnerability. The concept of the nightmare has much older roots than you might imagine, and the word itself reflects ancient belief systems. The mare part comes from a Proto-Germanic word for a spirit that sits on sleepers' chests, causing bad dreams and breathing difficulties. Various cultures had their own versions. The incubus in medieval European tradition, the liderk in Hungarian folklore, and the shaitan Layla in Arabic tradition. Protection against these nightmare spirits involved physical talismans worn during sleep. Ancient peoples might wear amulets strung on cords around their necks, special rings that featured protective symbols, or small bags of herbs and stones tucked under pillows or mattresses. These weren't just comforting superstitions, they were technologies of consciousness, tools that helped the sleeping mind feel secure enough to release into deep rest. The practice of placing iron near the bed was common across many ancient cultures, from Celtic Britain to ancient China. Iron was believed to repel or confuse malevolent spirits. You might find an iron horseshoe nailed above the bedroom entrance, iron nails driven into the bed frame, or small iron objects positioned at the corners of sleeping spaces. The metal itself was considered magically potent, its strength and durability translating into spiritual protective power. Ancient peoples also used sound for nighttime protection. Bells were particularly popular. Their clear tone was believed to disperse harmful entities. You might have small bells sewn into the hangings around your bed, positioned so that any movement of the fabric would create gentle chiming. The sound wouldn't necessarily wake you, but it would create an acoustic environment believed to be inhospitable to nightmare spirits. Salt appeared frequently in ancient sleeping rituals. A line of salt across the threshold of the sleeping room, salt scattered in the corners, or small bags of salt under the pillow. All these practices existed across diverse cultures. Salt's preservative properties made it symbolically powerful against decay and corruption, and this power extended to spiritual protection during sleep's vulnerability. Dreams themselves were so important to ancient cultures that inducing specific kinds of dreams became a major focus of bedtime rituals. If you wanted prophetic dreams, you might sleep with a piece of paper under your pillow on which you'd written a question for the gods. In ancient Greece, sick people would sleep in temples dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, hoping to receive cure instructions in their dreams. The practice of incubation, deliberately sleeping in sacred spaces to receive divine dreams, was formalized in many ancient cultures. You'd undergo purification rituals, make offerings, recite specific prayers, and then sleep in the temple precincts. The expectation was that the deity associated with that space would visit your dreams with messages, healing, or guidance. Imagine walking into a furniture store where the bed options include a pile of leather straps stretched across a wooden frame, a woven reed mat that gets rolled up each morning, a sand-filled pit lined with animal hides, or a raised platform designed primarily to keep you away from floor-dwelling scorpions. Welcome to ancient bedroom furniture, where comfort was defined very differently than it is in your mattress store catalogue. The ancient Egyptians actually had fairly sophisticated beds, at least by pre-modern standards. If you were wealthy, you might own a wooden bed frame elevated on legs carved to look like animal paws, usually lion or bull feet, because nothing says restful sleep like thinking about powerful animals. These frames held a sleeping surface made of woven rope or leather straps, creating a slightly yielding platform that distributed weight reasonably well. But here's the part that might make you squirm. Egyptian beds had a peculiar feature called a headrest, which was nothing like your plump pillow. Instead, it was a curved piece of wood, stone, or ceramic positioned to support your neck while your head hung off the bed's edge. Your skull would be suspended in air while your neck rested on this hard curved surface. Egyptians apparently found this comfortable, or at least preferable to alternatives. These headrests served multiple purposes beyond neck support. They elevated your head away from crawling insects that might traverse the sleeping surface during the night. They kept your elaborate hairstyles from getting crushed. Hair maintenance was serious business in ancient Egypt, and they were believed to have protective properties. Some were decorated with images of gods or protective symbols, positioned right at the vulnerable passage between the skull and body. The ancient Romans elevated bed design to an art form, at least for the wealthy. A well-off Roman might sleep on a lectus, essentially a couch that served double duty for reclining during meals and sleeping at night. These featured wooden frames, often beautifully decorated with inlays and carvings, with the sleeping surface created by a lattice of rope or leather straps topped with cushions stuffed with wool, straw, or, if you were truly wealthy, down feathers. But most Romans, like most ancient peoples, slept on much simpler surfaces. A straw-filled mattress on the floor, a simple wooden platform, or even just blankets spread directly on the ground, were far more common than elaborate bed frames. Straw had the advantage of being cheap and readily renewable, and providing some insulation from cold floors. Its disadvantages included attracting various insects and needing frequent replacement when it became compressed, and frankly, unpleasant. Ancient Greek beds were similar to Roman ones, featuring the same basic design of wooden frames with rope sleeping surfaces. But the Greeks added an interesting innovation: the cline, a type of couch bed that featured raised edges on three sides, creating a semi-enclosed sleeping space. These raised edges weren't just decorative, they helped keep bedding and sleepers from rolling off during the night. functioned as backrests during waking hours, and created a psychological sense of protected space. In ancient China, the kang, that heated platform bed mentioned earlier, represented sophisticated engineering applied to sleeping comfort. The kang was essentially a brick or clay platform built over a system of flues that carried warm smoke from the kitchen or heating fire. The surface would be warm, sometimes almost hot, providing radiant heat from below. Families would cover this platform with mats and cushions, creating a sleeping surface that remained comfortably warm even during bitter winters. The thermal mass of the kang meant it would stay warm for hours after the fire went out, providing consistent warmth through the night. But it also meant you needed to be careful about the temperature. Too hot, and you'd be uncomfortable. Too cool, and you'd lose the main benefit. Managing a kang was something of an art form, requiring attention to fire temperature, flue draft, and seasonal adjustments. Japanese sleeping surfaces were elegant in their simplicity. The futon wasn't the thick folded mattress that Westerners associate with that word. Traditional futons were relatively thin cotton batting mattresses laid directly onto tatami mats, those woven rush grass floor coverings that have slight cushioning and natural humidity regulating properties. You'd sleep on a surface that was barely an inch or two thick, yet millions of people found this comfortable for centuries. The practice of laying out and putting away futons daily had practical benefits beyond space saving. It meant your bedding aired out regularly, preventing the moisture accumulation that could lead to mildew in Japan's humid climate. It meant examining your sleeping surface regularly for any issues, and it meant that sleeping wasn't something that happened in a separate dedicated room. It was an activity that temporarily transformed your living space. Viking sleeping arrangements combined practicality with communal living. In Norse longhouses, platforms along the walls served as multi-purpose surfaces, seating during the day and sleeping spots at night. These platforms were typically covered with furs and woven blankets. You'd burrow into layers of wool and animal hide, creating an insulated cocoon against the cold, while the central fire burned through the night. The quality of your sleeping furs reflected your status in Viking society. A wealthy chieftain might have bear furs or luxurious seal skins, while ordinary farmers may do with sheepskin or cowhide. But everyone understood the principle. Layers of material that trapped air provided insulation, and animal furs with their natural oils repelled some moisture while retaining warmth. Hammocks, developed by indigenous peoples in Central and South America, represent perhaps the most innovative sleeping surface in the ancient world. Woven from plant fibres or cotton, hammocks conformed to your body's shape, distributed weight evenly, kept you off the ground away from snakes and insects, and allowed air circulation that made them comfortable even in hot, humid climates. The hammock wasn't just a portable bed, it was a sophisticated understanding of ergonomics and climate adaptation. When European explorers encountered hammocks, they were impressed enough to adopt them for use on ships, where they proved ideal for cramped quarters and moving vessels. The gentle swaying motion that might seem disorienting to modern hammock novices was apparently something ancient peoples adapted to easily. Ancient Mesopotamian beds, based on archaeological evidence and artistic depictions, often featured very high frames that required steps or stools to climb into. This wasn't just status display, it was practical elevation above floor-level drafts, insects, and the dust that settled during the night. You'd essentially be sleeping on a platform several feet off the ground, with the psychological benefit of being literally above whatever crawled across floors in the darkness. The mattresses and bedding used on these elevated frames varied by wealth, but followed similar principles. Layers of textiles, wool, linen or cotton, depending on what was locally available, would be stacked to create cushioning. These layers could be adjusted seasonally, more layers for winter warmth, fewer for summer comfort. Ancient Indian beds, mentioned in texts like the Kama Sutra, could be quite elaborate affairs. A proper bed might have a wooden frame with ivory inlays, posts supporting a canopy to keep insects away, and mattresses stuffed with various materials depending on the season, cotton for summer, wool for winter. The canopy wasn't just practical, it created an intimate space within the larger room. a private realm where the outside world was temporarily suspended. In ancient Persia, the concept of sleeping in comfort reached remarkable heights among the wealthy. Beds might feature silk cushions, fine linen sheets, and elaborate hangings. But even ordinary Persians understood the basics. Sleeping surfaces should be slightly yielding, should provide insulation from ground cold, and should be high enough to discourage casual insect traffic. Bedding materials across ancient cultures reflected sophisticated understanding of textile properties. Linen was prized in hot climates for its coolness and moisture-wicking abilities. Wool was valued in colder regions for its insulating properties even when damp. Silk, where available, was treasured for its smooth texture and temperature-regulating qualities. The ancient practice of stuffing mattresses and cushions with various plant materials demonstrates remarkable knowledge of natural resources. Beyond obvious choices like straw and wool, ancient peoples used materials like dried grass, moss, leaves, and even seaweed. Each material had specific properties. Some lasted longer, some smelled better, some were softer, and some repelled insects more effectively. Flax, the plant used to make linen, also produced seeds that could be used as mattress stuffing. Flax seeds in a cloth sack created a rustling, shifting surface that conformed to body shape. Some ancient peoples believed sleeping on flaxseed promoted good health, though whether this had any basis beyond the placebo effect is unclear. Ancient peoples also understood the importance of bedding cleanliness, though their standards and methods differed from ours. Bedding would be aired regularly in sunlight, which naturally killed some bacteria and parasites. Textile coverings would be washed when possible, though laundering large items like mattress covers was labour-intensive and couldn't be done frequently. The presence of bedbugs, fleas and other parasites was largely accepted as inevitable. Ancient peoples developed various strategies to minimise these pests. Certain herbs scattered in bedding supposedly repelled insects, regular replacement of organic stuffing materials, and occasionally more drastic measures like burning and replacing infested materials entirely. Bed frames themselves often incorporated design features meant to deter pests. Smooth surfaces gave insects fewer places to hide. Some ancient peoples would place the legs of beds in small dishes of water or oil, creating moats that crawling insects couldn't cross. Others used materials or finishes that insects supposedly disliked, though the effectiveness of these methods was probably limited. The concept of separate beds for married couples, now common in some cultures, would have seemed strange to most ancient peoples. Married couples slept together as a matter of course, often in beds barely large enough for two. This wasn't just about intimacy, it was about the fundamental understanding that sleeping together was normal, that sharing warmth and space was how humans naturally rested. Imagine a world without alarm clocks, not just turning off your phone's alarm. Imagine a world where the very concept of an artificial wake-up signal doesn't exist. Your internal clock, synchronized with natural light cycles, would be your alarm. The sun rising, birds beginning their morning chorus, the temperature shift as darkness gave way to day. These would be your wake-up call, and they'd be far more gradual and gentle than the jarring electronic beep you probably experienced this morning. Ancient peoples woke with the dawn, not because they were particularly virtuous or ambitious, but because that's when melatonin production shut off in response to increasing light, and their bodies naturally transitioned from sleep to wakefulness. Without artificial lighting to extend the evening, they'd go to sleep much earlier than you do, so waking at dawn meant getting adequate sleep, not shortening it. The process of waking was itself quite different. Instead of an abrupt transition from unconsciousness to alarm-induced panic, ancient peoples would experience a gradual emergence into consciousness. The pre-dawn light would start registering through closed eyelids. The temperature would shift as the sun's first rays began warming the air. The sound environment would change as daytime animals and insects became active. This gradual awakening meant that people often drifted in and out of consciousness for a period before fully waking. You might become semi-aware of your surroundings, shift position, perhaps register the presence of other people stirring nearby, then drift back into light sleep before finally opening your eyes to the day. Ancient Romans had a specific term for the pre-dawn hours, diluculum, meaning when day begins to light up. This wasn't clock time, it was experiential time, the period when darkness hadn't fully lifted, but enough light existed to begin daily activities. For early risers, and most Romans were early risers by modern standards, this was when the day actually started. The morning rituals that followed waking were as elaborate as the evening ones, though with different purposes. Where evening rituals focused on protection and preparation for vulnerability, morning rituals emphasise purification, gratitude, and preparation for the day's activities. Ancient Egyptians would immediately wash upon waking, using water from clay vessels kept in their homes. This wasn't just hygiene, it was spiritual cleansing, washing away the night and any harmful influences encountered during sleep's journey. The water for morning washing might have been scented with oils or herbs, turning a practical activity into a sensory ritual that marked the transition to waking consciousness. Morning prayers or acknowledgements to household gods came next in many cultures. Having been protected through the night, you'd express gratitude and perhaps request guidance or good fortune for the day ahead. These weren't lengthy ceremonies, just brief recognitions that you'd survived another night and were beginning another day. The ancient practice of dream interpretation often occurred during these early morning hours. If you'd had a particularly vivid or disturbing dream, you might discuss it with family members while the dream was still fresh. Some cultures kept dream journals or consulted dream interpreters who maintained elaborate systems for understanding dream symbolism. Ancient Chinese culture developed sophisticated dream interpretation systems, with different types of dreams believed to carry different meanings. A dream during first sleep might be treated differently than a dream during second sleep. Dreams that occurred just before waking were considered particularly significant, as though the messages being conveyed needed to be immediately available to waking consciousness. Breakfast as we know it, a substantial meal eaten shortly after waking, didn't exist in many ancient cultures. Romans generally skipped morning food, or had only a small bite of bread. Their main meal came in the afternoon. This pattern makes sense when you consider that ancient peoples might have had a light snack during the wakeful period between first and second sleep, meaning they weren't waking from as long a fast as modern breakfast suggests. However, morning drinks were important across many cultures. Ancient peoples would drink water, sometimes flavoured with herbs or diluted wine. These morning beverages served practical purposes, rehydration after the night, but also ritual purposes, a first taste that marked the transition from sleeping to waking state. The social aspects of morning in communal living situations meant that waking up involved immediately re-engaging with your household. There was no private morning routine in a separate bedroom, no time to gradually caffeinate in isolation. You'd wake to find others already stirring, and you'd all navigate the transition from sleep to wakefulness as a group. Children waking in ancient households would be integrated into the morning routine immediately. There was no concept of letting children sleep in, or shielding them from the early morning activities. From young ages, children participated in morning chores and rituals, learning the rhythms of daily life through immersion. Ancient peoples also had to deal with the practical consequences of sleep. Bedding needed to be aired or put away, sleeping spaces needed to be converted to daytime use, and night soil needed to be disposed of. These morning chores weren't optional extras. They were essential parts of daily life that everyone participated in. The morning light itself had significance beyond mere visibility. Ancient cultures generally believed that morning light carried special properties, that the first rays of sun held power that dissipated as the day progressed. Some people made a point of exposing themselves to early morning sunlight, standing in doorways or windows to let the dawnlight fall on their skin. This practice had biological validity that ancient peoples couldn't have understood in modern terms. Morning light exposure helps reset your circadian rhythm, suppresses lingering melatonin, and triggers cortisol production that helps you feel alert. Ancient peoples knew empirically that greeting the dawn made you feel better, even if they attributed this to spiritual rather than biochemical mechanisms. Seasonal variations in sunrise meant that morning occurred at quite different clock times throughout the year. Ancient peoples adjusted their schedules naturally with these changes. Summer might mean waking very early by modern standards. Winter might mean sleeping later. This flexible relationship with time, governed by natural light rather than arbitrary clock conventions, kept ancient peoples more synchronized with natural rhythms. The morning sounds of ancient communities would have been remarkably different from modern morning commutes. Instead of traffic and alarm clocks, you'd hear roosters crowing, animals being let out of nighttime enclosures, the first sounds of cooking fires being kindled, water being drawn from wells, and people greeting neighbours as they emerged into the new day. Morning was also when dreams would fade from memory in most people, though particularly vivid dreams might linger. Ancient peoples who wanted to remember their dreams would speak them aloud immediately upon waking, telling them to companions or repeating them to themselves. This practice of dream-telling helped preserve the dream content and also serve social functions. As dream sharing was often a way of maintaining intimate bonds, the physical sensation of waking in ancient sleeping arrangements, on surfaces harder than modern mattresses, in rooms without climate control, possibly with morning dew on your face if you'd slept outdoors, would have been quite different from modern waking. Your body would be stiff from the night's rest, needing movement and stretching to limber up. This morning stiffness would motivate people to begin physical activity fairly quickly after waking, which probably contributed to overall fitness levels. Ancient peoples understood that how you began the day influenced everything that followed. Morning wasn't just a time to mechanically prepare for work, it was when you set your mental and spiritual orientation for the hours ahead. The rituals, prayers, greetings, and small ceremonies that marked the transition from sleep to wakefulness were investments in having a good day, creating positive momentum that would carry through until evening when the cycle began again. As you lie there tonight in your controlled environment, with your white noise machine and your sleep tracking app, consider this. Ancient peoples understood something about sleep that our modern obsession with optimization sometimes misses. They knew that sleep wasn't something to be conquered, controlled, or perfected. It was something to be surrendered to, a natural process that worked best when you stopped trying to manage it. The ancient relationship with sleep was fundamentally different from ours. Sleep wasn't a problem to solve or a resource to optimize. It was simply part of the natural cycle of life, as inevitable and necessary as breathing. You didn't worry about whether you were getting the right kind of sleep or achieving optimal REM percentages. You slept when darkness fell, woke when light returned, and trusted that your body knew what it needed. This trust in natural processes extended to dealing with sleep difficulties. If you couldn't sleep, you didn't panic about it. You'd lie quietly, thinking, perhaps doing the contemplative work that the period between first and second sleep was meant for. The understanding was that your body would eventually sleep when it truly needed to, and forcing it was counterproductive. Ancient peoples also recognized that sleep needs varied by season. Winter sleep was longer and deeper, matching the extended darkness. Summer sleep was lighter and shorter, aligning with brief nights. This seasonal variation in sleep patterns is something modern society largely ignores, expecting consistent sleep duration year-round, despite living at latitudes where day length varies dramatically. The quality of darkness also affected ancient sleep in ways we rarely experience. True darkness, the kind that exists miles from any artificial light source, produces a depth of visual blackness that most modern people never encounter. In this profound darkness, your eyes would fully adapt, your pupils dilating to their maximum, and you'd perceive subtle variations in darkness that would be invisible in light-polluted modern environments. This quality of darkness did something to human consciousness. Without any light stimuli, your brain would fully commit to nighttime neurochemistry. Melatonin production would be robust and sustained. The transition between waking and sleeping consciousness would be smoother, less jarring. Sleep itself would be deeper in its deep phases and more complete in its cycles. Ancient peoples experienced weather during sleep in ways modern people don't. Rain on a thatched roof, wind moving through the sleeping space, temperature drops during the night. All these would register in sleeping consciousness, creating a continuous thread of awareness connecting sleeper to environment. You were never completely isolated from the natural world, even during sleep's deepest phases. This ongoing connection to the environment meant that ancient peoples developed sophisticated unconscious awareness of nighttime conditions. You'd wake if wind shifted to a direction that might bring rain into your sleeping space. You'd stir if the temperature dropped enough to require pulling up additional covering. You'd register unusual sounds that might signal danger without fully waking. This vigilance was the price of sleeping in less protected environments, but it also kept you integrated with natural rhythms. The social dimension of sleep also created different patterns of consciousness. Sleeping near other people meant your sleeping mind was tracking their presence, their breathing rhythms and their movements. This wasn't exactly awareness. You weren't conscious of it, but it created a baseline of social connection that continued through sleep. Humans are social animals, and having that social presence during vulnerability may have been deeply comforting at levels below conscious recognition. Ancient peoples had elaborate folklore about sleep and its liminal states. The hypnagogic period, that transitional state between waking and sleeping, was recognized as a special kind of consciousness where visions might appear, where the boundary between inner and outer worlds became porous. Some cultures deliberately cultivated this state for divination or creative inspiration. Similarly, the hypnopompic period, the transition from sleep to waking, was considered significant. Messages received in this state, visions seen or thoughts arising might be treated as particularly important, representing the last communications from the dreaming mind before waking consciousness reasserted control. Sleep paralysis, that unsettling experience where you wake but can't move, was universally recognized and explained through various cultural frameworks. Whether seen as visits from spirits, attacks by demons, or natural physiological events, ancient peoples had ways of understanding and coping with these experiences. The cultural explanations might seem superstitious to modern minds, but they served important psychological functions, giving people frameworks for processing frightening experiences. The ancient understanding of sleep also included recognition that some people naturally needed more sleep than others, that sleep patterns varied across life stages, and that temporary sleep disruptions usually resolved themselves without intervention. This wisdom, that sleep is inherently variable and self-regulating, is something modern sleep science has essentially rediscovered. Ancient peoples also recognized the connection between physical activity and sleep quality. Their daily lives involved far more physical labour than most modern occupations require. This natural exhaustion produced good sleep as a simple consequence of bodies needing recovery. The modern epidemic of sleep problems correlates with sedentary lifestyles in ways that ancient peoples never experienced, because their lives demanded physical engagement. The absence of caffeine in most ancient cultures, tea and coffee came later, meant that people's natural sleep-wake rhythms weren't disrupted by stimulants. You'd feel sleepy when your body said it was time to sleep, without artificial alertness from afternoon coffee interfering with natural drowsiness. Your circadian rhythm would operate cleanly, undisturbed by chemical interventions. Ancient peoples also benefited from the absence of blue light exposure in the hours before sleep. Every light source they used, fires, oil lamps, candles, emitted warm, reddish light that didn't suppress melatonin production the way modern screens do. The evening hours would see the natural ramping up of sleep hormones, uninterrupted by the biological alarm signals that blue light sends to the brain. As you prepare to sleep tonight, surrounded by modern conveniences that would have seemed miraculous to ancient peoples, you might wonder which approach to sleep is actually better. The honest answer is complicated. Modern life has brought enormous benefits. Climate control, protection from predators and disease vectors, comfortable mattresses, and the ability to sleep securely even when living alone. These aren't trivial advantages, but ancient sleep patterns also offered benefits we've lost. The synchronization with natural light cycles, the social bonding of communal sleeping, the biphasic sleep pattern that included built-in contemplation time, the integration with seasonal rhythms, all these represented a kind of wisdom we've traded away for our modern sleep arrangements. Perhaps the real lesson isn't that ancient sleep was better or worse than modern sleep. but that sleep is deeply influenced by culture, environment, and expectations. Ancient peoples didn't have worse sleep because their mattresses were lumpy and their rooms were cold. They had different sleep, adapted to different circumstances and serving different needs. Your ancestors would find your sleeping arrangements as strange as you find theirs. A room all to yourself, a mattress so soft it might swallow you. Complete darkness achieved through room-darkening shades. Temperature control to the degree. To them this would seem like sleeping in an isolation chamber, cut off from human connection, natural rhythms, and the protective presence of family and household. But they'd probably also appreciate aspects of modern sleep. Not having to worry about predators or intruders would be a relief. Sleeping on a surface that doesn't hurt your back would be welcome. Having sufficient blankets to stay warm all night would be luxurious. Being able to sleep past dawn if you wanted to would seem like incredible freedom. As you drift off tonight, you're participating in one of humanity's most ancient activities, one that has connected every generation of humans who have ever lived. You're surrendering to the same vulnerability that your ancestors surrendered to, trusting that consciousness will return in the morning just as it has for countless millennia. The rituals you perform before sleep, checking locks, setting alarms, arranging pillows, echo the protective rituals ancient peoples performed, even if the specific threats you're guarding against have changed. The desire for security during vulnerability is universal, whether you're addressing it with talismans and prayers or deadbolts and alarm systems. And as you sleep, your brain will do essentially what your ancestors' brains did: cycle through sleep stages, consolidate memories, process emotions, clean metabolic waste from neural tissue, and prepare for tomorrow's waking hours. The fundamental neurobiology of sleep hasn't changed, even if nearly everything else about how we sleep has transformed. So sleep well tonight, knowing you're participating in an ancient human tradition. Whether you're sleeping alone or with a partner, in a soft bed or a firm one, waking to an alarm or to natural light, you're joining billions of humans across thousands of years who have closed their eyes each night and trusted that morning would come. And it always has. Friends, we're going back more than 400 years to meet a young girl who would have a profound impact on American history. The interesting part of our story is that almost everything you believe you know about her is likely incorrect. Of course, you've heard of Pocahontas. Everybody has. However, her name wasn't really that. Amanute, which translates to little mischief in her native Powhatan language, was her true name. And believe me when I say that she immediately lived up to that moniker. She was born in what is now Virginia in 1596. Her father was Chief Wahunsa-Nakau, but everyone called him Chief Powhatan because, to be honest, his real name was too long even for his own people. Now picture yourself as the daughter of a chief, in a world where your father ruled over 30 tribes and about 15,000 people. It's like being the child of the president, the governor, and the mayor combined. Amanute, however, was no ordinary spoiled princess who sat around munching on grapes. Oh no, she was actually getting her hands dirty out there. The tidy suburban communities you may imagine when you think of home were nothing like the Powhatan world. Through forests so dense that sunlight hardly reached the ground, these vast villages were connected by well-travelled paths. Imagine a forest where you would get lost trying to find your car keys, but these people knew every tree, stream and hiding place as well as you do the rooms in your home. Amanute adapted to this world like a sponge. She already showed signs of being what we might politely call spirited, the type of child who would sneak out of the longhouse to go exploring when she was supposed to be helping with dinner preparations or climb the tallest tree just to see what was on the other side of the hill, while other kids her age were learning to weave baskets and tend crops. You would find the way of life of her father's people to be both remarkably alien and oddly familiar. They had politics, a lot of them. The Powhatan Confederacy resembled a sophisticated neighbourhood association, but instead of fighting over lawn care, they were settling territorial disputes and negotiating trade agreements. Chief Powhatan was effectively in charge of a small country, complete with all the hassles that came with juggling conflicting interests, personalities, and the occasional neighbouring tribe that felt they could just walk in and take over. Little Amanute was in the midst of all of this, keeping a close eye on everything and not missing anything. Before she could pronounce the word correctly, she was studying statecraft. You know how some children, even when adults believe they are being subtle, have an amazing ability to pick up on every nuance of adult conversations? Amanute was doing just that, but she was also learning to read the political winds of a whole confederation of tribes. Being the daughter of the chief meant that everyone expected you to do great things, but no one knew exactly what those great things should entail. Boys had clear careers. They would either be hunters, warriors, or, if they were fortunate and intelligent, political leaders. But girls were making their own rules, especially girls like Amanute, who had a special combination of intelligence, curiosity, and a total disregard for staying out of trouble. Amanute was known for her ability to charm her way out of nearly any predicament by the time she was 10 or 11 years old. Imagine the type of child who, when caught exploring the basement during lunch, could persuade the principal of the school that she was, in fact, conducting educational research. That was Amanute, but she was interacting with tribal elders who had been around long enough to recognise most ploys rather than a principle. What set her apart, though, was more than just her charm or intelligence. She was innately able to see connections that others failed to notice. Amanute could see complex situations and find solutions no one else had considered, much like a person who can quickly identify where the odd-shaped piece goes in a jigsaw puzzle. Nobody could have predicted how crucial this specific set of skills would become. You know how it feels to be going about your day as usual, perhaps reading a book or doing some yard work, when something totally out of the blue occurs and alters everything. Perhaps you run into someone you haven't seen in 20 years, or the phone rings with news that could change your life. That time, however, came for Amanute and her people in the spring of 1607, and it showed up as 3 ships that appeared on the horizon like something from a fever dream. Imagine waking up one morning at the age of 11 to find that aliens have landed in your backyard. Not the spooky aliens from movies, but the ungainly, obviously lost, and most likely harmless kind. That's about what happened when 104 English colonists arrived on the shores of the Chesapeake Bay, surveyed the mosquito-infested swampland, and concluded that the area would be ideal for establishing a settlement. The Powhatan people likely had a few other names for their new home, most of which would not be suitable for bedtime reading, but the English named it Jamestown, after King James I. Because, let's face it, would you really pick a swampy island with dirty water, hostile mosquitoes, and soil that appeared to have lost all life as a place to establish a new town? However, there they were, pale, strangely dressed strangers, unpacking their things as if they had recently moved into the area. Chief Powhatan was no idiot now. Having been in charge of his confederacy for decades, he had witnessed his fair share of strange situations, unanticipated guests, and individuals who were obviously inexperienced. His attitude toward the English was similar to that of a patient neighbour, observing someone attempt to put together IKEA furniture without first reading the instructions, curious, a little amused, but also wondering when they would eventually ask for assistance. Amanute, who's 11 years old and inherently interested in anything novel and possibly thrilling, found these odd newcomers to be fascinating. They wore more layers of clothes than seemed practically necessary for the Virginia weather, had hair in colours she had never seen, and had pale skin that burned in the sun. She loved puzzles, and they were like walking puzzles. However, what was most fascinating about these English colonists was not how they looked, but rather how utterly unprepared they were for, well, everything. These were individuals who somehow persuaded themselves that they could arrive in a foreign country and start discovering gold strewn about like spare change. It seems that no one had considered bringing anyone who truly knew how to grow food or construct houses that wouldn't collapse in the first strong wind, despite the fact that they had packed a ton of expensive clothing and weapons. It was similar to watching your city cousins attempt camping, but instead of spending a weekend in the woods, they were planning to stay forever, and they had forgotten how to survive rather than where the can opener was. One of the colonists' leaders was a man by the name of John Smith. Historians take some of Smith's stories with a grain of salt the size of a dinner roll, because Smith was the type of person who would later write extremely detailed accounts of his adventures. If you've ever known someone who tells really great stories that get a little better every time they tell them, you'll understand why. Smith's later writings claim that he met Amanute when he was taken prisoner on one of his exploration trips. Back in England, he told a very dramatic story about how young Pocahontas, he used her nickname, threw herself across his body to save his life just as he was about to be executed. Although it is a romantic story that has served as the basis for innumerable novels and films, the real world was likely far more ordinary and fascinating. Most likely, Smith misinterpreted Amanute's presence during a formal ceremony, which could have been an adoption ritual. Imagine assuming the bride and groom are in trouble because everyone appears so serious during a wedding ceremony from a different culture, without knowing what's happening. That was most likely Smith, standing there feeling as though he was going to die while being accepted into the community. Amanute most likely found the entire scene to be both amusing and fascinating at the same time. This adult man was obviously afraid of a ceremony that was supposed to be helpful to him, and he was totally unaware of the significance of everything that was going on around him. She was already learning that the ability to translate not just words but entire worldviews is sometimes the most crucial competency when interacting with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. And the most significant event in her early life was going to be that ability, that innate talent for recognizing connections and creating bridges between other worlds. You may be wondering how an 11-year-old girl became one of the most significant diplomats in history as you settle into your cozy spot for tonight's chapter. So grab that hot beverage and prepare yourself for a tale of a person who learned to speak two languages that were not simply Powhatan and English, but rather the languages of two completely different worldviews. Anyone who has ever been the only person in a room who can understand both sides of an argument will recognise Amanute's situation after her initial meeting with John Smith. You know how it feels when your friend is upset with your other friend, and you hear both of their points of view, only to discover that their anger is about entirely different things. That was Amanute's life, except that two civilizations' survival was at stake rather than a friend's drama. If they weren't so desperate, the English colonists' struggles would almost be humorous. Imagine attempting to cultivate a garden without ever seeing a seed sprout or building a house, without ever holding a hammer. Like people who arrive at a beach expecting to find a shopping mall, these individuals had travelled to Virginia expecting to find cities teeming with gold. They were put in the awkward situation of needing assistance from the very people they had thought would be impressed by their superior European ways when reality set in. Amanute started going to Jamestown on a regular basis, and her presence there was like having a professional interpreter at a multilingual meeting. She did a lot of literal translation, but she also translated expectations, traditions, and entire ways of thinking. She could explain that the English probably didn't mean to come across as rude or menacing to her people. She could explain the rationale behind her people's actions to the English when they did something that scared or perplexed them. She was developing into what we might refer to as a cultural interpreter, but she was doing it naturally, much like some people are born musicians or athletes. She understood the reasons behind each side's reactions and, more crucially, how to facilitate mutual understanding. This work wasn't simple. Consider yourself constantly caught between two groups of people who both believe they are correct about everything, and who continue to turn to you for solutions to issues that seem to be growing more complex by the day. Because they continued to try to grow crops that weren't suitable for Virginia soil, and because they had brought along more gentlemen than farmers, the English were always running out of food. The Powhatan people were growing more and more irritated with their neighbours, who seemed to believe that borrowing food and supplies without asking was okay. However, Amanute possessed a quality that most diplomats learn over the course of years. She truly liked people, even when they were acting absurdly. She admired the English colonists' unyielding resolve, even when it took them in completely different directions, and found their errors more humorous than dangerous. However, she could also understand why her people were annoyed by these odd neighbours, who didn't seem to understand common sense or basic courtesy. She took a refreshingly realistic approach to diplomacy. She would bring food to Jamestown when people were hungry, or set up unofficial meetings where both parties could actually speak to one another, rather than assuming things, in place of formal negotiations and drawn-out speeches. She was skilled at finding common ground in unexpected places and using humour to diffuse tension. She observed, for example, that both the Powhatan and the English enjoyed storytelling, games, and showcasing their abilities. She would therefore plan storytelling sessions or contests in place of official diplomatic gatherings so that people could get to know one another as unique individuals rather than as representatives of intimidating foreign cultures. Once you've witnessed someone laugh at a funny joke or face the same common issues you do, it's difficult to remain afraid of them. Pocahontas, which translates to playful one in Powhatan, was the name the English adopted for her. It was a loving moniker that reflected both her gift for finding novel solutions to issues and her ability to inject humour into serious situations. Amanute could find ways to remind people that they had more in common than they realised, much like a person who can make a group of quarrelling relatives laugh together by telling the perfect story at the right time. She was vital to both communities' survival by the time she was 13. The Powhatan people needed her to help them deal with these unfamiliar but seemingly permanent new neighbours, and the English needed her to help them understand how to live in Virginia. Imagine what it would be like to spend your adolescence literally torn between two worlds, each with its own set of rules, expectations and ideals for you as you become more comfortable in your evening attire. Growing up for Amanute meant negotiating the more complicated relationship between her people and the English colonists, in addition to the typical difficulties of puberty. The situation at Jamestown had changed from being awkwardly funny to actually dangerous by 1609, when she was around 13. The colonists had to endure what they dubbed the starving time, a severe winter in which they had to eat tree bark and shoe leather in order to survive. It was similar to witnessing your neighbours go through the most dreadful camping trip imaginable, only instead of being able to simply leave when things became too tough, Amanute was in the unique position of being a teenager and a prominent figure in two distinct societies. Imagine being in high school and being asked for your opinion on important political issues by adults from two different communities. Most adults would be overwhelmed by this kind of responsibility, but she managed it with a sense of humour and wisdom that seemed well beyond her years. Her father's relationship with the English had grown more tense. Chief Powhatan faced a problem that would be difficult for any leader to handle. How do you deal with neighbours who consistently take more than they give, who don't seem to understand the fundamentals of reciprocity, and who keep making promises they can't or won't keep? It was similar to having house guests who had stayed for years and had no intention of going. Though not in the way the Disney films would have you believe, something happened during this trying time that would forever alter Amanute's life. She was taken prisoner by English colonists in 1613, when she was around 17, with the intention of using her as a bargaining chip with her father. Although the term captured conjures up images of a dramatic chase scene, the truth was likely more akin to being duped by people she trusted. A betrayal that must have been like learning that friends you'd supported during adversity had been plotting to take advantage of you all along. She was brought by the English to a community known as Henricus, where they intended to detain her until Chief Powhatan accepted their demands. Amanute didn't spend her time in captivity planning retaliation or longing for her freedom, which is where the story takes an interesting turn. Rather, she began constructing bridges, as she had always done. Alexander Whitaker, an English minister she met at Henricus, was tasked with converting her to Christianity. In reality, it was more akin to a lengthy philosophical debate between two highly intelligent individuals with diametrically opposed worldviews. Whitaker was confronted by a young woman who questioned preconceptions, asked insightful questions, and approached Christianity with the same curiosity she had always shown in learning about other cultures. At this point, our story begins to resemble a romantic comedy, albeit one with far greater stakes and a lot more cultural nuance. She also met a tobacco farmer named John Rolfe. Rolfe was a widower, a businessman, and a man who devoted most of his time to contemplating tobacco plants. He was not the handsome hero of movie fantasies. In addition, he had a sincere desire to comprehend Amanute as a human being rather than just as a political figure or symbol. Their bond grew gradually, much like a friendship that progressively transforms into something more. Rolfe was one of the few English colonists who treated Amanute as an equal, rather than an exotic curiosity, who genuinely listened when she spoke, and who inquired about her culture without passing judgment. Finding someone who was prepared to meet her halfway must have been like finding a cosy chair, after years of standing as the link between two worlds. However, the romance was more than a straightforward tale of love. Amanute was faced with a decision that would shape the rest of her life. She could attempt to return to her father's world, given the growing hostility between the Powhatan and the English, or she could dedicate herself to creating something new that incorporated the best aspects of both worlds she'd learned to appreciate. She made her choice in 1614. She became a Christian, changed her name to Rebecca, and wed John Rolfe in the first known interracial union in American history. Politically speaking, the marriage established a formal alliance between the English and the Powhatan, which resulted in years of peace in the area. More than that, though, it was a decision that reflected who she had grown into, someone who thought that intercultural understanding was not only feasible, but also necessary. Imagine an 18-year-old woman who had just made one of the most important choices in early American history as you delve deeper into this evening's story. Although the term American wouldn't be coined for another 150 years, Amanute was essentially creating a new way of being American when she changed her name to Rebecca Rolfe in 1614. Her union with John Rolfe brought about what historians refer to as the Peace of Pocahontas, a period of time during which the Powhatan Confederacy and the English colonists were able to live side by side without perpetual hostilities. The stakes were the survival of entire communities, so it was similar to finally bringing rival neighbours together on property lines and noise levels. Both sides were able to concentrate on building rather than defending for the first time since the arrival of the English. Rebecca threw herself into this new life with the same vigour she had always used to tackle challenging issues. It was probably like learning to play a completely different sport, with completely different rules when she learned how to manage a household in the English way. She was now running a colonial farmhouse in place of the communal longhouses where she had been raised. She was dealing with the very English idea of a nuclear family, rather than shared responsibilities dispersed throughout an extended family network. She contributed to the creation of something completely new, though, rather than merely assimilating into English culture. Powhatan and English traditions merged in her home in ways that benefited everyone. She raised her son Thomas, born in 1615, to be at home in both worlds, served corn alongside English bread, and used indigenous plants for medicine while also learning European cures. Being one of the first individuals to be born into a truly bicultural family, Thomas Rolfe exemplifies something extraordinary in American history. He would grow up understanding that having multiple identities was a strength to be celebrated rather than a problem to be solved. He came to view cultural differences as chances for growth, rather than causes for contention, as a result of Rebecca's influence. In the meantime, John Rolfe's tobacco experiments were yielding impressive results. By 1617, tobacco was starting to become the colony's first significant source of income. He had been working to create tobacco strains that would thrive in Virginia soil and satisfy European palates. The establishment of long-term economic ties between her people and the English may have seemed like a side note to Rebecca's story, but it was actually essential to everything she had been striving for. Rebecca saw what many others did not. Mutual benefit, not just tolerance, is typically necessary for enduring peace between communities. The tobacco industry produced financial incentives for collaboration, providing both parties with realistic justifications to uphold mutually beneficial partnerships. It was similar to discovering a profitable business venture that simultaneously resolved a political issue. In colonial circles, Rebecca had gained some notoriety by 1616. Both sides of the Atlantic were captivated by tales of the Indian princess who, despite their exaggerated nature, had saved John Smith and subsequently wed an Englishman. She was viewed by the Virginia Company, which was constantly searching for methods to draw in more colonists and investors, as the ideal spokesperson for the success of their colonial endeavour, in part as distinguished visitors and in part as tangible evidence that the colonial experiment was successful. They invited Rebecca and John to come to England. Rebecca saw this invitation as an amazing opportunity to visit the country of the people she had been working with for almost 10 years, and perhaps to speak directly to English authorities about treating her father's people fairly. She had no idea what the trip to England would be like. One of the biggest cities in the world in 1616, London was a place of both extreme wealth and debilitating poverty, grand architecture and foul odours, sophisticated culture and cruel entertainment. Walking through London must have felt like visiting an alien planet to someone who had grown up in Virginia's forests. However, Rebecca adjusted to London society with the same poise that she had displayed in each of her previous difficult circumstances. She attended court events, met with nobles, and enchanted everyone with her intelligence, dignity, and innate ability to negotiate. She became the first Native American to be welcomed as a guest of honour by English royalty when she was introduced to King James I and Queen Anne. More significantly, she made use of her time in England to tell her people's story, not the idealised one that English audiences desired to hear, but the truth about a civilised society deserving of dignity and justice. She discussed the agricultural innovations, the intricate political structure of the Powhatan Confederacy, and their aspiration for peaceful coexistence with their English neighbours. The establishment of true understanding between peoples who had initially viewed one another as incomprehensibly foreign was, in a sense, the result of everything Rebecca had been striving for since she was 11 years old. She had turned into a living example of how such comprehension was not only feasible, but also had the potential to serve as the cornerstone of enduring harmony and shared prosperity. Pour yourself another cup of tea and settle in for what may be the most moving part of Rebecca's story as we draw to a close our evening journey together. Because sometimes, rather than on either side, those who dedicate their lives to constructing bridges between worlds find that they are most at home in the crossing itself. Anyone who's ever felt torn between two different versions of themselves will recognise Rebecca's time in London as both triumphant and difficult. She was hailed as evidence of the success of English colonialism, hailed as an exotic princess, and admired as a Christian convert. However, she was also exhausted, homesick, and becoming more conscious of how little the England she was seeing resembled the impoverished towns she had left behind in Virginia. During her months in London, she ran into John Smith once more, the same John Smith who had made her famous with his dramatic rescue story. Their encounter was likely awkward, as reunions with old friends can be when both of you have undergone difficult-to-explain changes. Smith was now earning a living as a writer and professional explorer, sharing his tales of the New World. As a mother, wife, and unofficial ambassador, Rebecca had to negotiate the complicated politics of two continents. The thing that most impressed her about Smith was how his account of their early interactions had developed over time. In his stories, the ceremony she recalled had evolved into a last-minute escape from certain death, probably a formal adoption ritual that he had misinterpreted. Hearing someone characterise your childhood neighbourhood as a perilous wilderness when you remember it as just home was like that. However, Rebecca refrained from publicly correcting his stories. She had discovered that sometimes the understanding that develops from shared narratives, even if they are flawed, is more significant than the truth. Despite their embellishment, Smith's stories had influenced English audiences to feel pity for her people. Perhaps the larger truth that these stories conveyed was more significant than the literal truth, if dramatic tales of romance and rescue helped English people see that Native Americans were deserving of respect. In addition to being a well-known visitor, Rebecca actively supported her people during her stay in England. She consistently argued that the Powhatan Confederacy should be regarded as a valid political entity deserving of respect and equitable treatment when she met with representatives of the Virginia Company, religious leaders, and political figures. She was effectively acting as an unofficial ambassador, attempting to influence English colonial policy from within by utilising her special position. But the physical strain of London life was wearing thin. For lungs used to Virginia forests, the city's air, heavy with smoke from innumerable coal fires, was harsh. For someone accustomed to a more active outdoor lifestyle, the rich foods, formal attire, and ongoing social obligations were draining. The psychological toll of always being on, always standing in for something greater than herself, always conscious that her actions would be taken as proof of her entire people, was the most difficult of all. Rebecca, John, and infant Thomas got ready to leave for Virginia at the beginning of 1617. She couldn't wait to return home, see her family, and get back to work fostering useful collaboration between the Powhatan and English communities. Rebecca became gravely ill with what was likely either tuberculosis or pneumonia, which were common diseases that killed people in the 17th century London just after the ship had left the Thames River. At around age 21, she passed away in Gravesend, England, in March 1617. According to John Rolfe, she expressed her faith and hope that her work would continue in her final remarks. Although the precise location of her grave has been lost to time, it was in St George's Church in Gravesend. Although Rebecca's remarkable life came to an end with her passing, her influence persisted. She'd contributed to the peace between the Powhatan and English, which persisted for a number of additional years, allowing both groups to build stronger bonds. Her son Thomas became a prosperous planter who remained connected to his Powhatan and English roots, eventually visiting his mother's family in Virginia as an adult. Most significantly, Rebecca had shown that people from vastly different cultures could not only understand one another, but also develop completely new lifestyles that respected the best aspects of both traditions, something that many people in her era believed was impossible. She had demonstrated that being torn between two worlds could mean belonging everywhere rather than nowhere. As our time with Rebecca draws to a close, remember this. You just spent time with someone who, more than 400 years ago, figured out how to do something we're still learning, how to create true understanding between people who have very different perspectives on the world. Rebecca's death in England was not the end of her story. It was only the beginning in many respects. Thomas Rolfe, her son, became the embodiment of all she had strived for. He was equally comfortable in Powhatan Council meetings and English drawing rooms, equally proficient in both indigenous ecological knowledge and European agricultural methods. He took his mother's genetic heritage and her talent for seeing connections where others saw only differences with him when he eventually visited Virginia as an adult to meet his grandfather, Chief Powhatan's people. Rebecca's lineage persisted in Virginia through Thomas and his descendants, eventually extending throughout the American South and beyond. She's one of the most common ancestors of old Virginia families, with thousands of Americans today tracing their lineage back to Rebecca and John Rolfe. More than genetic inheritance, however, these descendants continued her method of negotiating difficult cultural circumstances, the capacity to stay loyal to oneself while remaining receptive to new information. Rebecca may not have realised it, but her life story also evolved beyond historical fact to become a fundamental American myth. Despite the fact that the reality was far more complicated and the conclusion far more tragic than the myth implied, the story of Pocahontas saving John Smith came to represent the potential for collaboration between Native Americans and European settlers. Every American generation has retold and reimagined her story, which is fascinating because it frequently reveals more about the storytellers than it does about Rebecca. She's occasionally portrayed as the honourable savage who eschewed barbarism for civilization. She is the unfortunate victim of colonialism at times. At times, she's the courageous heroine who used love and compassion to unite two worlds. Although there are truthful aspects in each of these versions, none fully conveys the complexity of her true self. Because she was more human, the real Rebecca was more fascinating than any of these mythological representations. She was a person who found herself in an unprecedented circumstance, and responded with intelligence, flexibility, and extraordinary emotional maturity. She was neither a symbol nor a stereotype. She made errors, had to make difficult decisions, and occasionally had to put workable solutions ahead of ideal results. To put it another way, she was just the kind of person that we need more of in every age. Her method of diplomacy, which is founded on interpersonal connections, realistic problem-solving, and sincere interest in the opinions of others, provides lessons that are still applicable today. Rebecca's example serves as a reminder that, in a society where people frequently appear more concerned with winning arguments than with understanding one another, listening to others with genuine interest and respect is frequently the most effective way to influence them. She also illustrated something that is worth reiterating in the present, that learning from others does not necessitate sacrificing your own values, nor does preserving your own cultural identity require rejecting everything about other cultures. Rebecca converted to Christianity while maintaining her Powhatan identity. She was able to navigate English society while maintaining her understanding of her father's political concerns. She instilled in her son a sense of pride in his entire heritage, not just the aspects that were deemed acceptable by society. Most significantly, Rebecca demonstrated to us that serving as a bridge between other worlds is not only feasible, but also necessary. There are people who fulfill this role in every community and time period, assisting various groups in understanding one another by translating not just words, but entire world views. Though they rarely receive the credit they merit, these bridge builders enable civilization. Think about this as you get ready for bed tonight. Although Rebecca's life was short, just 21 years, she was able to stop wars, bring about enduring peace, forge new kinds of collaboration, and show that individuals from very different backgrounds could not only live together, but also produce something beautiful. She demonstrated that one individual could alter history if they worked with tolerance, humour, and sincere concern for other people. Remember Rebecca the next time you're in a situation where people seem to be talking over one another, when various groups are assuming things rather than asking questions, or when conflict seems unavoidable because no one is paying attention. Remember that understanding can develop even in the most unlikely situations, that bridge building is feasible, and that sometimes the most significant thing you can do is just assist people in seeing one another as fellow human beings rather than as symbols of terrifying alien ideas. I hope you have a little more of Rebecca's ability to see connections where others only see differences when you wake up tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Picture yourself walking through London in the year 1843. The city sprawls before you like a living, breathing manuscript. Pages of brick and mortar, chapters written in smoke and gaslight. This isn't the sterile museum piece London you might imagine from costume dramas. This is a city that smells of coal fires and roasting chestnuts, of damp wool and printer's ink, of horse manure mixed with the yeasty warmth drifting from bakeries at dawn. You're following in the footsteps of Charles Dickens, though he's just 31 years old and not yet the literary giant his name will become. He lives at number 1 Devonshire Terrace, a handsome townhouse near Regent's Park, and his mornings begin with a ritual as precise as clockwork. The household stirs at 7. You can hear the servants below stairs, the clatter of pots, the whoosh of bellows bringing the kitchen fire to life. Mrs. Dickens, Catherine, round with their 5th child, manages the domestic symphony while Charles performs his own morning ceremony upstairs. He stands before his shaving mirror, studying his face with the attention he'll later give to his characters. Sharp eyes, thick auburn hair swept back from his forehead, a small beard he keeps meticulously trimmed. Even in these private moments, there's something theatrical about him, as if he's always slightly aware of an audience, even when the audience is just himself. He adjusts his collar, smooths his waistcoat, checks that his watch chain hangs just so. Appearance matters to a man who once knew real poverty, who remembers what it felt like to be looked through rather than at. By 8:30 he's at his desk. This isn't some cramped garret. Those days are behind him now. His study overlooks the garden, and the morning light filters through windows that his modest success has allowed him to keep clean and curtained in deep green velvet. The desk itself tells the story of a working writer, not romantic, not particularly tidy, but functional. Stacks of paper, quills in their stand, a blue ceramic pot holding ink mixed to his own specifications, not too thick, not too runny. The tools of someone who makes their living by the word. And what a living he makes with those words. You watch as his hand moves across the page, filling it with the tight slanted script that his publishers have learned to decipher. He writes the way other men breathe, necessarily constantly, with a rhythm that's as natural as his heartbeat. This morning he's working on Martin Chuzzlewit, his current serial novel. It's not going as well as he'd hoped. The sales figures trouble him, keep him awake at night when he should be sleeping, but that's a worry for later. Right now, in this morning hour, there's just the scratch of the quill and the slow accumulation of sentences. He writes for 3 hours without stopping, his concentration so complete that he doesn't hear the door open when Catherine brings him tea. She's learned to set the cup down silently and leave. He'll drink it cold in another hour, barely noticing. At noon, he stops. This isn't negotiable. He's learned that his brain needs this break, that forcing more hours at the desk produces diminishing returns. He stands, stretches, feels his spine crack in 3 places. Then comes the part of his day that people who know him find most characteristic, his walk. London belongs to walkers in these years before automobiles, and Dickens walks more than most. Not gentle strolls, he attacks the pavement like a man possessed, covering 10 or 15 or even 20 miles in an afternoon. You follow him out the door, watching as he sets his face toward the city centre, his walking stick clicking against the cobblestones in a steady, driving rhythm. The streets teem with life. Crossing sweepers dart between carriages, clearing paths through the horse muck for ladies in their long skirts. Pie sellers call out their wares, hot eels, kidney pudding, penny buns. A man with a trained monkey performs on a corner, the creature wearing a tiny red jacket and a look of profound resignation. Dickens sees it all, remembers it all, stores it away for future use. That's what these walks are really about. Research, observation, the gathering of human details that will later bloom into characters on his pages. You pass through neighbourhoods that shift like the weather. Here in Marylebone the houses are respectable, the servants well fed. But walk south toward the river, and the air grows heavier, thicker, tinged with the smell of the Thames at low tide, a smell like bad eggs mixed with worse secrets. The houses lean inward, their upper stories almost touching across narrow lanes. Laundry hangs from every window, never quite getting dry in the damp London air. Children play in gutters, their games involving sticks and stones and impressive amounts of imagination. Dickens knows these streets. He knew them as a boy, when his father's debts landed the family in the Marshalsea debtors' prison, and young Charles found himself working in a blacking factory, pasting labels on pots of boot polish for 6 shillings a week. He was 12 years old. The memory still carries the weight of shame, even 2 decades later. He's never told Catherine about it, never told anyone except his closest friend. Some wounds don't heal just because you've climbed out of the circumstances that caused them, but he's climbed far, hasn't he? From that blacking factory to this, published author, celebrity, invited to dinner parties where duchesses laugh at his jokes. He's invented a new way of publishing novels, releasing them in monthly instalments that keep readers desperate for the next chapter. The entire country waits to see what happens to little Nell, weeps when she dies, writes him letters begging him to bring her back. He can't, of course. The dead stay dead, even in fiction. Especially in fiction where death means something. His afternoon walk takes him past the British Museum, through Bloomsbury, down into Holborn. He notices everything. The way that woman shields her face when her husband raises his voice. The careful dignity of the street sweeper who tips his hat to passers-by, as if cleaning streets were a profession worthy of respect, which, Dickens thinks, it is. The exhausted slump of the shop girl's shoulders at the end of her 12-hour day. The particular quality of light filtering through smoke-stained windows into the public house where men nurse their pints and their grievances. Sometimes he stops at his publisher's offices on Whitefriar Street. The building smells of paper and possibility, wet ink and binding glue. His publishers, Chapman and Hall, greet him with the careful enthusiasm of men who know their fortunes are tied to his pen. They discuss sales figures, publication schedules, advances against future works. Business talk, necessary but not particularly enjoyable. What he really wants to know is whether people are responding to his work the way he hopes. Not just buying it, but feeling it, being changed by it. Because that's what he wants, more than the money or the fame or the invitations to country estates. He wants his words to mean something, to make the comfortable uncomfortable, and to give the uncomfortable some measure of hope. He wants to expose the machinery that grinds up the poor and spits them out. He wants people to see what he sees on these walks, the humanity in every face, the stories behind every shabby coat and worn boot. By the time he returns home in late afternoon, he's covered 12 miles and filled his mind with enough observations to populate 3 novels. His boots are dusty, his coat needs brushing, but his eyes are bright with that peculiar energy that comes from moving through the world with all your senses engaged. The servants have learned to have his dinner ready by 6. He keeps to a schedule the way ships keep to compass bearings. Dinner is a substantial affair. Roast beef or mutton, potatoes, vegetables boiled until they surrender, a pudding to finish. The Victorians believe in feeding themselves properly, and Dickens eats with the same intensity he brings to everything else. Catherine sits across from him, managing the children who are old enough to join them at table. Young Charles, they call him Charlie, is 6 now, old enough to be developing his own personality. Mary, nicknamed Mamie, is 5. Little Katie is 4. Baby Walter is barely 2. And Catherine's pregnant again, her face showing the strain of bearing children almost yearly since their marriage 7 years ago. Dickens loves his children in the abstract, but fatherhood sits uneasily on him. He's better at imagining children than living with them day to day. The noise, the mess, the constant needs, these interrupt his concentration, pull him away from the work that matters most to him. He's kind to them, generous even. But there's a distance there, as if he's saving his deepest emotions for the characters he creates, rather than the children he's helped bring into the world. After dinner he might read in his study, or he might venture out again for the theatre. London's theatrical scene pulses with energy, and Dickens loves it all. The melodramas, the farces, the Shakespeare productions where actors declaim to the cheap seats with magnificent bombast. He seriously considered becoming an actor himself, even auditioned once at Covent Garden before his writing career took off. Sometimes you wonder if he made the right choice, or if perhaps he found a way to do both. Writing as a kind of performance, his characters playing their roles on the stage of the page. On these winter evenings in 1843, he often ends his day in his study, not writing but thinking. The fire burns low in the grate. The house settles around him with the small creaks and sighs of a building at rest. Outside, London continues its eternal business. The clip-clop of late carriages, the distant call of the watch, the bark of a dog somewhere in the darkness. He's thinking about Christmas. Christmas in 1843 is not yet what it will become. That's the thing to understand as you sit with Dickens in his study, watching the fire paint shadows on the walls. The holiday exists, certainly. Christians have been celebrating Christ's birth for centuries, but it's not the massive cultural juggernaut it will transform into. There are no Christmas cards yet. Those won't be invented for another decade. No Christmas trees in most English homes. That German tradition is only just being introduced by Queen Victoria's husband, Prince Albert. No expectation of elaborate gift-giving, no office parties, no department store Santas, no Salvation Army kettles, no White Christmas playing in every shop. What Christmas means in 1843 depends largely on who you are. If you're wealthy, it might mean a feast, some evergreen decorations, perhaps a ball or party. If you're poor, and most people are poor, it might mean nothing more than a rare day off work, a slightly larger meal if you can afford it, church if you're so inclined. It's not a national obsession, it's just another day, albeit one with some religious significance. But Dickens has always loved Christmas. You can see it in his face when he talks about it, the way his eyes soften, and his voice takes on a warmth it doesn't have when discussing business or literature. For him, Christmas connects to something deeper than traditional religion, though those elements are present too. It connects to an idea of what human beings could be to each other if they tried, generous, kind, willing to see past the barriers that usually keep people separate. He remembers Christmases from his childhood, before the disaster of his father's debts, the house decorated with holly and ivy, the smell of roasting goose, his mother's face flushed and happy as she brought the pudding to the table, blue flames dancing on its surface from the brandy poured over it, the sense of warmth and plenty, of being safe and loved and part of something good. Those memories gleam like gold sovereigns in his mind, precious and painful, because he knows how fragile that happiness was, how quickly it could all vanish. And then the years in the blacking factory, when Christmas meant nothing except a day when the warehouse was closed and he had nowhere to go, no one to be with. Standing outside bakeries, watching families through windows, feeling the cold seep through his thin jacket. The memory has a different quality, not gold, but lead, heavy and dark. Now, in his success, he tries to recreate those good Christmases for his own family. He's almost theatrical about it, directing the holiday like a play. The decorations must be just so. The goose must be perfectly roasted. The children must have presents, though nothing too extravagant. He doesn't want them to become spoiled, to lose sight of how fortunate they are. There must be games and laughter, and that peculiar glow that comes when people decide, just for a day, to put aside their usual concerns and simply enjoy each other's company. But something is bothering him this December. You watch him pace his study, not yet able to articulate what's gnawing at him, but feeling it nonetheless, like a splinter working its way deeper. The sales figures for Martin Chuzzlewit continue to disappoint. His publishers are getting nervous, hinting that perhaps he's oversaturated the market with his work. And beyond his personal worries, there's the larger issue of England itself, the country he loves and criticises in almost equal measure. The poverty keeps him awake, not his own. He's comfortable now, secure in a way he never was as a child. But the poverty of others, the vast sea of suffering that surrounds his small island of success. On his walks, he sees children who remind him of his younger self, thin, hungry, wearing clothes that offer no protection against the cold. He sees families huddled in doorways, men desperate for work, women aged before their time by bearing too many children and burying half of them. And the thing that enrages him most is the attitude of those who have plenty toward those who have nothing. The casual cruelty, the assumption that poverty is a moral failing rather than an economic condition. The workhouses, those grim institutions where the poor are housed and fed, barely, in exchange for hard labour and complete loss of dignity. The philosophy that says if you're poor, it's because you're lazy or stupid or morally deficient, and the proper response is punishment rather than help. He's been reading the reports from Parliament about child labour. Children younger than his own, working 16-hour days in coal mines and textile mills, in factories where the machinery doesn't stop and the overseers don't care if a tired child loses a finger or a hand. It's legal, it's how the system works, and most of the comfortable, well-fed members of the middle and upper classes don't think about it at all, or if they do, they shrug and say that's just how things are. Christmas throws all of this into sharp relief. The contrast between plenty and want, between the warm houses of the rich and the cold streets where the poor huddle, between the philosophy of goodwill and the reality of indifference. Dickens feels this contrast physically, like a weight in his chest, and he begins to think that perhaps he could write something about it. Not a pamphlet or an essay. Those don't reach people the way stories do. A story. A Christmas story. The idea begins to take shape in October, walking the streets after another frustrating morning with Martin Chuzzlewit. What if he could write something that would make people feel the importance of Christmas, the importance of caring for each other? Not a sermon. People hate sermons, tune them out immediately. But a ghost story, which people love, combined with a moral lesson, which they need. A man who doesn't celebrate Christmas, who actively hates it, and something happens to change his mind. Ghosts, yes. Ghosts are perfect for Christmas. And not just any ghosts, but ghosts that show past, present, and future. The full scope of a life, the consequences of choices made and not made. The story starts to write itself in his head, the way the best ideas always do. He can see the miser. He'll call him Scrooge, a name that sounds like a curse or a cough. He can see the dead partner returning to warn him, chains wound around him forged from the sins of greed and indifference. He can see the ghosts. Cheerful Christmas past, generous Christmas present, terrible Christmas yet to come. And he can see Scrooge transformed, learning the lesson that Dickens himself believes with every fibre of his being, that we are all responsible for each other, that no man is an island, that what we do or fail to do ripples outward in ways we can't always predict. By mid-October the story is demanding to be written, but he can't just set aside Martin Chuzzlewit. He has contractual obligations, deadlines to meet. He'll have to write the Christmas story alongside his regular work, stealing hours where he can find them. It will be exhausting, it will probably be worth it. You're sitting in Dickens' study again, but the season has turned. It's late October now, then November, and the quality of light has changed from autumn gold to winter grey. The fire burns higher in the grate because the chill has settled into the London stones, the kind of cold that gets into your bones and stays there. Dickens sits at his desk, but something is different. He's not writing Martin Chuzzlewit this morning. He's writing something else. A Christmas carol pours out of him like water from a broken dam. He's always been a fast writer. He has to be, with deadlines constantly looming. But this is different. This is possessed. He writes for hours without stopping, his hand cramping, barely noticing when Catherine brings tea or when the servants come to tend the fire. The characters are alive in his mind, more real than the furniture around him. He can hear Scrooge's voice, cracked and cold. He can see Bob Cratchit shivering at his desk, trying to warm his hands at the single coal provided for the day. He can feel Tiny Tim's hand in his palm, the child's grip weaker than it should be. The story takes him places he didn't expect. He knew the basic structure, miser visits by ghosts, miser reforms, but the details surprise him as he writes them. The ghost of Christmas. Past taking Scrooge back to his lonely childhood, to the school where everyone else had gone home for Christmas, and young Ebenezer sat alone with his books. Dickens knows that loneliness. He feels it in his own chest as he writes, remembering, and then the vision of the Cratchit family, poor but rich in what matters, their tiny house, their meagre goose, their fierce love for each other, and especially for Tiny Tim with his crutch and his brave, cheerful spirit. Dickens weeps as he writes about Tiny Tim. Actually weeps, tears falling onto the page, smudging the ink. He doesn't care. He knows what he's doing, manipulating the reader's emotions, pulling heartstrings with all the skill of a master puppeteer. But it's not cynical. He means every word. He believes that if he can make people cry for Tiny Tim, make them care about this fictional child, maybe they'll start caring about real children too. The ones mining coal and sweeping chimneys and dying in workhouses. The Ghost of Christmas Present shows Scrooge the world as it is. Not just the Cratchits, but people everywhere celebrating as best they can, finding joy despite poverty, despite hardship. And then, from beneath the ghost's robe, come the two children, ignorance and want. These are the most powerful images in the story, Dickens thinks as he writes them. Wretched, desperate children who represent all the neglected and abused children of England. The ghost warns Scrooge to beware them, especially ignorance. Dickens underlines that word 3 times in his manuscript. He knows what he's saying, that ignorance is the root of suffering, that education is the cure, that a society that neglects its children is a society that's committing slow suicide. The Ghost of Christmas, yet to come, might be the most effective of all. Silent, terrifying, pointing toward a future where Scrooge dies alone and unmourned, his possessions scavenged, his passing celebrated by debtors who are relieved to be free of him. And worse, far worse, the future where Tiny Tim has died, where the Cratchit family struggles on with a hole in their hearts that will never quite heal. Dickens makes this future feel inevitable, makes the reader understand that this is what will happen if nothing changes. The weight of consequence, the price of indifference, and then the transformation. Scrooge waking on Christmas morning, frantically checking that he hasn't missed it, that there's still time to change. The joy he feels at getting a second chance, the almost manic energy with which he sets about making amends. Sending the prize turkey to the Cratchits. Not just a turkey, but the biggest turkey in the shop. Raising Bob's salary. Becoming a second father to Tiny Tim. Becoming, as the narrator says, as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew. Dickens writes the ending with the same tears he cried over Tiny Tim's potential death. But these are different tears. These are the tears you cry when something in you unclenches, when you realise that redemption is possible, that people can change, that it's never too late to become who you should have been all along. It's a fairy tale ending, sure. Life isn't really like this. People don't usually change overnight, don't suddenly become generous and kind because ghosts show them frightening visions. But it could be like this. That's the point. It could be, if people chose it. He finishes the story in 6 weeks. 6 weeks of writing through exhaustion, through headaches, through nights when he can't sleep because the characters won't leave him alone. Catherine worries about him, can see him growing thinner, more intense, burning himself up like a candle flame. But she knows better than to try to stop him. When Charles is in the grip of a story like this, there's no reasoning with him, no pulling him back. All she can do is make sure he eats, make sure the house stays quiet during his writing hours, and wait for it to be over. When he writes the final line, "God blesses everyone," he leans back in his chair and feels completely emptied out. The story is done. It exists now, independent of him, ready to go out into the world and do whatever it will do. He's proud of it, prouder than he's been of anything he's written. He knows it's good. He knows it matters. But there's a problem. His publishers, Chapman and Hall, are nervous about costs. They want to produce the book cheaply, charge a high price, maximise profits. But Dickens wants something else entirely. He wants the book to be beautiful. Gilt-edged pages, hand-coloured illustrations, a deep red cloth cover. He wants it to look like a gift, to feel special in the reader's hands. And he wants it to be affordable, only 5 shillings, so that ordinary people can buy it. Not just the rich, who don't need its message, but the middle class, the shopkeepers and clerks and tradesmen who might actually take its lesson to heart. Chapman and Hall protest. At 5 shillings with these production costs, there will barely be any profit. Dickens doesn't care. He's so determined that he agrees to pay the publishing cost himself, to take all the financial risk. He believes in this story, believes it will sell, believes it will make a difference. The book is published on December 19th, 1843, 5 days before Christmas, perfect timing. The first edition of A Christmas Carol sells out immediately, not in weeks or days, in hours. 6,000 copies gone before the ink is barely dry. The publishers rush to print more. The reviews come in, almost universally positive. People aren't just reading it, they're talking about it, recommending it to friends, buying multiple copies to give as gifts. Dickens hears the stories second-hand at first, then directly as letters begin to pour in. A factory owner who reads the book and gives his workers Christmas Day off for the first time. A woman who sends a donation to a children's charity and credits the story for inspiring her. A man who reconciles with his estranged brother after years of stubborn silence, saying that if Scrooge can change, maybe anyone can. The book crosses the Atlantic and Americans embrace it with the same enthusiasm. Theatre stage unauthorised adaptations. Dickens loses money on this, ironically, since he doesn't control American copyright. But the story spreads, takes root, begins to change how people think about Christmas itself. You watch Dickens on Christmas morning 1843, in his own home with his own family. The house is decorated as he directed. Holly and ivy wound around the banisters, a fire roaring in every hearth, the smell of roasting goose filling the rooms. The children are wild with excitement, tearing into their presents with the absolute focus that only children can manage. Catherine is flushed and happy, for once not worried about household management or the baby she's carrying or her husband's moods. The servants have been given the day off to spend with their own families, an unusual luxury in a time when domestic service means being available essentially around the clock. Dickens watches it all with an expression you can't quite read. Pride, certainly. Pride that he's managed to create this, to give his family the kind of Christmas he dreamed about as a lonely child. But something else too, a kind of wistfulness maybe, or a sense of distance. He's here, but not entirely here, part of his mind still walking the streets of London, still thinking about the children who won't have Christmas dinners, still carrying the weight of everything he's seen and felt and tried to capture in his little book. Someone asks him to read from A Christmas Carol, and he agrees immediately. This is what he loves. Performing his own work, hearing how the words sound aloud, watching people's faces as they react to the story. He reads the scene where the ghost of Christmas presents shows Scrooge the Cratchit family dinner, and he notices his own children growing quiet, really listening. He reads Tiny Tim's famous line, "God blesses everyone," and his voice cracks slightly. The emotion's still fresh, even though he's the one who wrote it. Later, after the dinner and the games and the general chaos of a Victorian Christmas have wound down, he takes a walk. Just a short one this time, around the neighbourhood, not his usual marathon through the city. The streets are quiet, most families inside their homes. Smoke rises from every chimney. Here and there you can see through windows into lit rooms, glimpse the shadows of people celebrating or sleeping or simply sitting by fires. He thinks about what he's accomplished, not just with this book, but with all his books. He's wealthy now, secure, able to provide for his family in ways his own father never could. He's famous, recognised on the street, invited to every dinner party and social event in London. He's done what he set out to do, made a name for himself, proved that a boy from a working-class family could rise through talent and determination and sheer force of will. But is it enough? The question nags at him like a sawtooth he can't stop probing with his tongue. A Christmas Carol is selling wonderfully. but it's not making him much money because of the production costs he insisted on and the pirated American editions. His publishers are still worried about Martin Chuzzlewit, still hinting that maybe he needs to slow down, give the market time to breathe. And underneath all the practical concerns is a deeper question. Is his writing actually changing anything? Are people reading his books and then going out and being better? Or are they just entertained for a few hours before returning to their regular lives, their regular indifferences? He doesn't know. Can't know. The effects of art aren't measurable like the effects of building a bridge or passing a law. All he can do is write the truest things he knows how to write and hope that somewhere, somehow, they make a difference. The cold drives him back inside, where the house is warm and his children are asleep and Catherine is dozing in a chair by the fire. He stands in the doorway for a moment, looking at her, feeling a complicated mixture of affection and frustration and guilt. He's not an easy man to be married to, he knows this. His moods swing wildly, his need for solitude conflicts with the demands of family life, and he expects from her a level of perfection he can't manage himself. But she stays, and she tries, and she's given him these children and this home and this life. That counts for something. That counts for a lot. He goes to his study, not to write, but just to sit in the darkness for a while, watching the embers fade in the grate. Tomorrow he'll return to Martin Chuzzlewit, return to the regular work of being Charles Dickens, novelist and public figure. But tonight, on this Christmas night, he allows himself to simply be tired and satisfied and uncertain and hopeful all at once. It's been quite a year. A Christmas Carol becomes a tradition, not just the book itself, but public readings of it. Dickens discovers that he loves performing his work more than almost anything else, more even than writing it. Starting in the 1850s, he begins giving public readings of the Carol and other works, and people flock to hear him. These aren't simple book readings, they're performances, theatrical events where Dickens voices every character, where he makes people laugh and cry and gasp within the span of an hour. You watch him prepare for these readings with the dedication of an actor preparing for opening night. He memorises the text, marks his copy with notes about timing and emphasis, practices in front of mirrors to get the facial expressions right. When he reads Scrooge, his voice becomes harsh and pinched. When he reads Tiny Tim, it becomes high and sweet. When he reads The Ghost of Christmas Present, it booms with jolly authority. The readings are exhausting. He puts everything into them, holds nothing back, leaves the stage drenched in sweat and shaking with fatigue. His doctors warn him that he's damaging his health, that the stress is too much for his heart and his nerves. He ignores them. The readings give him something that writing alone doesn't: immediate connection with his audience, proof that his words are landing, that people are feeling what he wants them to feel, and Christmas itself is changing, partly because of him. The elements that will become standard parts of the holiday, the emphasis on family gatherings, the expectation of gift-giving, the idea that Christmas should be a time of generosity and goodwill toward all, these are all amplified by A Christmas Carol. It's not that Dickens invented Christmas. It's that he gave people a story that showed them what Christmas could mean, what it could be in the best version of itself. Other changes happen too, changes in how Victorian society thinks about poverty and responsibility. A Christmas Carol isn't solely responsible for these shifts. There are reformers and activists working on these issues, parliamentary commissions investigating working conditions, journalists exposing scandals. But the story contributes to a changing atmosphere, helps make it less socially acceptable to simply ignore the suffering of the poor or to blame them for their own circumstances. Dickens continues to write about these themes in other works. Bleak House exposes the cruelties of the legal system. Hard Times critiques industrial capitalism and the philosophy that sees human beings as nothing more than units of production. Little Dorrit returns to the debtor's prison of his childhood, showing how poverty traps generations in cycles of shame and desperation. He's found his subject, his life's work, using fiction to expose injustice and to argue, through story, for a more humane world. His personal life becomes more complicated as the years pass. His marriage to Catherine deteriorates, the affection curdling into mutual resentment. He falls in love with a young actress named Ellen Ternan, begins an affair that he tries desperately to keep secret from the public. He separates from Catherine in 1858, a shocking scandal in Victorian England, and spends the rest of his life juggling his public image as a champion of home and hearth with the private reality of his broken marriage and hidden relationship. The contradictions don't escape him. He's aware of the irony. Charles Dickens, who wrote so movingly about family and loyalty and moral responsibility, who created Scrooge's transformation as a model for how people should live, unable to maintain his own family, unable to be faithful to his own wife. But he's also human, and humans are complicated, capable of writing beautiful truths and living messy realities. The work doesn't become less true just because the writer is flawed. Christmas remains special to him throughout these years, even as other things fall apart. Every December, he performs readings of the carol, returns to the story he wrote in such a burst of inspiration back in 1843. And every time he reads it, he feels some of what he felt writing it. The hope that people can change, the belief that generosity matters, the conviction that we are, as he wrote, our brother's keepers, bound together in ways we ignore at our peril. The readings take their toll. By the late 1860s, his health is clearly failing. The exhaustion that he used to shake off after a night's sleep now lingers for days. His pulse is irregular. His left arm and hand go numb sometimes, a warning sign that his doctors recognise but that he refuses to heed. He continues performing, continues pushing himself, continues giving everything he has to the audiences who come to hear him. His last public reading of A Christmas Carol takes place in March 1870. He's 58 years old but looks older, his face lined with fatigue, his movements slower than they used to be. He performs the carol one final time, and people in the audience later remember that there was something elegiac about it, some quality of farewell in how he spoke the familiar words. 3 months later, he dies. A stroke, sudden and massive, on June 9th, 1870. He's at his home, working on a novel that will never be finished. One moment he's alive, the next he's not. Just like that, Charles Dickens is gone. But the story, the carol, doesn't die with him. That's the thing about stories that strike true. They outlive their creators, take on lives of their own, evolve in ways the writer never imagined. You're sitting by a fire again, but this time it's not in Dickens's study in the 1840s. It could be any fire, any time from his death to now. The carol has become woven into the fabric of Christmas itself, so completely that people often don't realise they're celebrating a holiday that Dickens helped reshape. Every office party with its secret Santa, every charity bell ringer, every family watching one of the countless adaptations of the story, these are all in some sense echoes of what Dickens wrote in those 6 fevered weeks in 1843. The story has been adapted more than any of his other works. There are film versions and stage versions and radio versions and animated versions. There are adaptations that faithfully follow the original and adaptations that wildly reimagine it. Scrooge as a woman, Scrooge in space, Scrooge as a Muppet, Scrooge as everything you can imagine. The basic structure is so strong that it can support almost infinite variation. Miser, ghosts, transformation, redemption. The pattern repeats because it works. Because people need to believe that change is possible, that it's never too late to become better than you've been. And beyond the formal adaptations, there's the broader influence. The way the story shaped how we think about Christmas and about our obligations to each other. When someone calls another person a Scrooge, everyone knows what that means. Someone stingy, cold-hearted, disconnected from the Christmas spirit. When companies give Christmas bonuses or time off, when people make special efforts to be generous in December, some small part of that impulse comes from the cultural shift that Dickens's story helped create. The specific social problems he was writing about have changed, evolved, sometimes improved, Victorian England's workhouses are gone. Child labour, while still a global problem, is illegal in most developed countries. The particular forms of cruelty that Dickens documented in his work have been replaced by different forms, different cruelties, but the fundamental dynamic remains. Some people have too much while others have too little, and those with plenty can choose either to notice and care or to ignore and justify. Dickens believed that stories could make people care, that if you showed them suffering in the form of characters they came to love, Little Nell or Tiny Tim or Oliver Twist, they might start caring about real suffering too. It's impossible to measure whether he was right, whether A Christmas Carol actually made the world better in any quantifiable way. But it's not impossible to feel that something changed, that the story added something to human consciousness, gave us a vocabulary and a set of images for talking about generosity and transformation. Think about what Dickens gave us, the idea that the past shapes us but doesn't have to imprison us. The present moment, with all its joys and sorrows, deserves our full attention. The future is not fixed. Our choices matter, change things, ripple outward in ways we can't fully predict, and above all the recognition that we are connected, that what happens to Tiny Tim or Bob Cratchit or the nameless poor huddled in doorways is our business, is everyone's business, because we're all part of the same human family. It's easy to be cynical about this message, to dismiss it as sentiment or fantasy. The world doesn't really work this way, cynics say. People don't change overnight. Individual generosity doesn't solve structural problems. One story, no matter how popular, can't fix centuries of inequality and injustice. All of this is true, and yet people keep reading the story, keep being moved by it, keep wanting to believe that Scrooge's transformation is possible, that the worst among us might somehow discover their capacity for goodness. Maybe that's not naive. Maybe that's just human. The need to believe in redemption, in second chances, in the possibility that tomorrow could be better than today if we choose to make it so. The fire burns low. Outside, snow might be falling, or rain, or nothing at all. It's late December, that strange time between Christmas and New Year's, when the year feels suspended, neither fully current nor quite finished. You think about Dickens in his study, writing frantically to meet his self-imposed deadline, convinced that this story matters, that he has something urgent to say. You think about him performing it for audiences, watching their faces, needing to see that his words had power, that they weren't just entertainment but something more. He was flawed, as all people are. He hurt people he should have protected. He failed to live up to his own ideals in ways that would have disappointed the readers who loved his books. But he also worked harder than almost anyone, used his gifts fully, tried to make his writing mean something beyond mere profit or fame. That has to count for something. That has to matter. A Christmas Carol endures because it speaks to something fundamental, the desire to be better than we are, to overcome the smallness and selfishness that come so naturally to us, to connect with other people in ways that transcend the barriers of class and circumstance and time. Scrooge is all of us at our worst, isolated, frightened, using cruelty as armour against a world that hurt us. And Scrooge redeemed is all of us at our potential best, generous, joyful, fully alive to the world and our place in it. Dickens gave us this story, this possibility, this annual reminder that we can choose differently. Not just at Christmas, though Christmas is when we're most receptive to the message, but every day. Every moment contains the same choice that Scrooge faces when he wakes on Christmas morning, to close ourselves off or to open ourselves up, to hoard what we have or to share it, to see other people as threats or as fellow travellers on a difficult journey. The fire is nearly out now. The room grows darker, colder. But there's always tomorrow, always another chance to build the fire back up, to create warmth and light. That was Dickens's message, his gift, his legacy. It wasn't a perfect message. He wasn't a perfect man, and the world wasn't and isn't a perfect place. But it was true enough, and hopeful enough, and human enough to last. Outside, somewhere in the vast darkness, someone is reading A Christmas Carol for the first time. Someone else is watching one of the film adaptations with their family, a tradition passed down through generations. Someone is thinking about making a donation to charity, or reaching out to an estranged relative, or simply trying to be kinder tomorrow than they were today. All of these ripples, flowing outward from that 6-week burst of inspiration in 1843, Charles Dickens has been dead for over a century and a half. But on cold winter nights in millions of homes around the world, his story lives on. And every time someone chooses generosity over greed, connection over isolation, hope over cynicism, some small part of that choice belongs to him, to the writer who believed that stories mattered, that words could change hearts, that even the coldest winter could be warmed by the right tale told at the right time. God bless us, everyone, including Charles Dickens, who blessed us with this story, this gift, this annual reminder of what we could be if we tried. Rest now in the knowledge that your words found their mark, that they mattered, that they endure. The fire has gone out in your study, but the light you lit still burns in countless hearts. That's legacy enough for any writer. That's immortality, the only kind that truly exists. Sleep well, my friends, and enjoy the next story. Imagine standing in a medieval village at twilight, when the sun has just dipped below the horizon and the world exists in that peculiar in-between light where shapes become uncertain. The forge fire glows orange in the blacksmith's shop, smoke rises from thatched roofs, and somewhere a dog barks at something you cannot see. This is the world where the idea of witches took root, not as a sudden invention, but as a slow accumulation of older beliefs mixing with newer fears, like sediment settling at the bottom of a river over centuries, long before anyone spoke of witches. In the way we understand them now, people believed in magic as naturally as they believed in weather. If you lived in ancient Rome or Greece, you might visit a local wise woman for a love charm, or pay someone to curse your business rival. Magic was simply another tool, morally neutral, available to anyone willing to learn the formulas and make the proper offerings to the right gods. But these were small magics, personal and local. The witch hunts that would eventually sweep across Europe and leap the Atlantic to America required something more, a complete reorganization of how people understood evil itself. Christianity brought with it a new cosmology, a universe divided between absolute good and absolute evil, with very little room for the comfortable grey areas where ancient magic had lived. The old gods and spirits who had been neutral or even helpful became, in Christian theology, demons pretending to be something else. That helpful household spirit your grandmother left bread for. Now it was a devil in disguise, trying to steal your soul. This transformation happened slowly over centuries. A monk working by candlelight in a 6th century scriptorium had different concerns than a village priest in the 12th century, who in turn understood the world differently than the inquisitors of the 15th century. Each generation added layers to the concept, like a pearl forming around a grain of sand. By the medieval period, educated theologians had begun constructing elaborate theories about how demons operated in the world. They wrote thick books debating whether demons could physically transport people through the air, whether they could take physical form, and whether contracts with the devil needed to be written in blood, or if a verbal agreement sufficed. These debates were conducted with the same seriousness that modern lawyers bring to contract law, because to these thinkers, demonic interaction was absolutely real. But here's something interesting. For most of the Middle Ages, while scholars were writing these elaborate theories, actual accusations of witchcraft were relatively rare. The Church was actually more likely to prosecute people for claiming that witches existed and could harm others. The official position, recorded in a document called the Canon Episcopi, was that belief in witches flying through the night sky was foolish superstition. If you claimed your neighbour could transform into an animal and curse your cow, you might be the one in trouble for believing such nonsense. This creates a curious paradox. The intellectual framework for witch hunting was being constructed while the authorities simultaneously denied that such things were possible. It's like building a detailed blueprint for a machine while insisting the machine could never actually work. The village experience was different from the scholarly one. In small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business, where your survival might depend on your neighbours helping with the harvest or lending you seed grain during a bad year, there was always a need to explain misfortune. Why did your child die when your neighbours thrived? Why did your crops fail while hers flourished? Why did you feel a sudden pain in your leg after arguing with that old woman at the well? Every community had people on its margins. The elderly widow with no family, the strange hermit living at the forest's edge, the woman whose medicinal knowledge seemed a little too effective, and the midwife who knew too much about birth and death. These people were useful. You needed healers after all, and someone had to help birth babies and prepare the dead. But usefulness and suspicion have always been uneasy neighbours. The word witch itself comes from the Old English wix, which simply meant someone who practiced magic or divination. But language is a living thing, and as centuries passed, the word accumulated darker meanings, gathering fear the way wool gathers burrs. In many villages, there were what we might call cunning folk, people, usually women, but sometimes men, who knew. Herbal remedies could help you find lost objects, might tell your fortune, or provided charms to protect your livestock. They operated in a strange social space, valued but feared, necessary but suspicious. You might visit one when your child has a fever, but you wouldn't necessarily want to sit next to them in church. These cunning folk had accumulated practical knowledge passed down through generations. They knew which plants eased pain, which herbs brought down fever, which fungi were poison, and which were medicine. In a world without doctors, without pharmacies, without any formal medical care, this knowledge was essential. But knowledge that seems magical when you don't understand it can easily become frightening when circumstances turn dark. The medieval world was also one of intimate familiarity with death and suffering. Childhood diseases that we now prevent with simple vaccines killed regularly. Infections from minor injuries could prove fatal. Childbirth was dangerous for both mother and baby. Crops failed. Livestock died. And because the actual causes of these tragedies were invisible, bacteria, viruses, genetic conditions, environmental factors, people needed explanations that made sense within their worldview. If your neighbour insulted you on Tuesday and your best cow died on Wednesday, the connection seemed obvious. Not because you were stupid or superstitious, but because you lived in a world where cause and effect weren't clearly understood, where coincidence and correlation were indistinguishable, and where everyone around you believed that malevolent will could produce tangible harm. Picture Europe in the 14th and 15th centuries, and you're looking at a world being fundamentally remade by forces that seemed, to the people living through them, like the end times themselves. The Black Death arrived in 1347 and killed somewhere between a third and half of Europe's entire population over the next few years. Imagine watching half the people in your town die in a matter of months, their bodies covered in black swellings, coughing blood, delirious with fever. Imagine the smell of mass graves, the silence where children's voices used to be, and the empty houses with doors standing open because no one was left to close them. Survivors emerged into a transformed world. Labour was suddenly scarce and valuable. The old social order, where peasants knew their place and noblemen knew theirs, began to crack. The church, which had promised protection and salvation, had proved unable to stop the dying. Everyone wanted explanations, and disease caused by bacteria spread by fleas on rats wasn't available as an answer. Into this traumatized, destabilized world came a rising anxiety about heresy and spiritual corruption. The church was fighting battles on multiple fronts, against Muslim expansion in the East, against internal reform movements that questioned papal authority, and against the lingering presence of non-Christian traditions in rural areas that had been nominally converted centuries earlier but still practiced old rituals under a thin veneer of Christianity. The Spanish Reconquista had created anxiety about religious and cultural purity. The Cathars had been brutally suppressed. The Waldensians were being hunted. Jewish communities faced increasing persecution. Europe was becoming obsessed with finding and eliminating religious contamination, like someone with severe anxiety constantly checking for dirt that might not actually be there. The printing press arrived in the mid-15th century, and suddenly, ideas could spread faster than ever before. This wasn't just good news. It also meant that fears, accusations, and theories about evil could circulate and reinforce themselves across vast distances. A wild accusation in one region could be printed, distributed, and inspire similar accusations hundreds of miles away. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII issued a papal bull acknowledging the existence of witches and authorizing inquisitors to prosecute them. This was a significant shift from earlier church positions. The official stance had moved from believing in witches is superstitious nonsense to witches are real and must be destroyed. Two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, took this authorization and ran with it. In 1487 they published the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, which would become the most influential guide to witch hunting ever written. It was essentially an instruction manual for identifying, interrogating and prosecuting witches, complete with theological justification and practical advice. The Malleus is a deeply strange document if you read it today. It contains elaborate arguments about why women are more susceptible to demonic corruption than men. Spoiler, the authors believed women were intellectually and morally weaker. It describes in detail how to conduct interrogations and torture sessions. It explains what questions to ask, how to interpret answers, and why denials of guilt should be treated as confirmations of guilt. One particularly dark innovation in the Malleus was its approach to evidence. Traditional legal systems required clear proof of harm, but witch hunters argued that witchcraft was a secret crime that left no visible evidence. Therefore, rumour, reputation, and spectral evidence, claims that the accused person's spirit or demon had appeared to the accuser, could be acceptable in court. This essentially meant that accusations themselves became evidence, creating a system where defending yourself was nearly impossible. The book was reprinted dozens of times and became standard reading for judges and inquisitors across Europe. It's darkly ironic that one of the first bestsellers created by printing press technology was an instruction manual for persecution, but we should be careful not to imagine this as solely a top-down phenomenon with authorities forcing witch trials on reluctant populations. The reality was more complex and more disturbing. Communities often initiated accusations themselves, bringing suspects to authorities and demanding action. The witch hunts worked because they tapped into existing tensions, fears and conflicts within communities. Economic anxiety played a role. As medieval economies began transforming into early capitalism, traditional social safety nets were fraying. The woman begging at your door, whom you turned away because you had little yourself, might later be accused of cursing you out of revenge. Guilt, fear, and self-justification could blend into accusations that protected you from having to examine your own moral choices. Religious anxiety also intensified during the Reformation. As Christianity fractured into competing versions of truth, everyone became more concerned about spiritual contamination. Catholics accused Protestants of being in league with the devil. Protestants returned the favour. Communities that had lived with religious ambiguity for centuries suddenly demanded clarity and purity, and anyone who didn't fit the approved model became suspect. The Little Ice Age, a period of cooling temperatures that began in the 14th century and lasted into the 19th, contributed to agricultural failures, famines and social stress. When your crops failed year after year, when summer never quite arrived, and when winter seemed endless, it was easy to believe that someone had cursed the weather itself. Climate change has always created scapegoats. The earliest organised witch trials began in the Alps, in the border regions between Switzerland, France and Italy, in the early 15th century. These mountainous areas, where small communities lived in relative isolation, became laboratories for developing witch-hunting practices that would later spread across Europe. The trials in Valais, Switzerland, in the 1420s and 1430s, established patterns that would be repeated for centuries. Accusations typically started with someone explaining their misfortune, illness, death, or crop failure, by pointing to a recent interaction with a suspect neighbour. Under interrogation, which often included torture, the accused might confess to meeting with the devil, flying through the night sky to secret gatherings, or causing harm through supernatural means. Here's where these early trials developed something particularly insidious. Once you confessed to being a witch, you were expected to name other witches who had attended these secret meetings. This created a cascade effect, where one accusation could bloom into dozens. Torture made people say whatever they thought might stop the pain, including implicating friends, neighbours, and family members. It was a system that fed on itself, growing larger with each new name extracted from a person in agony. The accused in these early trials were predominantly older women, often widows, usually poor, but not always. Sometimes the accusations reached people with property, with status, and with connections. This created a strange dynamic. Witch hunting could destabilize social hierarchies, allowing the powerless to strike at the powerful through accusation, but it also reinforced existing power structures by primarily targeting the most vulnerable. Imagine being a woman in your 60s, widowed, living alone in a small cottage at the edge of a village. You've survived plague, famine, and the deaths of most people you loved. You know herbs and healing because you've had to. When you walk through the village, younger people sometimes cross themselves. Children dare each other to knock on your door. One day, a neighbour's child falls ill. The neighbour remembers that you muttered something when she refused to sell you eggs last week. She tells her husband. He tells the village elder. Someone mentions that another child died 3 years ago after your shadow supposedly fell across their doorway. Others remember unexplained accidents, mysterious illnesses and strange sounds in the night. Before you quite understand what's happening, you're being dragged before a magistrate. People you've known your entire life testify against you. Their faces a mixture of fear and what looks almost like relief. They're afraid of you, yes, but perhaps also afraid of their own doubts, their own uncharitable thoughts, and their own failures to embody Christian love. Projecting evil onto you makes their own compromises more bearable. The interrogation begins gently. You're asked simple questions. Do you attend church regularly? Do you know the Lord's Prayer? Have you ever been angry with your neighbours? Have you ever wished harm on anyone? These seem like reasonable questions until you realise that everyone has been angry. Everyone has wished harm. And admitting these universal human feelings becomes evidence of demonic inclination. You try to defend yourself, but your very defensiveness is taken as proof of guilt. Wouldn't an innocent person accept God's judgment without protest? If you continue to protest your innocence, torture might be applied, not out of cruelty, the authorities would insist, but out of necessity. Your body is already corrupted by the devil, they believe, so pain applied to it is medicinal, designed to force out the truth that the devil has hidden. The logic is circular and perfect. Resistance proves guilt, confession proves guilt, and there's no path that leads to innocence once the process begins. In Trier, Germany, between 1581 and 1593, witch trials resulted in the execution of around 368 people. The Prince Archbishop who authorised these trials was himself later accused of being too lenient on witches. This is the Alice in Wonderland logic of witch hunting. Moderation becomes suspicious, mercy becomes evidence of conspiracy, and the only way to prove you're not sympathetic to witches is to find and burn more of them. In Bamberg, Germany, between Distossas, 1626 and 1631, perhaps 600 people were executed as witches. The witch hunting became so extensive that special buildings were constructed to handle the volume of interrogations and executions. The Drudenhaus, witch house, in Bamberg was essentially a torture factory, processing accusations with bureaucratic efficiency, but not everywhere succumbed to this panic. Some regions remained relatively untouched by witch trials. Some magistrates simply refused to prosecute. Some communities resisted the pressure to identify witches among their neighbours. This variability is important to remember. Witch hunting wasn't an inevitable feature of the period, but a specific phenomenon that required particular conditions to flourish. Where witch hunting took hold, it often followed patterns of social stress. A bad harvest, an outbreak of disease, a military threat, economic disruption. These created anxiety that sought an outlet in accusation, communities that maintained stronger social bonds, better conflict resolution mechanisms, or more sceptical authorities often avoided the worst excesses. The executions themselves varied. In some regions, convicted witches were strangled before being burned, which was considered merciful. In others, they were burned alive. Some were hanged, some were drowned. The methods reflected local custom and the severity of the supposed crime. Those who confessed and repented might receive quicker deaths. Those who maintained their innocence to the end were often subjected to the harshest punishments. What's haunting about reading trial records is how ordinary everything seems. The scribe carefully records the date, the accused's name, and the charges. Witnesses testify in matter-of-fact tones about supernatural events. Yes, the accused appeared in my bedroom as a spirit. Yes, I saw her flying. Yes, she caused my cow's milk to dry up. The supernatural was treated as simply another category of evidence, like eyewitness testimony in a theft case. You might think that the Renaissance, with its revival of classical learning, its emphasis on humanism, and its scientific curiosity would have ended witch hunting. Instead, the 16th and 17th centuries saw witch trials intensify and spread. The same intellectual ferment that produced great art and early science also produced increasingly elaborate theories about demonic intervention. This period saw some of the most educated minds in Europe writing extensively about witchcraft. King James VI of Scotland, later James III of England, wrote Demonology, a philosophical exploration of witchcraft that treated demonic intervention as a subject worthy of royal scholarly attention. Jean Bodin, one of France's great legal theorists and political philosophers, wrote De la démonomanie des sorciers, arguing that witchcraft prosecutions should be more severe, and that judicial mercy toward accused witches was itself a form of heresy. These weren't ignorant peasants spreading superstition. These were the intellectual elite of their age, applying the full force of their learning to the question of how demons operated in the world. It's a reminder that intelligence and education don't automatically protect against systematic errors in thinking, especially when those errors are embedded in your culture's fundamental assumptions about reality. The Renaissance also saw the witch. Hunts spread northward into Scandinavia and eastward into Poland and Russia. Each region adapted witch hunting to its own cultural context. In Scandinavia, accusations often involved harmful magic against ships and sailors, unsurprising in seafaring cultures where storms at sea could mean death and financial ruin. In Eastern Europe, beliefs in vampires and werewolves sometimes merge with witchcraft accusations, creating local variations on the theme of malevolent supernatural power. England developed its own distinctive approach to witch hunting. English law didn't allow torture except in cases of treason, which meant that confessions had to be obtained through other means: lengthy interrogations, sleep deprivation, isolation, and psychological pressure. The accusations in England also tended to focus more on maleficium, actual harmful magic, rather than the elaborate sabbaths and demon worship that dominated continental trials. The most famous English witch hunter was Matthew Hopkins, who operated during the English Civil War in the 1640s. He called himself the Witchfinder General, though no one had actually appointed him to any such position, and travelled through East Anglia finding witches with disturbing efficiency. His methods were technically legal, no torture officially, but involved tactics like forced walking, keeping suspects awake and moving for days until they became delirious, pricking, searching for spots on the body that didn't bleed or feel pain, supposedly marks made by the devil, and the swimming test, binding suspects and throwing them in water to see if they floated, which would prove guilt, or sank, which would prove innocence but might also result in drowning. Hopkins operated for only about 2 years, but in that time was responsible for perhaps 300 executions. What's particularly notable about his career is how it illustrates the entrepreneurial aspect of witch hunting. Hopkins charged fees to towns for his services, creating a financial incentive to find witches. This economic dimension of witch hunting is often overlooked. Fear was genuine, but it also became a business. Meanwhile, in Scotland, witch trials took on particular intensity. Scottish law allowed torture, and Scottish Presbyterianism's emphasis on rooting out sin created an environment where witch hunting flourished. Between 1563 and 1736, somewhere between 2,500 and 4,000 people were executed as witches in Scotland, an extraordinarily high number for a relatively small population. The North Berwick witch trials of 1590-91, involving accusations that a coven of witches had tried to murder King James VI by raising storms at sea, show how witch trials could become entangled with politics. The accused included both peasants and members of the nobility. Confessions extracted under torture described elaborate rituals and plots that conveniently implicated the king's political enemies. Whether the king genuinely believed in the supernatural threat or cynically used witch accusations to eliminate opposition, the result was the same: executions that reinforced royal power while purging potential threats. But amid all this persecution, sceptical voices were emerging. Reginald Scott's The Discovery of Witchcraft, published in 1584, systematically argued against the reality of witchcraft, suggesting that supposed witches were either victims of delusion, mental illness, or malicious accusation. King James was so offended by Scott's book that he ordered copies burned, but the book survived, and its arguments would eventually contribute to the decline of witch hunting. In the Holy Roman Empire, where the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, was tearing the region apart along religious lines, witch hunting reached some of its most extreme manifestations. In Würzburg, Prince Bishop Philipp Adolf von Ehrenberg presided over trials that executed around 900 people between 1626 and 1631. The victims included children as young as 7, members of the nobility, and eventually people so clearly innocent by any rational standard that the trial's absurdity became undeniable even to contemporaries. The Würzburg trials included the creation of detailed records including a chilling document listing children aged 4 to 14 who are accused of having intercourse with demons. Reading such records centuries later produces a kind of vertigo. These were real children whose names were carefully recorded, who were tortured and killed based on accusations that couldn't possibly have been true. What makes the Renaissance witch hunts particularly tragic is that they occurred during a period of genuine intellectual advancement. The same century that saw the publication of the Malleus Maleficarum also saw Columbus reaching the Americas. The same period that saw thousands burned as witches also saw the development of movable type printing, advances in medicine, and the beginning of modern astronomy. Humanity's capacity for both brilliance and barbarity has never been more evident than in these contradictions. Now we cross the Atlantic to a small coastal settlement in Massachusetts, where, in 1692, some of the most famous witch trials in history would unfold in a community that had fled Europe partly to escape religious persecution, only to recreate it in new and devastating forms. Salem village in the late 17th century was not a happy place. It was a frontier community living in the shadow of ongoing conflicts with Native Americans. King William's War had brought violence close to home, with raids and captivity narratives creating constant anxiety. The village was also experiencing internal tensions, disputes over land, arguments about the local minister's salary, factional conflicts between farming families and merchant families, and a general sense that the younger generation was abandoning the purity of their parents' faith. Into this tense environment came a peculiar episode in the household of Reverend Samuel Parris. In January 1692, his 9-year-old daughter Betty and 11-year-old niece Abigail began having strange fits, screaming, throwing objects, contorting their bodies, and speaking nonsense. A local doctor, unable to find physical causes, suggested they might be bewitched, an explanation that made sense within the worldview of Puritan Massachusetts, where Satan was seen as constantly working to corrupt God's chosen people. The girls, when pressed to name their tormentors, eventually accused 3 women: Tituba, an enslaved woman in the Parris household, Sarah Good, a homeless beggar, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who rarely attended church. These first 3 accused fit the traditional profile of suspected witches: marginal, vulnerable, and easy to believe ill of. What happened next transformed a local episode into a colony-wide crisis. Under interrogation, Tituba, perhaps hoping to avoid the worst punishment, perhaps pressured by her enslaver, perhaps caught up in the theological expectations of her interrogators, confessed not just to practicing witchcraft but to participating in a conspiracy of witches operating throughout Massachusetts. She described meetings with the devil, signing a book, and the involvement of other women she couldn't quite name or describe. This confession, instead of ending the episode, expanded it. If Tituba was telling the truth, then witchcraft was a real and immediate threat. If there was a conspiracy, then more witches must be identified. The girls continued having fits, and began making additional accusations. Other young women and girls in the community began having similar symptoms. It was like a stone thrown into still water, creating ripples that spread outward until they reached far beyond Salem village. As accusations multiplied, the profile of the accused changed. The first victims had been marginal figures, but soon accusations were reaching respectable church members, property owners, and even a former minister. Rebecca Nurse, a 71-year-old woman known for her piety, was accused and eventually hanged despite strong community support and an initial jury acquittal that was overturned when the girls had fresh fits in the courtroom. The Salem trials proceeded in a legal environment that would seem surreal by modern standards. Spectral evidence, testimony that the accused's spectre or spirit had appeared to the witness, was accepted as valid. This created an impossible situation. How do you defend yourself against claims that your spirit was doing things you weren't aware of? The legal system essentially prosecuted people for their presumed supernatural actions rather than anything they had actually done. Giles Corey, an 80-year-old farmer who refused to enter a plea to the charges against him, was subjected to pressing, heavy stones placed on his chest until he either agreed to plead or died. According to legend, his only words during 2 days of this torture were, "More weight." He died without pleading, which under English law meant his property couldn't be confiscated and would pass to his heirs. His death, meant to compel testimony, instead became a silent protest against the proceedings. By the summer of 1692, Salem's jails were overflowing with accused witches. Women who were pregnant were spared execution until after giving birth. creating the grim spectacle of women giving birth in chains, knowing they would be hanged once recovered. Children as young as 4 were accused and imprisoned. One of the accused, Sarah Good, was hanged, while her infant daughter, born in prison, died shortly after. Sarah Good's final words from the gallows, addressed to the minister urging her to confess, were reported as, "You're a liar. I am no more a witch than you are a wizard, and if you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." By September, however, the accusations had reached so far up the social hierarchy that they were becoming untenable. When the girls accused the wife of Governor Phipps, when respected ministers began questioning the proceedings, and when juries started refusing to convict despite spectral evidence, the machinery of prosecution began to slow. The crucial shift came when prominent ministers, led by Increase Mather, argued that spectral evidence shouldn't be allowed in court. His statement, "It were better that 10 suspected witches should escape than that one innocent person should be condemned," represented a dramatic reversal of the logic that had driven the trials. Without spectral evidence, most cases collapsed. By October 1692, Governor Phipps dissolved the special court that had been handling witchcraft cases. Remaining prisoners were gradually released, many after posting bond. Of those who had been executed, 19 hanged, 1 pressed to death, none would receive official pardons for centuries. The community, having looked into an abyss of its own making, collectively decided to stop looking and move on. What's particularly haunting about Salem is how quickly the episode ended once authorities decided it should end. The same community that had been gripped by witch-hunting fever in summer was releasing prisoners by fall. This rapid reversal suggests that the trials had never been inevitable, that different choices by authorities could have prevented most or all of the deaths. The 20 people who died did so not because witchcraft belief made their deaths unavoidable, but because specific individuals in positions of authority made specific decisions to allow the prosecutions to proceed. The aftermath saw a slow, incomplete process of acknowledgement. Some of the accusers later apologised. Anne Putnam, one of the main accusers, eventually made a public apology in church, blaming Satan for deluding her. Samuel Sewell, one of the judges, publicly confessed error. But these apologies couldn't restore the dead or heal the community's wounds. Salem spent generations living with the knowledge of what it had done. By the early 18th century, witch trials were becoming increasingly rare across Europe and the colonies. This decline wasn't the result of a single cause, but rather a convergence of factors: intellectual shifts, legal reforms, religious changes, and perhaps simply exhaustion with decades of persecution. The scientific revolution was transforming how educated Europeans understood causation. When you can see microorganisms through a microscope, when you understand that disease is caused by infection rather than malevolent will, and when you can predict planetary motion through mathematics, the supernatural explanation for misfortune becomes less necessary. Not everyone accepted these new ideas immediately, but they were available as alternative frameworks for understanding the world. The Enlightenment brought increased skepticism toward traditional authorities and supernatural claims. Philosophers like Voltaire openly mocked witch trials as superstitious barbarism. This mockery created social pressure on authorities who continued prosecuting witches. They risked being seen as backward and credulous by the intellectual fashions of their time. Legal reforms also played a role. New evidentiary standards made it harder to obtain convictions based solely on confessional reputation. The use of torture in judicial proceedings gradually declined across Europe, partly from humanitarian concerns but also from growing recognition that torture produced unreliable evidence. When authorities couldn't extract confessions through pain, witch prosecutions became much harder to pursue. Religious changes mattered too, as Protestant and Catholic churches settled into coexistence after the devastating religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries. The intense focus on spiritual purity that had fueled witch hunting began to ease. Communities that had spent generations fighting over correct doctrine were exhausted by conflict, and more interested in stability than in rooting out hidden evil. Economic development created new social structures that reduced the importance of tight-knit village communities where witch accusations had flourished. As people moved to cities, as markets expanded, and as individuals became less dependent on immediate neighbours for survival, the social conditions that had made witch accusations useful for managing interpersonal conflict began to dissolve. The last, execution for witchcraft in England, occurred in 1684. Scotland's last execution was in 1727. In France, the last execution was in 1745. The Holy Roman Empire ended witch trials in 1775. These dates mark not sudden transformations but gradual recognition that witch prosecutions no longer made sense within changing legal, intellectual and social frameworks. Poland's last witch trial occurred in 1793, notably late compared to Western Europe. This timing reminds us that change happened unevenly across the continent, reflecting different social and political conditions. Remote or conservative regions maintained beliefs that urban centres had abandoned, but the legal end of witch trials didn't mean the end of witchcraft belief. Folk beliefs about magical harm, protective charms, and supernatural causation persisted in rural areas well into the 20th century. People stopped bringing witchcraft accusations to courts, but they didn't necessarily stop believing that some neighbours had dangerous powers. The change was partly about belief, but more about what kind of claims the legal system was willing to take seriously. In some communities, informal persecution continued even after formal trials ended. Someone suspected of witchcraft might face social ostracism, property damage, or violence without any legal proceedings. These extra-legal actions were harder to track than official trials, but they represent continuity in belief even as legal structures changed. The Witchcraft Act of 1735 in Great Britain marked a significant shift in official attitudes. This law repealed previous witchcraft statutes not because it accepted that witchcraft was real, but because it made pretending to practice witchcraft or accusing others of it into a crime. The law essentially said, witchcraft doesn't exist, and claiming it does is either fraud or slander. This represented a complete reversal of earlier legal frameworks that had treated witchcraft as a real crime requiring prosecution. Yet even as educated opinion turned against witch trials, folk practices related to protection from witchcraft persisted. People continued to use horseshoes over doors, to bury objects in thresholds, and to employ counter-magic against suspected harm. The formal legal apparatus of witch hunting disappeared, but the underlying anxiety about malevolent magic took longer to fade. What finally killed witch hunting wasn't necessarily that people stopped believing in magic, but that they stopped believing. The legal system should be involved in policing it. Private beliefs about supernatural harm persisted even as public institutions refused to prosecute based on those beliefs. This separation between personal belief and official action represents a significant evolution in how modern societies handle religious and supernatural claims. The memory of the witch hunts did important cultural work in the centuries that followed. For Enlightenment thinkers, witch trials became an example of what happens when superstition and religious enthusiasm override reason. For later generations, witch hunts served as a warning about mob psychology, about the dangers of accusations that are impossible to disprove, and about how fear can transform neighbours into executioners. As you pull your blanket tighter and perhaps refill your tea, consider that the witch trials, distant as they seem, have left marks on our world that remain visible if you know where to look. The English language preserves traces of this history in phrases we use without thinking about their origins. Witch hunt has become a standard metaphor for baseless persecution, used by everyone from corporate executives defending against accusations to politicians claiming unfair treatment. The phrase captures something essential about the dynamic. Accusations that build on themselves, where defending yourself only makes you look more guilty, and where the process itself becomes punishment. Modern legal protections against certain types of prosecution developed partly in reaction to the witch trials. The principle that accusation alone isn't evidence, the right to confront your accusers, the requirement for physical proof of crime, and protections against self-incrimination. These evolved partly from recognition of how easily witch trial dynamics could produce unjust convictions. When we say innocent until proven guilty, we're embracing a standard that witch trials spectacularly violated. The trials also left their mark on how we think about women's social power. The overwhelming majority of accused witches were women, and the accusations often centred on behaviours that challenged patriarchal norms. Female independence, female knowledge, female sexuality, and female anger. The witch trials were, among other things, a mechanism for policing gender boundaries, for punishing women who didn't fit prescribed roles. This gendered aspect of witch hunting has made the witch a powerful symbol in modern feminist thought. The witch, reimagined not as an evil figure but as a woman who refused to conform and who possessed knowledge and power that threatened established structures, has become an icon of resistance. Halloween decorations featuring witches on broomsticks carry echoes of centuries of persecution, transformed into something playful but retaining a shadow of their darker origins. In Salem, the trials have become central to the town's identity in ways both thoughtful and commercial. Museums and memorial sites preserve the history while tourism capitalizes on it. Walking through modern Salem, you pass witchcraft shops selling crystals and tarot cards next to historical markers explaining that actual witchcraft never occurred. The town wrestles with how to honour victims while acknowledging that its most famous historical episode was built on delusion and injustice. Arthur Miller's 1953 play, The Crucible, used Salem as an allegory for McCarthyist anti-communist, investigations demonstrating how witch trial dynamics could recur in modern contexts. Miller recognised that the essential pattern, accusations that are hard to disprove, social pressure to name accomplices, and personal and political motivations disguised as ideological purity, wasn't limited to the 17th century. The play ensured that Salem would remain in cultural memory not just as a historical curiosity, but as a cautionary tale. Modern accusations of witchcraft still occur in some parts of the world, particularly in regions where traditional beliefs remain. Strong and legal systems are weak. In some African and Asian communities, witchcraft accusations can lead to violence, exile, or death. These contemporary witch hunts follow patterns eerily similar to European and American historical trials. Accusations against vulnerable individuals, confessions extracted through pressure or violence, and community scapegoating of marginal people. International human rights organisations now track and work to prevent witch accusations in these regions, recognising that the dynamics that produced the European witch hunts haven't disappeared. They've just moved to different cultural contexts. The underlying human tendencies that made witch hunting possible, the need to explain misfortune, the usefulness of scapegoats, the power of accusations that are difficult to disprove, remain present in human communities everywhere. Psychology has provided frameworks for understanding what happened during historical witch trials. Mass hysteria, conversion disorder, confirmation bias, the psychology of torture and confession, and group dynamics in small communities. These concepts help explain how intelligent, decent people could participate in or support witch prosecutions. Understanding these mechanisms doesn't make the history less troubling, but it does make it more comprehensible as something that emerged from ordinary human psychology under particular social conditions. The witch trials also offer insights into how societies handle invisible threats. Whether the threat is witchcraft, communism, terrorism, or viral contagion, communities face similar challenges. How to respond to genuine danger without succumbing to panic, how to protect the vulnerable while maintaining security, and how to distinguish between reasonable precaution and destructive paranoia. The witch trials represent an extreme case of getting this balance catastrophically wrong. Descendants of accused witches have worked to clear their ancestors' names, often facing bureaucratic obstacles centuries after the original accusations. In 2001, Massachusetts formally exonerated 5 women executed during the Salem trials, who had never received official pardons. In 2022, the last of the Salem witches received exoneration, 330 years after her execution. These late acknowledgements can't undo historical harm, but they represent official recognition that injustice occurred. The Wiccan religious movement, which emerged in the mid-20th century, reclaimed the word witch as a positive identity, creating a contemporary witchcraft practice that has nothing to do with demonic pacts or malevolent magic. Modern Wiccans practice what they describe as nature-based spirituality, often emphasising healing, harmony, and connection to seasonal cycles. Whether there's any historical connection between contemporary Wicca and the practices of people accused during witch trials is debatable, but the reclamation of the term represents a fascinating cultural transformation. Academia continues studying witch trials from multiple angles, social history examining community dynamics, gender studies analysing the persecution of women, legal history tracking changes in evidentiary standards, religious history exploring theological developments, and medical history investigating possible explanations for symptoms attributed to bewitchment. Each discipline finds different aspects of the witch trials relevant to its concerns, suggesting that these events touched on fundamental aspects of human social organisation. The total number of people executed during the European and American witch trials is difficult to determine precisely. Estimates range from 40,000 to 100,000 over roughly 3 centuries, with perhaps another 100,000 to 200,000 formally accused but not executed. These numbers are horrifying but also important to keep in perspective. Witch hunting was terrible, But it wasn't the largest source of mortality in this period. War, disease, famine, and ordinary crime killed far more people. The witch trials matter not because of their scale relative to other tragedies, but because of what they reveal about how communities can turn on their own members. Regional variations in witch hunting intensity remain puzzling to historians. Why did some areas execute thousands while neighbouring regions executed almost none? Why did witch hunting peak at different times in different places? These questions don't have simple answers. Local political situations, religious tensions, economic stress, individual authorities' attitudes, and the presence or absence of sceptical voices, all these factors interacted in complex ways that produced dramatically different outcomes in seemingly similar communities. The witch trials also demonstrate how quickly social norms can shift. Communities that executed witches one year sometimes reversed course the next, releasing prisoners and questioning what they had done. This rapid change suggests that witch hunting wasn't an inevitable expression of period belief systems, but rather a particular dynamic that required specific conditions to sustain itself. When those conditions changed, when authorities withdrew support, when sceptical voices gained influence, when communities exhausted themselves, the prosecutions could end quickly. Outside your window, the night continues its ancient routine, indifferent to human fears and accusations. The darkness that once held demons and witches now holds only the ordinary mysteries of sleeping cities and distant stars. The history of witches is, ultimately, a history of how people understand evil and suffering. When bad things happened, and bad things happened constantly in the pre-modern world, people needed explanations. The witch provided an answer that was simultaneously comforting and terrifying. Suffering had a cause, that cause was identifiable, and eliminating the cause could restore safety. But this explanation required believing that some of your neighbours were secretly working to harm you, that ordinary people could make pacts with supernatural evil, and that the appearance of normalcy could hide malevolent intent. Once you accepted these premises, the logic of witch hunting followed almost inevitably. If witches exist and can harm you, failing to identify and eliminate them becomes its own form of guilt. What we've lost in losing belief in witches as real supernatural threats is perhaps a certain sense that the universe is morally ordered in. Simple ways that bad things happen because bad people cause them, and that eliminating bad people can eliminate bad outcomes. What we've gained is the more difficult but more accurate understanding that suffering often has no villain, that random chance and impersonal forces shape our lives as much as human agency, and that sometimes there's no one to blame when tragedy strikes. The people who participated in witch trials, accusers, witnesses, judges, executioners, were not, for the most part, cruel or unusual. They were ordinary people operating within belief systems that made sense in their cultural context, responding to genuine fears with methods that their society endorsed. This is both comforting and disturbing. Comforting, because it means witch hunting wasn't the result of individual evil, but of systemic failures of reasoning and institutional checks. Disturbing because it suggests that ordinary people like us, can participate in terrible things when the right conditions align. Modern individuals reading about witch trials often wonder, would I have gone along? Would I have accused my neighbours, testified against them, or stood in the crowd watching executions? The uncomfortable truth is that most of us probably would have, not because we're bad people, but because social pressure, cultural assumptions, and the architecture of our beliefs shape behaviour in ways that are very difficult to resist individually. The heroes of witch trial history are often those who said no, when everyone around them was saying yes, the judges who refused to convict despite community pressure, the neighbours who testified in favour of accused witches despite the risk to their own reputations. The ministers questioned whether spectral evidence should be trusted. These individuals demonstrated that resistance was possible, that going along wasn't inevitable, and that individual choice retained meaning even within oppressive systems. But celebrating these resistors shouldn't let the rest of us off the hook too. Easily, for every person who resisted, hundreds participated or stood silently by. The witch trials happened not because a few evil people forced them on reluctant communities, but because communities largely supported them, saw them as necessary, and participated willingly. Any honest reckoning with this history requires acknowledging that most people, most of the time, go along with what their society tells them is right and necessary. The lesson isn't that we should feel guilty for what our ancestors did. Collective. Guilt across centuries makes no sense. The lesson is that we should examine our own certainties, our own communities' scapegoats, and our own participation in systems that might look unjust to future generations. What beliefs do we hold now that will seem as obviously wrong in 300 years as witch hunting seems to us? The witch trials teach us to be suspicious of accusations that are impossible to disprove, of evidence that consists mainly of reputation and rumour, of legal systems that treat confession as the only path to mercy, and of communities that need enemies to maintain cohesion. They teach us that fear is a terrible foundation for justice, that panic makes people capable of cruelty they'd normally reject, and that the difference between civilization and barbarism is thinner than we'd like to believe. They also teach us something about the endurance of human communities despite terrible mistakes. Salem didn't disappear after 1692. Würzburg recovered from its trials. Communities that burned witches went on to become peaceful towns where people lived ordinary lives, raised children, tended gardens, and mostly forgot what their ancestors had done. Humans are remarkably good at moving on, at forgetting, at rebuilding normal life after extraordinary cruelty. Whether this resilience is admirable or troubling depends on your perspective. It's admirable that communities can recover from collective madness. It's troubling that they can do well enough that the lessons might not be learned, that future generations might be susceptible to similar dynamics because the memory has faded. The physical traces of witch trials are mostly gone. A few memorial stones, some preserved documents, and historical markers in places where executions occurred. The dead left no graves to visit, their bodies having been burned or buried without ceremony in many cases. The absence of physical memorials makes the history feel more distant, easier to dismiss as something that happened long ago and couldn't happen now. But the absence of memorials also means we carry this history internally as a story we tell about human nature and social dynamics rather than as a specific place we can visit and leave behind. The witch trials exist now primarily as a cautionary tale, as a metaphor, as a warning, and perhaps that's the form in which they're most useful. As you prepare for sleep, consider that the same darkness that once held such terror for our ancestors now holds a kind of peace. The night is no longer populated with demons and malevolent spirits. The shadows in the corner of your room are just shadows, the creaking of the house is just wood settling, and the neighbour who seems strange is just someone with different habits and preferences. This demystification of the night, this taming of darkness through understanding represents one of modernity's genuine gifts. We've lost the enchanted universe where magic was real and spirits walked among us, but we've gained a world where random misfortune doesn't require malevolent explanation, where your neighbour's eccentricity doesn't make them dangerous, and where difference doesn't equal threat. The last person executed for witchcraft died centuries ago. The last official witch trial ended long before anyone now living was born. The machinery of persecution that operated for so long has been dismantled, its methods discredited, and its assumptions rejected. This is progress worth acknowledging, even as we remain alert to how similar dynamics might manifest in different forms. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can do so without fear that someone might accuse you of impossible crimes, that your midnight dreams might be used as evidence against you, or that your spirit might be claimed to have left your sleeping body to harm your neighbours. These fears, which once seemed perfectly reasonable to millions of people, have been consigned to history, but history is never as distant as we imagine. The human tendencies that produced witch trials, the need to explain suffering, the comfort of identifying enemies, the power of accusations, the danger of certainty, remain with us. The forms change, but the patterns persist, appearing in different contexts with different vocabularies, but recognisable structures. The witch trials remind us that civilization is an achievement requiring constant maintenance, that justice is fragile, and that mercy must be chosen again and again. They remind us to be sceptical of our own certainties, compassionate toward those accused, careful about how we explain misfortune, and humble about how much we truly know. They also remind us that individuals matter, that choices matter, and that resistance is possible even when it's difficult. The people who spoke up for accused witches, who questioned the proceedings, who refused to participate in persecution despite pressure. These individuals demonstrated that we're not helpless before social forces, that moral courage remains meaningful, even when it's uncommon. As your eyes grow heavy and the room around you softens into the gentle blur of approaching sleep, you might spare a thought for all those accused of impossible things, for communities torn apart by fear, and for the slow, uneven progress toward more just and rational ways of handling misfortune and difference. The story of witches, from belief through persecution to the fading of the trials, is ultimately a story about learning. Humanity learned, slowly and at terrible cost, that supernatural explanations for misfortune were unnecessary, that accusations required evidence, that difference didn't equal danger, and that mercy was stronger than fear. These lessons weren't learned perfectly or completely. They weren't learned everywhere simultaneously. They had to be learned again and again, sometimes forgotten and relearned. But they were learned, and the world became, in this respect at least, a gentler place. Sleep now, in your safe, comfortable bed, in your room that holds no demons, in your community that doesn't burn witches. Sleep, knowing that the darkness outside your window is just the absence of light, that your strange dreams are just your brain processing information, and that your difficult neighbour is just a person with different views and habits. The witch trials are over. Their lessons remain, and that combination, the end of one horror, the preservation of its lessons, represents one of history's quiet victories, the kind that doesn't announce itself with trumpets and celebrations, but simply makes ordinary life possible for ordinary people. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world where witches exist only in Halloween decorations and fantasy novels, where history has become story, and where the fears that once seemed so reasonable now seem incomprehensible, and that change from reasonable fear to incomprehensible superstition represents not just the passage of time, but the slow, uneven, precious growth of human understanding. Rest well, knowing that this particular darkness has been illuminated, that this particular fear has been named and understood, and that this particular mistake is now preserved as a cautionary tale rather than repeated as a tragic practice. The night holds only night, the darkness holds only darkness, and that in its own quiet way is something close to grace. Sleep well. The witch trials are history and morning always comes,